recording,
receipts,
and you got it.
links,
Because again, I
receipts,
don't spend my time on the
links,
app recording fucking
receipts,
trot
links,
waffles like this bitch.
receipts,
And so this
links,
cunt can't fucking
receipts,
keep up. But
links,
again, she just
receipts,
keeps
What
going
the
on
links,
and on
fuck?
about
receipts,
receipts because she's
links,
the one that records
receipts,
everybody. And I hope
links,
you get this.
receipts,
Record this, Monica,
links,
for your own personal
receipts,
thing. You should
links,
actually go
receipts,
home, sit in the
links,
mirror, sign up with
receipts,
Jenny Craig,
links,
get a fucking
receipts,
personality, and
links,
then learn to
receipts,
fucking
Okay,
links,
actually
Mojo, you need to step
receipts,
exist.
in.
links, receipts. I just turned
No,
on the
you can't do
music
shit,
too.
Monica. Again, you can move me down, you can mute me, but again, every time you go somewhere, I'm still gonna fucking come at you. I don't fucking matter. I'm gonna drag your fucking bloated whale carcass of an ass until it's fucking done. And again, stop copying other people. You're not Kelly. You're not even fucking original. Holy fuck, you even played the same music she did. You couldn't even come up with your own. That's how pathetic you are. And I'm glad that I finally was able to achieve my overall goal. I got the discussion onto what Monica loves herself. And that's it. And you know what? There's nothing achieved here. And there's no one standing up for you. There's no one saying shit. There's no one saying anything. And you even have other people that said, wow, I guess Monica is the piece of shit that she really is. Congratulations. I don't fucking lie. You're a cum stain that does fucking lie. And you'll always be that fucking lying cunt.
Okay, well, hey, let me welcome the new people that have just arrived at the room to the Mojo Positive Vibration Experience. Welcome, and let's review the rules real quick. Just want to review the rules real
Oh, may
quick.
I?
Yeah, will you read them out loud?
I would love to. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
The rules: no threats of violence, no doxing. Stay on topic. Keep your shares brief. Do not interrupt speakers, especially mods. Mods may interject when appropriate. The N and K words are forbidden on stage and in chat. Don't spam the chat. Do not bring drama here from other rooms. English only. Keep families out of your mouth and no speaking while eating. Those are the rules of the muff. Can you handle being in the muff? Let's find out. Okay, I found a tweet from that was requoted by Maj Tory. Let me see if it's still. No, I have to go fetch it. Black Guns Matter. Maj Tory quoted Thomas Massey in saying that he doesn't believe the police or troops in Washington D.C. Should arrest people for carrying firearms without permits. In high crime areas like DC, people rely on their right to keep and bear arms to keep them safe. And I think that's a great point.
All right,
Hey
well,
guys.
all right, we got a new speaker. Go ahead, Diogenes, take it away.
Hey. Seems like I missed out on some fun times earlier. I'm sorry. I got to tell you, the potential Clubhouse has is amazing. It's cool that they finally, after what, 5 or 6 years, realized we should probably add polling and other user-friendly features instead of simply trying to police people's fucking speech and elevate external personalities. That was weird. This is cool though. I like the polling. I don't know. You guys going to get upset if I try to talk about something that happened outside of this room? We just going to talk about let's talk about what Scarlett wants to talk about. Let's talk about what
Well,
the
hold
Constitution
on, hold on,
says.
real quick. Bringing drama from outside of this room is a violation of rule number 9. But right now we're in constant violation of rule number 3, mainly because we don't have a topic. So we'll probably arrive at a topic. So this will be maybe the last exchange of this free flow exercise. This is kind of like our warm up exercise before we really get the room going. But go ahead, Diogenes.
Oh, fantastic, Mojo. Thanks for cluing me in there. Uh, Well, then, if we're violating Rule 3, why not violate Rule 9? Probably because it's tired at this point. Let's talk about the Second Amendment of the Constitution of the United States of America, right? Because on one hand, we all want the rule of law consistently and uniformly enforced. And I know each and every one of you, when confronted, would agree that you want to be ruled by law. You don't want to be ruled by Diogenes. Some of you don't want to be ruled by Trump. Some of you don't want to be ruled by your daddy or your mommy. Some of you don't want to be ruled by Kamala Harris or Joe Biden, etc. You want to be ruled by law, and you want people because it is, in fact, people that are necessary and responsible for all of the moving and shaping of our world to carry out the law to the fullest extent that they are possible with accountability for those who do not. So, on one hand, that's what we have, the desire for the rule of law. And who makes the rules? Who makes the law? Well, we like democracy. We subscribe ourselves to the ideas of a democracy because we believe that we should make the laws. That fundamentally, the laws that we are governed by, because we don't want to be governed by people, ought to be made by ourselves. And they should be the laws which best represent our interests. And as the Declaration of Independence so presciently stated, seem most beneficial to ourselves and to our posterity, to future generations. What laws are going to help us live
Keep
together
shares
in
brief.
harmony?
It's in the rules, Diogenes. Keep shares brief, sir.
I think one of the rules is don't interrupt speakers. Is that?
Unless you're a mod, and then you can
Oh,
intervene when appropriate. That's another rule.
I didn't see that asterisk. I'll have to make a note of that. Am I also not allowed to insult moderators? Is that another rule you
Oh
got?
no, that's allowed. Go ahead.
Okay, so please shut the fuck up when I'm speaking, cunt, just as a favor to me.
Right. Except that you're not keeping shares brief, and I have the ability to moderate the room as I see fit. So go ahead, Blowhard.
If you'd like me to stop talking, just say so.
No,
Yes.
no, no. She's just asking you to wrap it up.
I'm done. Fine. I mean, it is Second Amendment.
Oh, poor Diogenes.
Okay. Well, I mean, I can wrap it up. Again, I do like to go and make a large point. And one of the first things I ever said on Clubhouse, some of you were there in the beginning when I first joined this sick fucking app. People constantly said, Diogenes, keep it brief, keep it short, keep it to the point. And I had an epiphany one day. I woke up and I realized, oh, holy shit. And I tried to tell people, sometimes there are things that are complicated. And when a thing is complicated, it requires additional time and effort to expound. And if you just like simple ideas, then you can keep it terse, brief, concise, short, and you'll never explore those broader ideas or tie together all of those other elements that help you see the real mosaic, the real facts, the law as it exists in this country, and the ways in which it is completely subverted and ignored by an illegitimate state. Major Torre is absolutely correct in pointing out that the Constitution, as it exists, grants the right to keep and to bear arms without infringement. Without infringement. And if we do believe in the rule of law, if we do decide that we don't want to be ruled by men, by whims, by emotions, we want to be ruled by the law, black letter law as it is written, as it is made by the legislature, by ourselves in a democratic society, then we have to be consistent with the law and what we say and what we do. And we do not get to do what Sarah Stonger does on Twitter, where as a district attorney for the 143rd District of Texas, she mocks the rule of law and she mocks the oath that she swore to uphold and defend the laws of Texas and of the federal government, openly violating those laws. Okay, all right. Hey, strike two. Strike two. I'm clearly not as popular as I think. Go ahead. You guys choose the topic.
I like a good. I like a good solid 2A discussion when possible.
Well, how about we do this? Did he leave? That was different. All right. Well, I want to welcome future Congressman Kitover to the room. Um, Also, just want to welcome anybody that's in here to the Mojo Positive Vibration Experience. Uh, Vibrations are interesting. There's good vibrations, there's bad vibrations. These are going to be the most positive vibrations, but you have to receive the vibe. You give what you get. You get what you give. That is the Tao. I'm going to go ahead and invite people up if you want to join this conversation. But we're getting to that point of the morning where we need what's called a topic. Does anyone want to suggest? I'd perhaps like to see somebody from the goo give us a topic. So if anybody in the goo wants to go ahead and put something, first topic that I see will be
Or
the
we could
topic.
do well, yes, we could also do a poll of the top 4 topics seen and then have everyone vote on it.
You know what, Queen? You go ahead and put the poll up. I
Uh,
think.
I I
I think.
cannot, so we should go with your first
No, you.
suggestion then.
You. Well, I like your leadership today. I really like your
Thank you.
leadership today. This has been good. You've been leading. And okay, how about this? I'm gonna go into the chat and see what people have come up with. Uh, Uh, talk about LaHood. Okay. That was the first request. We're going to talk about LaHood. I see in the audience we have a political operative from the LaHood campaign. I don't know if he wants to come up and say a few words about Darren LaHood and the fact that he's spending so much money, borrowing so much money. Maybe you can defend that. He's also John, what do we call him? A vaccinologist? John? Mr. Kitover? All right. He must be away from the programming. Anyways, anybody want to come up? That'd be great.
Well, if we get a topic and that people want to talk about and then they don't want to talk about it, it's not a very good topic. So
Yeah, no, that's a good point. That's a good point. So they brought up the topic nobody wanted. So well, let's go see what else people said. Kazmat versus DDP. Nah, I'm gonna pass on that. Let's see. Had my mind changed on recording rooms? Okay, very cool. Uh, Lil Hood, LaHood, Washington Bill, LaHood and DeHood. No, 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 no. Should Scarlet have resigned? Topic. Is the writing the N word considered still racist if you are not black, or still is racist adjacent? What is the line? Oh, God. Why don't we talk about something important? How about the meeting of the minds today with Trump and Putin meeting in Alaska? Anybody have any thoughts on that? Okay, nobody has any thoughts on that. I guess we could just move on. Um, well, you know what? I'll just go on mute until Brad gets off the phone. I'm sure a conversation will
Oh
erupt.
no, I think that's a terrible idea.
Where did we come? Um, did we come to an agreement or did we come to an understanding last night with
As
Rohan
long as
about
we
the?
listen, whether we come to an understanding or don't come to an understanding, as long as we agree to come in the muff, that is the goal.
That's important. Well, I agree. Shit,
Come in the muff.
that's right. But did we at least uh ta did we come to a resolution with Rohan about the recordings?
Rowan is still cranky about the recordings. The
Okay,
recordings are still going to happen. Just so anyone, I don't want people to misunderstand. This room is being streamed live onto YouTube. And if we could stream it to every platform on the planet simultaneously, we would do that as well. So if you do not want to be streamed live, I would say leave now. And the cool thing is the creators of this app, they created a button called leave quietly. It's in the upper right. You go ahead and press that button if you do not want your voice to be streamed. So yeah, we stream rooms here. Uh, yep, stream rooms.
Recording is amazing because then you can hold people accountable for the claims they make, and then there's proof later on, and you don't have to take people's word for it. Just saying. I'm a bit of a salty girl today.
What made you salty? Talk about it.
No, I'd be in violation of a rule, so no,
No,
I'm
no,
just salty.
no. I'm giving you permission to just kind of mention it real quick. Maybe we could send some positive mojo vibrations your way, and maybe you'll feel better about it. What
Well, if
happened?
anybody has the Chillism recording from Tuesday, I want to debate against Jacobus, and I said your points are so bad. Somebody with a learning disability disproved you. Nathan then spun that around to say that I somehow was telling Jacobus that trying to make him feel bad because he beat somebody with a learning disability. I don't know how he got that out of that sentiment, but yeah, I'm a little salty. And if anybody has that recording, I would appreciate it because I want to own him and I want proof and I want him to hear the words and then I want him to admit he was wrong.
I wouldn't set a goal of proving anything to people in chillism. I think that's probably not the best goal. I think we could set better goals. In fact, I would argue that the more people in chillism that disagree with you or argue with you, that's a better sign that you're on the right track.
Oh no, me and Nathan had a screaming match this morning. He called me a dumbass and then I told him to shut his dumbass up and yeah, it became a whole thing. Yeah.
You are aware that he knows that he's painting this narrative that's opposite of what really happened, and he's doing that on purpose,
Yep,
right?
and he's aware of that as well, and that's why I want the recording so you can hold his feet to the fire and prove how big of a liar he is. Simple.
Is anyone in here familiar with Robert's Rules of Order? Anyone?
Sure are.
Yeah, so in Robert's rules, you can propose to suspend the rules, and then we bring it to a vote, and then if we vote to suspend the rules, we can do that. And so when it comes to any of the rules that we have, there's some that would be non-negotiable and not up for changing, like the threats of violence or the doxing. But when it comes to the mentioning things from other rooms, yeah, I think some of them are like even an exclusion for non-English speakers could make sense if we're like, let's say, quoting something from a foreign movie or something of that nature. But I think that we should use Robert's rules, allowing people to request for a suspension of the rules.
A.
One
Good
of the
morning, Dima.
Good morning, sweet Ashley.
one of the hottest elections is going to take place in March. It's the congressional primary in the state of Illinois. And in the 12th district, there's a real showdown brewing between Darren LaHood and John Kitover. And once John is ready to speak, what we'll do is we'll maybe put up a link where people can donate. They say that some elections matter more than others. I would say this is the most important election of our lifetime.
Um,
Oh, good suggestion. Can we get LaHood in the room?
Well, here's what I would highly recommend is when we talk about these things and we're streaming it live, get a link of the YouTube live because I doubt he's going to download this app, but send it over to his campaign. I'm sure you could reach out to, or he's got an operative right here. You could reach out to, if you look in the goo, you could see where it says Darren LaHood, U.S. Congress. Just go ahead and click on that person's profile and send them a back channel message with a link to the YouTube video, and maybe he can get it in the hands of the greater LaHood team. And we welcome a discussion, a debate. We will platform LaHood simply because we want to be fair and balanced in here. And while while the creators of this house are unapologetically in support of John Kitover, we also believe in democracy, and so we want to hear from Darren LaHood. So if we can get Darren LaHood here, he would have a place here. Absolutely, I might even give him a mod badge.
I actually think he's an he's not impressive at all, and he just looks old and washed up, like old business. I think we should I mean, I think at this point, if I were to take just to vote in general, saying I was in the district, I'd vote for John just because he's hotter, mentally and physically. Mentally and physically.
So Bima, I'm glad you're bringing up the aesthetics because it's important in these elections. Has that drawn you? Have your begonias moved you to supporting with the cash donation to the campaign?
Yeah, I am a DeFi advocate, and so I like to I remove my productive ability from institutions that which I do not support or align with my moral uh, beliefs. However, if I were to support John Kitover, which I'm getting there, I would definitely be happy to send over some decentralized cryptocurrencies, peer to peer transaction money without any interference from a third party, nor which can be interfered with. Um, what is it when, oh, wait, not obfuscated. What is it when you like take something from somebody? What is that word? Well, anyway, the point is it's immutable. Wrong timing, Big Red. Wrong timing. It's 12 o'clock.
Give
Um,
that give that chicken some scratches. You want some scratches?
but yeah, immutable DeFi, crypto, John. I mean, I can help you set up your own DeFi wallet. Oh my gosh, do you hear this? Big Red. He's excited, I guess, for John. Is this an endorsement? Oh, there we
Is
go. I
that
guess he
your
likes
cock,
John.
Tina? That's your cock.
Yes.
He's
Yes.
he's a
Your cock is
beautiful.
active this morning.
He's beautiful, yeah.
Yes.
They're always active in the morning.
Oh,
Sorry, Scarlett.
no, not obtain, Cindy. It's is it obfusc? It's not obfusc. I can't say it. It's
Obfuscate.
no. What is it? That's probably not what I'm thinking, but it's the word when you take something from somebody, and it starts with an O. Not obstruct. Jeez. I agree, Cindy. Any points? Um, yeah, yeah. Any suggestions? Cindy's very passionate about my existence on the app, and I'm very flattered. Well, if nobody's talking, he's so rude. Do you know what do you know what I found today? So I was going and I was checking out my little garden, found a beautiful little cucumber, and I'm passing the morning. Oh my God, he doesn't want me to talk either. He apparently thinks that silence is better than me speaking too. That's really mean. That's really mean. Big Red. But I was walking past the morning glories, and I like delusion a little bit. I think I have, like I engage in fantasy and like my own little sci-fi world. So I pretend like I'm a fairy, and so I like pick this beautiful flower, this morning glory, and I like stick it behind my ear, and I'm just like, skirting through my little property, get up on the deck, and I'm looking at this flower, and I see it looks like there's like a piece of dirt on like the outside of the petal. So I try to like flick it off, and it started to move. And I'm like, wait a second, that definitely is not that's a piece of dirt, and it's moving. Well, I took my iPhone. By the way, if you ever need to like really look at like magnify the iPhone 16s, I mean, I don't know what yours is, but I have an iPhone 16. I'm proud of that because it was my second iPhone ever. And anyway, I magnify and I see legs on this thing. And then I'm like, what the heck? But there's no structure. It's weird. And then just legs. And then it fanned out the tail. Look in my PTR. I ended up looking this thing up. It's called, I'm explaining what I found, Dr. Adams. Calm down. I found what's called a golden tortoise beetle. And I found it in the larvae stage on the Morning Glory. And apparently it uses, this is a little intense, trigger warning. It uses its feces to create like this shield. So it looks like nothing. And so predators don't get it. And then it like covers itself like an umbrella with the shield of feces to protect itself. And anyway, but this is the cool thing. Go look up the stages of the golden tortoise beetle, and you're going to see a crazy golden beetle. I've not seen them yet in person, but I can't wait. I'm hoping there's more of them over there.
You have the coolest stories on stuff. I swear to God, I learned so much.
Bima, what are you growing in your garden? I do a little gardening too, so I'm just curious. You grow what, mostly flowers, herbs, fruits, and vegetables?
Yes, all the things. Right now, I only have tomatoes, cucumbers, green beans, pumpkin, garlic, corn. That's it for that.
Only,
Right? I
only.
love how you said only. Girl, that sounds nice. Pumpkins too? Nice. Peppers, very nice.
And yeah, I'm also starting to do a edible landscaping. If anyone has any recommendations, like, echinacea, yarrow, all things burdock root, things that I can use, please send me these recommendations.
Where do you buy your seeds from, if you don't mind me asking? Is there a website you can recommend?
I do have a website, but I also I am under the tutelage of one of the most amazing anthropologists and organic farmers in the world right now, and he has a movement known as the food justice movement. And he has his own seed bank, which I'm talking, these are heirloom and organic. Heirloom meaning these seeds have not been changed in any way, and sometimes for hundreds or even thousands of years. So they're very expensive seeds, very, very expensive seeds. And he has this seed bank. And that's usually where I source. My chef, Jaffe Kabui, is where I get my seeds. And if Mojo and the team would like, we could probably get Chef Kabui to come on in and give a little lecture, one of his lectures. If you check out my bio, and you guys could ask him questions and engage yourself. But if you check out my bio, there's a website there. Right now, he's doing a tour. He just spoke at the UN conference. He was invited to the UN food conference, food summit. He spoke there, honorary guest, and he's on Foodies Without Borders right now, a tour. And you could check out their website too.
Bima, can you drop a link for people interested and maybe even talk about the replay that I got to visit you on that you did talking about food justice?
Oh yeah, I ended up deleting that because that was
Bima, okay,
Um,
all
can
right,
I?
okay.
Can I?
Just rip my heart out and step on it. That's all right.
sorry.
Well, Scarlett, I just wanted to point out some inconsistencies in the moderation today. BMO has been violating rule number 4 for quite some time now, and there's been no scorn, and I'm just wondering why that is.
I was pumping gas and getting a soft drink from the gas station, and my phone was in the car.
Wait, you pump your own gas?
It would be really delicate of me not to
Well,
be able to pump my own gas.
Roger hasn't proposed yet to
That
Monica.
could be original. That could be a geographical thing. I know there's some parts of the country where even men are not allowed to pump their own gas, which I think is kind of strange. But
Yeah, in
uh,
Oregon they pump the
right?
gas for you,
Isn't
but
that
um,
strange?
but Scarlett, I just want to say this: if given the opportunity, I would love to pump your gas.
Roger,
Okay.
excuse me, I'm so sorry, Monica. Roger, you need to propose marriage first.
To pump gas? Like, what are you talking about, Chris?
You are very well capable of taking care of Monica, and now it's time for you to propose. We're done with this whole like romantic flirtation thing. Get it together.
There is no romance. There is no flirtation. Just mutual respect among the moderation team of the Mojo Positive Vibration Experience.
Perfect
Uh,
start for a marriage.
well, sometimes it may sound like it's something more than that, and I can understand how people get confused. But don't confuse my respect and admiration with anything more. She's a lady; should be treated as such.
Can we normalize men pumping gas? Because I think that's the greatest thing that has been lost in this society is women having to pump their own gas.
100%.
I never have to pump my own gas, honey.
You must be in
Mm-mm.
Jersey.
No,
And
I'm in
I
California. My husband pumps my gas.
I only get out of it when hubby's
I
home.
heard Don has a superior gas.
I only pump my own gas.
It could be a pride thing. Some people stop at the first pump, but some people know that you could fit a little more gas in there if you like, so
Scarlett, let me just say
You got to
this.
twist it and shake it a little bit.
Scarlett, let me say this.
Shove it
I
down.
would not stop at one pump.
Charlotte, darling, uh, am I to be mistaken, or was that his innuendo? I
not
don't.
for me. I don't do those things.
No, we were talking about pumping gas. For those of you that have your minds in the gutter, you guys need to. That's a you problem.
I'm gonna go take a cold bath. Sorry.
Mojo gets around apparently.
Some people wake up with a full tank every morning.
Oh,
Damn. And others with an empty tank.
And some people just have dreams. Bima, do you know how to keep Bill alive? Because mine always dies.
did you say bills?
Bill as in D as in Delta, Dill as in the.
Oh, Dill. No, I don't have any experience with that.
Okay.
I wish I did, but Chef very well will.
Scarlett, do you have a large tank?
What is the average tank?
I don't know. I just know that some tanks are a little smaller and it requires less to fill them up. And then others have larger tanks and it requires more to fill them up.
I drive a Highlander, so
Can I please direct everyone to my PTR to check out the larvae stage of the golden tortoise beetle? And you can see the umbrella, that umbrella of crap, it it he curls it over himself like an umbrella. Isn't that crazy? It's fanned out right now. I waited for him to open up, but isn't that crazy?
Nature is so cool.
Where in the world are you located?
I'm on the East Coast, baby.
Yeah, north, I'm guessing.
That's right.
Okay, I'm in the south, and that's probably why I can't get Bill to stay alive. It's too damn hot.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay, it's one.
Umbrella of crowd could be a clubhouse motto. I'm more interested and intrigued because I heard that one of your, it sounds like the rooster, but maybe a chicken, is called Dr. Adams. Are there other names for the other ones that come from Clubhouse?
No, no, I definitely have not named any of my chickens Dr. Adams. It was Big Red McGraw, but
Oh,
that's
I'm mistaken. I thought you were talking directly to Chicken Dr. Adams.
So you have a big red cock in your backyard.
oh yes, it's actually a big red black cock because he's a black copper Moran. You know what they say. If anyone wants to exchange eggs, I would like to, put this forth as a an agora type esque opportunity. If anyone wants to exchange chicken eggs, I'd be happy to do that.
You're
Hey,
awful.
it's Italian Rick. What's going on, Rick? What are you doing?
Oh God, what's
Hey, what's
happening?
up?
What's up with you? Bada bing, bada boom.
Everything's fine. Today is
What's
Ferragosto,
going on?
and
What's
it's a
happening?
holiday. No,
How did
nobody's working, not even the
how,
hospitals. So
how did this happen? Why are we here? What's going on?
What's the matter? Why are you complaining? Explain.
am I complaining?
No, not you. We got a mojo up there that's complaining because we're
Okay, I'm so
welcoming the
sorry.
Rick.
I have. I'm so sorry, Mojo. Oh my God, I've been waiting all day to talk to you. I have missed you so much. Stroke, stroke, stroke. Happy thing. He's incredible
What's
at
happening?
everything, and
What is
he's
going on here?
quiet, and he's
I don't,
all
it's,
right all the time. Oh, well,
the
no, he's
heck?
all the time right. Yeah, is
I don't get it.
that better? Is that you feel better?
So confused.
Well, that's okay. That means things are doing well in your room.
Mm, okay.
Kristen, Mojo is a lovely person. I like him a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Mojo's a what person? You kind of break it.
It's a Mojo is a lovely person. I like him a lot.
He's growing on me.
Aw.
I'm not decided yet, but he is growing on me.
Mm. On you or in you?
Ooh,
Currently on me, because that has yet to be dealt.
Yeah,
Mm.
somebody told Kristen yesterday how to use her voice isolation, and her voice isolation sucks.
Oh shit! I'm sorry. I'll take it off.
I like how we woke up to a really chill room and then others woke up and joined the room and it was less chill and now we're back to chill. There's like this up and down vibe that we have here. Do you like the old up and down,
I
Dippity?
do like the up and down
Deputy, is this any better?
so much better.
All right, cool. So back to flirting with Mojo because he needs some today, and it is Friday, and so he needs more. Oh my God, that scarf is amazing. Where did you get it? I want to touch it.
Man. Hmm. I don't do compliments well.
Well, practice, motherfucker.
I would like to bring attention to the 31 votes for the poll that we have above. Brought us to a grand total of 103%. So, way to go. You guys are overachieving in these polls.
I like being part of the gay ones. Anybody else gay? It's a good weekend. I'm happy today.
Yes, me too.
Roger, do you think you should burn in hell or what?
I definitely think Mojo can burn in hell.
I agree.
The guy's a dick.
He's very hard on himself.
He could be hard on you too.
Pause.
I mean, that's cool. That sounds interesting.
Well,
I mean, you kind of have a competitor. I may be visiting Bima in her backyard.
you gonna visit her backyard?
Yeah, she's got a big black cock back there.
Thought it was red.
I think it's multi-colored.
Yes, see, she knows. She pays attention.
Yeah.
Kristen,
I,
Kristen, you're a racist.
why is that, darling?
Because you see color.
Oh, okay. What color are you, dear?
I think I exist outside of this construct of colors. It's more like a vibration.
So you're mixed. You're biracial. Okay. I kind of consider myself more peachish pink on that kind of
Mm.
color scale, but people usually categorize me into white.
Hmm. Nye, how are you doing today?
I'm doing fabulous. I'm just sitting here thinking about if I'm gonna go see Weapons tonight or tomorrow. Has anybody on the stage seen Weapons yet?
Ooh,
Ooh,
no, but
what's
I'm
that?
dying to.
Yeah. And apparently they're thinking about making a sequel, so that's pretty exciting.
And they came out with a new what's the horror movie that starts with an I? They came out with a new one also. Anyway, go ahead, Nye. So, what's Weapons about, Nye?
It's about these kids in this town. They all go missing, and no one can quite figure out why they went missing. I guess it has some sort of twisty ending. Josh Brolin is in it, and he's super delicious, so that's one reason to go. So yeah, I've read mixed reviews. Some people say the plot kind of falls off midway, and there's some plot holes. But the trailer is intriguing. The premise is intriguing. So that's enough to get me to go in and reach my own conclusion. Plus, I'm just a horror fan, so I'll support almost any horror movie.
Yay!
I love horror movies too.
I like reading about him. I'm
Did you
just
say horror or horror movies?
Both. I like horror movies too.
I was wondering if somebody was going to comment, but I'm glad you did, Mojo. Your mind is exactly where it needs to be.
On Monica?
Absolutely.
So will you guys come visit me in Italy or not?
Where are you?
Absolutely not. No way.
Where you at in Italy?
Modena. Modena is next to Bologna, is where they make Ferraris and Lamborghinis.
I drove both of them yesterday.
How far away is that from Ravenna?
From where?
Ravenna.
Oh, so close. So close.
Really?
Of course. Yeah.
I woke up in a new Bugatti.
I'll only go to Italy and live there if it's where they grow the bergamot. That's where I'll be.
Oh, take me with you.
So are you going to be in Calabria?
Yes, that's exactly where I'll be.
In
Just take
Calabria,
me with you.
we have the most powerful mafia in the world in Calabria.
Did you say
Then we'll get
mafia?
along just
That's what I
fine.
was
We'll get
thinking,
along great.
NY.
If he said mafia, that was random. Jesus Christ.
And I would
There's
have to push back, Rick. I'm pretty sure the US is the largest mafia in the world.
Yeah, I mean, the, unofficial. No, I think
Is,
the U.S. is pretty official as a mafia.
is that why it's relatively peaceful where you are?
Nah, not, it's not that peaceful.
There are opposing opinions about mafias. Some say that if there's mafias that exist, it keeps the actual um, law enforcement in check. And then some people say that it's corrupted. So everybody has an opinion about them.
You know, I really liked the mafia style films and TV shows. I'm late to Peaky Blinders. I guess they were kind of a mafia or some of some sort. So I just started watching that. But I don't know. I'm very intrigued by real life mafia culture.
What do you want to know?
Mm,
No, no,
well,
no, 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 no. She wants to know nothing. She knows nothing.
you're right. I want to know nothing. You're right. I don't want to incriminate
I'd say
anybody.
Peaky
Allegedly.
Blinders is gay compared to Ndrangheta or Cosa Nostra.
No,
Rick,
Wait,
don't
wait.
go
we
I
there,
want
want to know.
Rick,
Rick.
Wait.
Rick.
we want to know how to can tomatoes. That's what we want to know.
Okay.
No, I want to know Rick, who are the mafia leaders in your part of the
I,
world?
I
No,
told you
I
you
really
don't
want to
need
know. I
to
want to
know.
read more about these individuals.
There are so many families in the south. You can check on Google. You can write Ndrangheta boss. Ndrangheta is the name of the mafia. It's the most powerful mafia in the world. You can write down this and check on Google and say Ndrangheta boss Calabria.
Wait,
I can put it down.
how do you, yeah, please put it in the chat, please.
That's where I'll be.
Oh, by the way, random, another TV show, Alien Earth, just dropped this week on Hulu and it's supposed to be dynamic. I haven't seen it
Ooh.
yet, but it's getting rave reviews. I'm really excited to start diving into that if anybody likes Alien. It's part of the
Yeah,
Alien franchise.
like aliens and like ancient alien thing, or
No, like Sigourney Weaver, the Alien movies.
oh shit, no, thank
Hmm.
you. I'll read about it though. That's awesome. I'm just curious because it triggered when you somebody said take me with you. It triggered the Prince song, and then it kind of because you guys are a little feisty today and hilarious. It triggered a little like for me when I heard that song by Prince. It was kind of like my sexual awakening, and I was like, okay, oh, what's happening? And I'm just kind of curious. Anybody else? What was your song that you're like, oh no, what's going on? I am no longer a kid.
Pop That Pussy by Two Live Crew.
Oh my god, are you serious? Ah!
That's when the innocence was lost.
That was a rough awakening, man.
Where do
Well,
you
wait.
think? Oh, go ahead.
I was just going to say really quick. Speaking of Prince, his estate has shelved a documentary. So there was a documentary made by Prince. The filmmaker has done some interviews this year about, his frustration with getting the documentary released because apparently in the documentary, several of Prince's colleagues and fellow artists and friends and family members spoke about how abusive he was towards women. Apparently, Prince had a dark side. He beat up women. And we don't know if this is true or not, but those who were closest to him apparently in the documentary spilled the tea, and the state was like, nope, we're not going to ruin this man's legacy by putting that out there. So they have shelved the documentary, and the filmmaker has been fighting to get it released. So I don't know. I would be interested in seeing knowing the ugly side of Prince. He's human. I'm not saying that abusing women is I'm not advocating or supporting that in any way, but to learn that this man had a dark side when he presented himself as this petite, musical fairy, I find quite intriguing.
Well, his father was abusive, right, to his mother. So
Oh yeah,
that.
that's right.
Hmm.
I don't think he was very nice to his wife. It's kind of creepy how young she was that he, and I would say grooming tactics were used. Um, I don't know. Yeah, and then I also understood from a lot of accounts that he was very controlling in her diet, and I don't know if he was physically abusive, but yeah, it was not pleasant to listen to.
Rick, thanks for that link, Rick.
So my nephew is my nephew's uncle on the other side is dating Apollonia. So we'll have to ask Apollonia. We'll ask her.
Yeah, she was certainly a hottie back in the day. I don't know what she looks like now. I imagine she still is a hottie, but she certainly was a hottie in her
She's
heyday.
beautiful. She's still so pretty. Yeah.
Yeah, if she's had many pricks sticking out of her, she's had stuck in her. She looked like a porcupine.
Oh,
Are you virgin shaming?
Nope, quite the opposite. But I'm only allowed to talk like this when there's certain somebody's not here.
Okay, I have an off-topic question.
Yeah.
Where's I'm taking my daughter on a trip. We want to go out of the country for her graduation. Where's a safe place for two women to travel over in Europe? We were going to do Italy, which is why I brought it up. But I don't know. I heard a bunch of people the other day say that we shouldn't go to Italy. Where can we go where we can feel safe?
It
My
depends on
God.
the city,
Go to
definitely.
Italy. Go to Italy.
Which city you want to go?
Well, we were going to do like 10 to 14 days out there. So we were going to try and use the train to see as much of Italy as we could.
You like the train?
I like the train.
I think you're completely fine. I think you can take. There's a train. It's called Alta Velocità, which is a high-speed train, one of the fastest in Europe that we have, and I think you will be pretty comfortable traveling with that. And it's very fast. It connects, for example, Milan to Napoli. You can see many, many cities in 15 days. Definitely.
But is
Why do
it
you want to go
safe?
to why do you want to go to Europe? There's so many like places that you can go here. Like you can build a trip around, visiting like a Howard Johnson or a Grey Wolf Lodge.
Because
Dine at dine at places like the Waffle House.
we do that all the time, though. We have 480 Waffle Houses in our state. There's one on every street corner. But because
I
I
re-
want to take her out of the
I re-
country.
I recently ate at a Waffle House in Idaho, and it was an interesting experience. I think the meal that I had about 4,000 calories. It's a different kind of environment.
That sounds lovely.
I was disappointed though. I've always heard about fights at the Waffle House. There was no fights.
Would
Left me
be there
dis.
at 2 o'clock in the morning.
It was quite late. I was in God, was I in Tempe or was I in Phoenix when I went to a Waffle House late at night? It was after a wrestling match. Actually, yeah, it was on a Monday night in Phoenix, or just outside of Phoenix, heading to Peoria. Yeah, but the one in Idaho was actually kind of nice. I haven't seen one in my state. Not a single one. David, where is there a Waffle House around here?
I don't think we have them. It's hard to find a Denny's anymore. We're stuck with, some really sad IHOPs.
And they shut down all the Sherry's. The Sherry's pies were good.
Yeah, fresh pie.
I love a good fresh pie.
They had
I would
twofers,
I,
twofers
I
or
would get
something.
a slice of pie and a cup of coffee, and there's something about the bitterness of plain black coffee contrasted with a sugary pie. It's
You ever get
delicious.
like a freshly roasted cup? Like they just roasted the beans and like made that coffee right after they roasted the beans.
Yes, I have. Yes, I have.
Amazing. Anybody, if you've not had that experience, definitely
You
have
know,
that experience.
this
Every
poll is
morning.
this poll is tightening up here. Very interesting.
I bet.
Bima, you haven't responded yet to the poll. Bima.
I'm I'm withholding some of my judgments because I am in a state of neutrality for now. Because if you asked me like a week ago, I would have definitely reviewed and put my answer. But at this point, I'm thinking I'm gonna hold it.
Bima,
It's a
just be
good
gay
thing.
like
It's a
me.
good thing.
Just be gay like me. It's fine.
Speaking of coffee, you know what else is really good with coffee? And this is something that I learned about like these cottage laws, right? So when I went to Texas, I'm from the East Coast. Texas, whole different experience. I had like legitimate culture shock, okay, in the best way. It was just, yeah, I love the state of Texas. Um, and so because, I'm a lowly, poor, impoverished I didn't graduate high school. I have no education, barely read. I do like I was doing food deliveries, and would you know that I got my first order? Well, it was the first order among a bunch of orders that brought me to like this person's house for pickup. Normally, you pick up at a restaurant, but I'm like, wait a second. I'm going. Is this right? Like, I get there. I'm like, this is a person's home, fresh baked pies, and they have cottage laws where you can sell pies, which I mean, this is obviously right down, I love this. And I gotta tell you, this person was popping. But I'm talking homemade, amazing pies. Oh my God.
We have a woman in our city that makes her own pies at her house, and she has a vending machine in the front yard. And you can buy that pie fresh out of the vending machine.
My
That's
mother,
amazing.
my mother makes pies, homemade, everything, and they are so good. My favorite is peach. She just made us a peach pie. It was deep dish. It was so good. But I don't need a vending machine. I'll just say, Mother, I need a peach pie, and there she is. I'm so lucky. I really
Mm.
am.
Now you guys are making me want to go get the stuff to make a pie.
Peaches are
I've
in
never
season.
made my own pie. I
Oh,
cook. That's my thing. She's a baker. I'm the cook, you know?
bakers are different.
I like to bake.
Baking is great.
It's the first cooking I learned. Um, yeah, the closest Waffle House is in the Southwest to us.
I have one pretty close to me, at least if it didn't shut down.
What would you say your favorite pie is? If you could right now snap your fingers, have a slice, what would it be?
Yeah,
Strawberry
Maryberry,
rhubarb.
mixed berry.
If it
Please.
magically didn't have. Pumpkin. I love pumpkin pie. I know, basic white girl, but I
Yeah,
love pumpkin
yeah.
pie.
Pumpkin's good.
I like key
Or
lime
you
pie a lot, but
Ooh,
Oh
yeah.
it
yeah.
has to have
Oh
a graham
god,
cracker
yeah. No,
crust.
that's just good. Rhubarb, like a
Yes.
strawberry rhubarb. Oh, so good.
I'm
Is cheesecake its own thing, or would you consider it a pie?
No,
no.
a
Oh,
cheesecake is a cake.
it's a cake.
I want cheesecake so bad right now.
Good New York cheesecake, dense.
You guys are making it very
Yes.
hard to stick to a diet. Have been
Oh,
very strict lately.
good.
Okay, let's talk about a fruit now. If you were to snap your fingers, okay, and have the most ripe, freshest fruit in your hands.
Watermelon.
Oh,
Watermelon.
yes.
Watermelon for sure.
A white peach or a white nectarine. I love
Peach.
them.
Ooh.
Cherries.
Pineapple.
Mm. Mmm.
I do like pineapple.
Have you guys ever had otai?
No, what is that?
So this is like a Tongan drink, and they mix watermelon, like mashed up watermelon, pineapple, and coconut water, and it gets like they ice it up. Oh, ooh, let me
You
tell
leave
you,
out the
that's
coconut and add good tequila. That is what I drink in the summer. Mashed up
Ugh.
watermelon,
oh, look at
tequila,
you.
and sometimes cranberry juice.
I don't want to deviate from the subject. I'm just curious because if I don't ask now, I'll forget because Friday, ADHD brain, I need more coffee. Um, does anybody know of a device that you can put on your car door so that it doesn't leave a dent into somebody else's car when you open it in the parking fucking lot?
Is this a parking spot you park
Yeah,
in every night in a garage?
Yeah, I park every day in a garage, and I don't, and it's pretty good, but most of the Atlanta parking lots just suck. They're just engineered badly.
They're
Kristen, I
making they're
oh sorry.
making the spaces smaller too. But there's everything from boat bumpers to just Google it. There's a million products you can buy.
Yeah, I know, but I can also do my own shopping. But that's why I'm asking for your personal opinion. If anybody has a
I just choose a better
tried and
parking
true.
place. That's why I asked if it was a garage.
Yeah, I can't do that, David. But
Um, I'm a piece of shit. Everybody knows that already. But when I was younger, I was even a worser piece of shit. And I had bought this car, and I was so, so obsessed with this car. And I hated when people would park next to me. So I took a corner parking spot, and I would park at an angle. I was that horrible, horrible individual because I was so tired of people disrespecting my space. And I never got any dents. I got a lot of shit for it, but never got any dents.
I'm in a classy joint, so I can't do nothing nefarious.
Hey, good morning, everybody. This is John. So we had one respondent from Craigslist that wants to gather signatures, and he asked, "Hello, regarding your Craigslist ad, my name is Ed Matthews. How many signatures do you need, and what are you paying for sig/board?" I told him 15 an hour, which is not a lot. A lot of people want $15 a signature, but we'll see what we can organize and convince him to work as you know, experience with this matters. when I ran for committee person, I met a professional signature gatherer who for 20 years has been getting judges on the bench, and he charges 15 to 35 a signature. But we are live, and we're live on X, we're live on Clubhouse. Welcome to the Mojo Experience, a super positive vibration.
And we're live. John, have you ever read Shambhala?
No.
I love you, Miss Lopez.
What is tell me?
Oh, I'm reading it right now. I got it out of the archive.com, or I think it's like archive.org. So it's free. Anybody could check it out if you want. And it's really, really good so far. It's very interesting. It talks about how to be a warrior, like a spiritual war spiritual warrior.
Oh.
I feel like this campaign needs more strength. So I just want to quickly read something about strength if everybody can concur or agree that they want to hear something about strength.
John, I just want to let you know you're a joke to me.
Oh, that's okay. As long as you realize that it takes a comedian to know a comedian. So what does that make you?
I will be a perfect politician.
Rick, are you ready to give $10 to the campaign to elect John Kitover today? Because your valuable input and money is needed.
Sure, of course.
Well, thanks, Rick. I hope together we can change the world and make it a more peaceful place for everyone with no terrorism, no hate speech, and absolutely no trolling on the internet.
John, how can you even think that you can scam an Italian? That's our job. God damn it. How can you think that?
So, Miss Lopez, this is just the very first, like the introductory. Um, so the index, so you could get an idea. Let's see. The index has how to be a warrior, creating an enlightened society, discovering basic goodness, the genuine heart of sadness, fear and fearlessness, synchronizing mind and body, the dawn of the great eastern sun, the cocoon. So you get the idea. And so the very first little intro paragraph is the Shambhala teachings are found on the premise that there is basic human wisdom that can help solve the world's problems. This wisdom does not belong to any one culture or religion, nor does it come only from the West or the East. Rather, it is a tradition of human warriorship that has existed in many cultures, many times throughout history. So exciting.
Ooh.
Well, if there's no objections to hearing a little bit about strength, or do you want to hear about the lovers?
I hear about the lovers.
Okay, be careful what you ask for, or I should say ask for.
No, you were right the first
This
time. Go ahead.
this is called Zion. Z value 7 means sword or weapon, suggesting the antithesis of Vav the nail because a sword cleaves, cuts, divides, and separates. Diversity, contrast, antithesis, distinction, and therefore discrimination are some of the related ideas. Discrimination implies nice perception, acuteness, sharpness like a sword's edge, sagacity, and so on. Smelling is the sense attributed to Zion in the Book of Formation. The sense of smell has always been associated with keen perception and sagacity. An old Kabbalistic maxim says, properties are discerned by the nose. Our everyday speech has a number of phrases like smell out to suggest approach to truth. East above, the direction assigned to Zion is the line bounding the eastern side of the top of the cube of space and joining the top face above Mercury to the eastern face East Venus. This line, moreover, joins the top of the vertical line northeast Emperor to the top of the vertical line southeast Hierophant. The combination of east and above suggests the working together of the subconscious power of creative imagination and the self-conscious power of acute discrimination. Gemini, the twins, is the zodiacal sign attributed to Zion. The name of this sign suggests duality, division, and other ideas related to the meaning of the letter. It is difficult to tell twins apart, and to do so requires nice discrimination. Gemini is ruled by Mercury, key one the magician, sometimes personified in Egyptian mythology as the jackal-headed Anubis, representing discernment and sagacity because the jackal's keen smell of smell. Gemini governs the lungs, collarbones, shoulders, arms, and hands, all in pairs. Gemini people are said to be given to inquiry, investigation, and experimentation. They often engage in mental pursuits. In our color scale, Gemini is represented by orange. The corresponding musical tone is D natural. Gemini is a common sign of the airy triplicity. Disposing intelligence is the mode of consciousness assigned to the letter Zion. To dispose is literally to place apart, to arrange, to distribute, to apportion, to divide. Thus, analysis implied by the meanings of the letter name sword, classification, organization, preparation, and adjustment are all related to this mode of consciousness. This it is which shows itself in our disposition, and one's disposition can be modified by right discrimination. Okay, there's more, but there's always more. But I want to thank you all for being here. This is how to make friends and influence people on Clown House. The best way to win friends and influence people is to treat people the way that you want to be treated. Hopefully, with kindness, love, compassion, friendliness.
And threats of bodily harm.
Perhaps, but I think that a lot of people who don't want to listen to the playback or replay, um, maybe they're ashamed and they know it, but they just can't show it. But I say, don't bring drama into new rooms. Let that old drama simmer in old rooms because the now is all important. And I think that every day is like Groundhog Day, and you are um, reincarnated in a way. And if you're intelligent, you're not reincarnated into yesterday. You are reincarnated into the now. And in the now is a great silence of peace. And anyone who breaks that silence of peace is guilty of violating the power and the beauty of the now. So if you're in the now, you are in the muff.
How did you know I was a Gemini? Jackal headed Anubis?
John, did you hear or did you see the thing I tweeted to Darren LaHood?
No, let me check. If everybody is not on X, now is the time. This campaign has to move very quickly, and today could be a quick day for the campaign. But every day is so important that your participation here in Clubhouse, your active participation, I know everybody wants to stir the pot and have the drama, but real social media activity on this campaign can have and will lasting effect on any and all future political aspirations. But gathering these signatures is a big to do, and it's a lot of work because it's real. And I don't know if anyone here has ever gathered signatures, but to get someone to even put their name, their address, and sign is very difficult. Most people literally scribble. And when you go to the challenges, you realize very quickly how horrible people's mark is and their signature. And therefore, it's a time consuming task to actually capture a valid signature that doesn't get rejected by a challenge. So there's a huge time component to getting these signatures. And the people who gather the signatures, if they're unprofessional, and generally they are because they're being paid very little, they don't give a shit what you fill out. And so that's part of the training piece in getting individuals motivated, that their direct work and focus there can help this campaign get on the primaries. So those are my thoughts. And Bima, I didn't know you were a Gemini.
Yeah, you taught me my color is orange and D, what was it? D natural for my
Oh
music
my
name.
God. Roger's aura is orange today. That is crazy.
What is it usually?
I don't know usually. I just see orange today.
Interesting.
Yeah, that's great. If everybody could go to Mojo X Experience right now, and you can go to his replies tab. I'm not sure why it doesn't show up in the posts tab. You may want to post something to the actual profile as opposed to just a reply, Mojo, and then maybe even do a Grok query. Say, hey, ask Grok, say, hey, Grok, why should I vote for candidate Congressman John Kitover versus Rhino, vaccinologist, gun grabber LaHood, something like that. And that type of content with Grok gets a lot of views. And if everybody in the room has an X account, you could retweet it and tag
Can you
or,
put the link up there for the Mojo experience?
sure. Mojo, do
Thank you.
you want to pin your X account to the top of the room? Dr. Adams, we really need your positive vibrations at this moment, right now, and in the future. But now is most important. And Dr. Adams, we want you and we need you and we love you. But that's okay, Dr. Adams. By playing the opposition when the opposition won't even talk to me, you're still one of the best solutions to this quagmire, which is how do we get press and how do we get signatures? So, Dr. Adams, even though I'm roasting you, I want you to know it's true. We actually do love you and we actually do need you. So this is what Thomas Massey is going through. 4 hours ago, he posted our next three billionaires posing as MAGA Kentucky just released a poll to claim their smear campaign against me is eroding my job approval rating. The pollster is notoriously inaccurate, but this helps them advance a false narrative. Will you help fight back? secure.thomasmassey.com/donate. And an image of MAGA Kentucky's advertising campaign has turned Thomas Massey's polling numbers upside down, leaving him exposed and extremely vulnerable in a Republican primary election for Congress, the poll stated. So see how negative publicity, negative press, you can turn it around upside down and use it in your media to generate contributions. Well, I may be trying to do the same thing here on Clown House. For example, Abby, well, actually, we can't talk about former rooms. That would take us out of the now. So let's just learn how to make friends and influence people here on Clown House right now.
I tried to. I didn't hear Roger respond to you asking him to pin his ex profile. I just tried to add it. It's not appearing. I don't know what's going on. I don't know if y'all can click on that link above. Nor can I even remove it because I don't think it's gonna take you to the page. But I tried to pin it.
Yeah, it takes you to his X
It
account.
does.
Okay, perfect. Okay.
You can you can also post to your own X account if anyone here has an X account. You can just write, "Hey Grok, why should the voters in the 16th District of Illinois vote for candidate Congressman John Kitover versus $20 trillion debt creator Darren LaHood?" It's little things like that that, you know, can cause a little sting and stir the pot. But that's what we need, and that's the help we need. Even though you don't live in the 16th district, it's not fake news. This is patriotic activity here on Clown House, trying to pay off the debt, reduce the deficit. What is Kitover's stance on big bags? Let's find some common ground here. Yeah, Dr. Adams, do we have any common ground on that comment?
Adam is wild. What did he say? What's your stance on big bags? Adam, I effing love you. You are so damn funny. Oh my God. That is John, what is your stance on big bags? Inquiring minds.
Well, there are big backs everywhere. I walked through the park last night and there was a big back just laying on the grass, like, with the head up off the ground and just looking at like some little kids walking by. And I was like, that is a beached whale at the park. How did that beached whale? But it wasn't a woman, FYI. This was a man, and he was huge. It was like, it was impressive to just see the head lifting off the ground, but the body kind of lying on the side. It was he was huge, and uh, there's homeless people at the park. They live at the park. Um, I can't believe the police let them, just set up tent. But I think that everyone needs to go to the gym, get some sunshine, have and eat less. I think eating less is one of the bigger components because I find myself personally when I pack on the pounds, it's because I'm eating a lot, having huge meals or eating all day long. I mean, fasting, and intermittent fasting and eating less is more. And they say that in these monkey experiments that they can prolong monkey lives like 60%, 80% by doing a caloric restriction diet. So overeating, I think, is the poison, the primary poison. So basically, you want to eat, very healthy foods as little as possible, and maximize your eating efforts. So that's how I would address the big back crisis in America and in the world today.
And I misspoke. Clarification, it wasn't Adams. I just assumed that was Adams. I went into the chat. It was Mike who said that, not Adams. Yeah, Mike. So sorry, Adams. I just assumed because Adams is the only one who talks about big backs. But it's Mike. Okay, no problem. Still funny.
And Ro, it's good to see you back in the room. And I just want to remind you of the house rules about not bringing in prior drama from other rooms. So, in that way of being in the now, all of my recordings are actually compressed in the now, but exterior on YouTube, if that makes any sense, or Instagram.
Ro might be sleeping, huh? Isn't it like late where he is, perhaps?
Yeah, he's asleep.
Oh, I didn't see him in the room earlier. So, Bima, I would consider you the anarchist liberal contingent of this campaign to elect candidate Congressman John Kitover. You are far out of on the spectrum. I'm just wondering, you couldn't offer solid explanations on many of your, neo-anarchian positions. So I'm just wondering, like, what would your priorities be, if your government was to take root?
Well, first of all, I reject anarchist liberal. Okay, no. Okay, it's a voluntarist, which is very different. And that is the free exchange and voluntary association of like minds coming together without the use of coercion or violent back force. And the answer to your question is I'm not, everybody knows I'm not the smartest person in the world. I do know that I don't like, you said, how to win friends and influence people. How do I like to be treated? I like to consent, like explicitly, to things outside of my private property. And I like to be able to exchange peacefully. I'm a peaceful human being. I've never harmed another peaceful person in my life. So, with that being said, that's what I leave. That's what this particular government would be. It would be leaving it up to a bunch of other amazing individuals who are much smarter than me to bring like minds together and build competing institutions to be able to innovate and really expand and really tap into the creativity that's been harnessed, forgotten, exploited, destroyed through the public education system, the Prussian led and influenced public education system, stripping us and creating these little sheep boxed in perfectly to become just meat machines for the meat grinder. So yeah, somebody that's smart, that's the type of person that has a particular passion for something in society, whatever it might be. Yeah, we're gonna look to that person and we're gonna say, hey, how you want to do it?
I just want to say hey to Dope.
What's up, dope?
Hey y'all, how's it going? Nice to be back on this godforsaken hellhole.
Oh,
But this is a new room. This room seems pretty chill.
It is sometimes.
What's the topic of discussion?
We're trying to figure out how to make friends and influence people on Clown House.
Why exactly would we need to do that?
Because I'm running for Congress and we need as much social media digital support as possible, from campaign strategists to AI strategists like Dr. Adams there posing as an aide to the Darren LaHood campaign. What are you prepared to do for freedom today? How are you going to make a change right now, Dope?
Oh boy.
Well, are you seriously running for Congress?
That's right. We're running for Congress, and today we have our first campaign signature vote gatherer to put together petitions and ballots so we can get in the March primary.
Which district are you?
16th Congressional District of Illinois, Rockford, Peoria, Bloomington Normal, Illinois.
And I'm assuming GOP.
That's right. Abraham Lincoln's Liberty Party of Freedom for the African American people of the United States of America.
Uh, I mean, that's cool. Yeah. Don't think Clubhouse is the most efficient way to do this, though.
Well, we're
I
taking the
just
message to the masses on X and YouTube right now. Some of the comments on YouTube for the day: why all the phones? Look, everyone, it's a homosexual. That was an actual comment today. That account's called Staying Off the Grid.
So I have a question for Ashley in the room. Have you seen the new Battlefield 6? It looks
Not
sick.
yet. Not yet. I will.
Oh, go
I
watch
still
the
can't buy
trailer
any
for
new
it on
games.
YouTube. Go watch the trailer for it on YouTube right now, dude. It looks sick. I'm literally in the process of buying a PC this weekend just so I can get
Oh,
Battlefield
great.
6 on that.
And then we're rocking some Call of Duty Zombies together.
Yes,
For sure.
100%. And Warfare, obviously, but you gotta watch the trailer for Battlefield 6, Ashley. You're gonna shit yourself. That shit looks amazing.
Oh, I'm going to go watch it right now.
Yeah, right now.
You know, Pockets, yesterday you thanked me for my service, and I said, don't thank me, thank all the dead soldiers who died in Iraq and Afghanistan to give you that liberty to get that video game and get that PC so you could make a salary from Medicare, Medicaid, so you could buy the latest technology out of South Korea and Taiwan and China. So all I'm asking to you, Pockets, is if you want to increase the economy, it's inversely related to cutting, borrowing, and spending. And therefore, you need to stop the spending, Pockets. We're in a
Are
state of
you are you are
austerity.
you on an iPhone? Are
This
you on
is
an iPhone? Shut
Americans
the fuck
for
up.
Austerity. We've got a super PAC going, Pockets, called Americans for Austerity. Are you ready to donate to the super PAC today, or are you ready to donate to the campaign to elect candidate Congressman John Kitover?
I
Thanks,
will I
Pockets.
will I will when you get rid of that iPhone. 100%.
I'm going to sign up for the free beta right now.
Yes, do it.
I'll stream it in the Discord, even though I'm not supporting chillism because Nathan's a liar.
I will be watching. It's literally going to ruin camping for all campers. That game because you can literally blow up all buildings.
Also, if any of you know
Nice.
any great discords from people here on Clown House, if you could put the antidote link in my profile, or I'll put it in the chat, or we can pin it to the room. But if you can spam chillism or with messaging on behalf of the campaign, do like John Kitover, I'd appreciate it. Or if we're going to do a chatter rollout, if you don't have chatter, download the app now. Live stream this room onto Chatter. Live stream this room onto X. Live stream this room onto YouTube. I do all the heavy lifting, but we need your digital media support more now than ever, unless you're willing to give $1 to $10, 10 not 11, 10 not 9 to the campaign to elect candidate Congressman John Kennedy.
John, I have a question for you.
Oh my god.
John, get over. Are you there?
Keegan, your question cannot be related to any former day's drama or any
No.
type of information related to anybody from any former room. It has to be directly related to the campaign policies, etc. Thank you, Keegan.
Okay.
Oh, Pockets, by the way, it's on Xbox as well, or
Yes.
PlayStation.
Or Microsoft as well.
Yes.
So excited.
I'm glad I brought you to the smart side gaming PC master race all the way. The only master race I believe in is PC.
Well, I was gonna get just like a gaming laptop because I don't want to do like a whole setup with the PC and shit in my room. I like a lot of space in my room. I feel like that would just take up so much shit. So I was thinking about just getting a gaming laptop. I'm thinking about it. I'm gonna go shopping this weekend.
I had one, and honestly, they're not as good. They're really not as good. Like, if you get an actual desktop, it's a lot better, and you can hook it into your PC. Oh, I see. That's nice.
Yeah, and I know the graphics are obviously probably better on a PC because of the storage or the gigabyte. So I don't know, man. I'm thinking about it.
Unless they've improved, the lag is pretty bad. Like,
Yeah, I
the
heard, I heard,
performance
I
goes
heard
down.
that. Yeah, I heard that even when you have fast aims, even on like a gaming laptop, that your aims are super slow and you can't fucking aim fast enough.
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
happy. I'm happy to hear people older than me who play video games. Very fun to hear that. Um,
How old are you?
yeah, I'm 26.
I'm 29. Relax.
Whoa, 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 whoa! You're still older than me. John, my question for you is uh, do you support state funding to LGBTQ programs? This is before I can be publicly an advocate towards your campaign.
No, absolutely not. And, I also don't support local municipalities or counties giving millions of dollars to abortion care providers.
Period.
So I hope I knocked out, 2 home runs for you there, Keegan. Any other questions you want to ask?
As of right now, no. As of right now, you have my full support.
Ah, see, it's wonderful when principles are aligned. So Keegan just let us know his particular position. See, what's unfortunate is sometimes the state and politicians will take your tax dollars, theft, and then put it towards things that are against your moral compass. And that's not nice and that's not fair. So if we just go with John Kidover, I mean, just take the funding and bring it back and put it in the hands, the direct agency of individuals, how can you fight with that? Your moral principles will stay intact and you'll be able to wake up and live a great life every day.
Thank you for that, Bima. Okay, so we're gonna transition this show, this morning retinue. We are apparently not repeating the same cycle as the past 3 to 4 days. The tornado has blown out of Oklahoma City, and it looks like we have clear skies in the campaign to elect candidate Congressman John Kidover. I'm looking at a beautiful blue sky right now at the beach with the Lady Hawk, and we have a surprise guest here on the Lady Hawk at Montrose Beach. Give it up for Hakima. Hakima, come on over here. I got the clubhouse room going. Where you at? Hakima, come on over. Put that margarita down. Come on over here, Hakima.
The
Yes,
tornado
I
blew
got
through
an
while you were
extra bathing
sleeping,
suit for
John.
you.
What happened?
I said the tornado blew through while you were sleeping, John.
Oh, that's good. I like to sleep during large storms. Let other people ride it out. I'm sleeping.
Well, I'm a spectator. I love watching that chaos.
We need a topic.
Definitely need a new topic. Yes.
Hmm.
How
Wait,
about
can I ask some
flowers?
questions for John? Actually, can I ask some questions for John?
Hmm.
Oh, yeah.
So, yeah, John, I'm looking at your website. So, what would you say you describe yourself as in terms of the current Republican Party? Like, which I think it's bifurcating in certain senses. Not even bifurcating. Like, there's like four separate categories. But would you describe yourself as more aligned with Trump and MAGA? Is that how you'd identify?
Well, I do not identify fiscally or economically with the big, beautiful bill supporters. But I do support Trump's strength, his courage, his mercurial political, capabilities. He is, to me, an American hero. And he resisted what I would consider like a deep state Democrat attack, which is contradictory, to essentially our good sensibilities, our American way of doing things, fair, truthfully, transparently. So, but to me, the biggest issue that I have with the Republicans having, trying to get into Congress now and working in trying to become a committee person, um, is it's definitely the debt, borrowing and spending, and especially the 100 trillion in unfunded liabilities. But the 37 trillion of funded liabilities and spending 2 trillion more a year that we don't collect if we're collecting 5 trillion. If the Republicans aren't actually trying to set up a way to permanently cut our spending and our borrowing by having a balanced budget and that amendment or act, we won't just keep kicking the can down the road, and it doesn't matter who's in charge, whether it's Republicans or Democrats, because the debt is what's all important. But from a cultural perspective, the liberals and the Democrats and transgender mutilation and abortions and vaccines at large for a Wuhan virus made and funded by Dr. Fauci, we are living in clown world. And I got to say, if you want to continue living in clown world, that's up to you. But in the campaign to elect candidate Congressman John Kitover, we are letting all the constituents in the 16th district know that Darren LaHood is a rhino vaccinologist, super debt creator who poses as a Republican, but he's not a Republican. His daddy's a Democrat and he's a Democrat. And if you want to say the swamp or the deep state, he has a lot of seniority in Congress, and he supervises a lot of spending. And you can just do a comparison on Grok. If everybody here wants to do an exercise on how to determine how people vote, just ask Grok to do a comparison of Darren LaHood's open secrets and the HR acts and determine what percentage of his votes are attributable to his donors at Open Secrets. So we need you to take direct action today. And this is the hardest, most unbelievable thing is people will sit here and listen to me for hours, but like 1% of people will actually do any digital physical footprint, activity. So follow Darren LaHood on X right now. Follow John Kidover IL on X right now, and please help do some digital marketing operations for the campaign today. I hope that answers your question. Thanks, Doug.
Cool. Yeah, yeah. That kind of gives more perspective. Just one more. Would you say you're more like economic protectionist in terms of like foreign economies? Like, are you in support of Trump's tariffs? Um, I think the following election with the GOP will be interesting because there's still the economic protectionist side that's been, uh, kind of originated with Trump. And I think JD Vance would probably be the type of person to carry that on in the GOP when 10 years ago, this would not be the norm at all. So, would you say that's what you align with, or you're more, uh, well, you're not as strict on that
It's
part?
just a very simple answer. It's a variable solution or a smart contract. If it's smart to do it. If it's reciprocal and strategic to get new business markets open for US corporations, we'll do it. But, we don't want to get taken advantage of. And if we can't compete in their marketplace and they're dominating our marketplace, well, then maybe it makes sense to use some strategic, smart contracts to force an issue and come to some type of solution with, foreign governments and foreign manufacturers. I mean, that you do everything smartly and in a business way. Does that make sense?
I get it. So, you're just more pragmatic about it? That's what I got from that, at least. Yeah, okay, that's cool. I don't know. I don't know who I'd vote for. I'm not even in your district, but this upcoming midterm should be interesting. So, yeah, I guess good luck to you.
You know, it's so funny, John. My dad and I were talking last night. I like called him and I was like, dude, let's do a political ideology test together. And we're like literally almost 96% the same when it comes to like political ideology. But I asked him, one of the questions was, what is a good attribute that you want to have in a president? And my dad literally said, I want our president to be feared. He was like, I want people to be scared as fuck of our president. He's like, that's the type of president I want, is one that people fear. And so I thought that was interesting when you were saying, you like Trump's courage and his, boldness and type of stuff when, my father was just saying that he wants someone to be feared by their people. I thought that was amazing.
A little Machiavellian.
Big shout out to Mike as well. Thanks, Mike, for donating to the campaign to elect candidate Congressman Kitover. I know you and I have been on talking on this app for many years now, and I've critiqued your public speaking. We've talked about communication, theory. I'm just wondering, Mike, why did you decide to give to, the campaign to elect candidate Congressman John Kitover when you voted for Kamala Harris and JD Vance? How did I change? How did I melt your heart, Mike?
Oh gosh, I like you on a personal level. I think that you're a good human. I think you're smart, and you don't. I don't necessarily have to agree with everything that you believe. I don't have to agree with every platform that you support in order to want to see you succeed, and in order to believe that generally speaking, we'd be better off if people like you were in charge rather than the host of people that we have currently. So, in short, I just don't need to fully agree with you on everything to want you to be successful. So, I donated to that for that reason. But in general, as for why I support you after I voted for Kamala, um, because I've remained open-minded about Trump, and I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt. And I like your obsession with fiscal responsibility, which brings you in line with a lot of the way I am. I'm probably more Rhino for sure than MAGA, and I think that you kind of take the best of both sides of it in many respects. And I appreciate the fiscal responsibility and the focus on that. So that brings you more to the Rhino side for me, which makes me like you more.
Thanks. I think obsession with fiscal responsibility is what everybody does in their own personal life, and I hear that, I hear that sentiment in you and your life, and talking about taxation and income and mortgages and all these things with you over these years. So the way you live your life, the way I live my life, the way everybody here lives their life, fiscally responsible, trying to maximize their investment opportunities, save, protect your assets. That type of attitude is not the sentiment in the government. At $7 trillion a year and 5 trillion collected in taxes, it is spend, 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 and you can't spend enough and it's utter madness. And the Republicans pulled a bait and switch with the big beautiful bill. They're not fiscal conservatives, but that's the game in Washington D.C., and that's what Darren LaHood has been doing for the past 10 years. And if the patriots of the 16th district can get this message, and they can rise up, help me get signatures. This is the most amazing thing: is this is basically a parallel society here on Clown House, that we have raised money on this sentiment. Now we have to actually get people on the ground with the voter list and the addresses to knock on the doors, stand at grocery stores, go in the downtown areas of Peoria and Rockford, get the signatures, and we can get on this ballot. And there is a third Republican candidate now running, and there's also three more Democrats running. So the field of people running in the 16th district has tripled from where it was just a couple weeks ago. So more people are running in this race, and we'll see if they can get the signatures, to get on the ballot.
The big beautiful bill. I never spent a long time looking at it. That is the annual budget bill, right? That has to be passed for the government to continue running, or no?
I have no idea.
So I'm going to ask Grok, give us the top 10 line item expenditures in the big beautiful bill, and I will
No
tell you
one's
shortly.
gonna say yes or no for me.
So no, Scarlett. So there's a different budget that happens after October 1st. It's based on there's an actual budget act that was put in place in 1974. So you can't do any budget cuts, anything related to the budget until October 1st. So what you do is you implement all your raises first, like all the products, everything you're going to implement ahead of time in the big beautiful bill, and then you do the budget cuts after the fact during the fall budget process. That's the only way you can do it. It's the budget is done at a specific time of year, October 1st. That's the beginning of the fiscal year for Congress, and that's the only time that you can start that process of doing your budgeting for the year, doing your cuts, doing everything you're going to eliminate in the government wise, and cutting things and reducing the size of the budget. So that's why they didn't introduce
Neely, I have
anything
a
in.
follow-up question when you're done.
Okay. Uh, that's why they didn't introduce anything new budget cut wise in the big beautiful bill, because they can't do it. They're not legally allowed to do it by law.
Okay, did I not learn? Like, I'm asking genuinely. I understood the executive branch is responsible for proposing a budget that the legislator tweaks and amends and does all kinds of stuff to. Is that wrong?
That I'm not entirely sure on. I think it's more of the Congress that the House and the Congress deal with that, and then they have to can come to a consensus, and then of course the president has to agree to, or he won't sign it. But
I want to
also,
say
there's a
I
lot
thought
of
I
the.
remembered presidents in the past proposing budgets. So I'm going to look into that. Thank you, Neely.
Yeah, you notice
let me
also
just
that
add.
like most of the stuff that's being cut, like Doge cut, all that, those were all executive offices that the president had actual direct control over to cut. These were all implemented by executive orders, etc.
I'm going to be honest. I should have paid attention in history class back in school. So
I too am embarrassed that I don't know this.
yeah,
I think Civics 101 classes should be taught on Clubhouse because this is something I should know, and I'm sad that I don't know it, and that's going to get rectified today.
over here, Monica. I'm like, I have no idea what the fuck is going on.
So the
Let me
only
say.
reason I even know anything about this is because it's been a constant hotbed topic of debate on a Discord server that I'm on. That's a conservative Discord server, and so that's been the thing that's been.
McNeely, can you share the link to the? Is it open to the public, the Discord server, or no?
Yeah, it's the largest Discord server, conservative
Is
Discord
it called
server on the planet.
politics?
No, it's called conservative. Our conservative. It's
I
it
Can you drop a link for it for anyone interested?
sure.
I have no idea what's going on. Who am I?
Scarlett, just basically what I know, and it's not
No.
much about the budget either. Congress
Say
proposes
that again.
Congress proposes the budget. The House starts and they figure out what they want in the budget, and it goes to the Senate, and the Senate tweaks it, sends it back to the House. House approves it, then it goes back to the Senate. Maybe it's tweaked a little more till they come the meeting of the minds, and then it goes to the president. And if the president likes it, he'll sign it. And a lot of times presidents sign bills they're not crazy about certain aspects of it because they can't touch certain areas. Or if the president disapproves and sends it back, they're going to fight again. So a lot of times, everybody's not happy with the budget. There are things that people don't like, um, even in government, because they have to compromise. When you have the majority in the House, you have some strength, and you have majority in the Senate, you also have strength. But there has to be a compromise, most of the time. So, as for the big beautiful bill, I'm not crazy about it. There are things I don't like about it, but for instance, we go further in debt. But really, we're so far in debt, we can't have a balanced budget, which I think is really the goal of the whole thing, to balance your budget. Um, Kudos to the president. He's bringing in a lot of money in tariffs. And the talk of it being inflationary has not come to bear yet. And I hope we get a rate cut by the Fed, and that'll save us a lot of money because when notes come due, the Treasury has to pay it. And if they have to pay it at a lower rate, it's going to save billions of dollars. So we're headed in the right direction, is what I'm trying to say. And
So it
yeah, go ahead.
reminds. Oh,
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm getting a bar too.
You're in the
Well,
matrix. I can't hear you.
when you go gambling. Yeah, I know it's terrible. I'm driving. As I drive. Is it any better now? The area
A
that I'm
little.
in is a little
Go ahead.
unfriendly. It's a
Go
clubhouse.
ahead.
Yeah. So when you're at the casino and you put your $5 in and it says that you won $2, it just really means you've lost three, but they're softening the blow of losing by allowing you to keep a little bit of your money. It's kind of how I feel a little bit about the big beautiful bill. And I still think we're in a better position than we would be if Kamala was president.
Oh, there's no doubt about that. But I don't see how you could make an analogy with a casino. Casinos out to make money. We as citizens have a responsibility, I guess, to pay our taxes. And, that people rise up and don't want to pay taxes. Everybody's looking for loopholes. Um, the rich in this country pay most of the taxes, no matter what they tell you, but there's never enough because they want to spend. The system, we just heard somebody running for Congress. Where is he? John, who runs for Congress. The system is created for the person running for office to tell the people that they want their vote because they're going to give them something, and they need tax money to give them something. So you can't say I'm taking away from you and expect to win an election. So whether they lie and say they're going to give them something, or they tell the truth and say they're going to give them something, it's they're going to give them something. So this is the way politics is today. But you have to, and it's very hard to analyze a big, beautiful budget because it is big. I don't think so beautiful, but it's big. There's some good features in it, and and I'm just talking because I looked at certain things that affect me, and a lot of things don't affect me per se, but so I look at what affects me and analyze whether it's big and beautiful. That's all I got to say about that.
I just posted that link in the chat.
So Jules, I actually think my gambling analogy is pretty good considering what you just said.
Well,
The house always wins, and we are
well,
definitely not the house.
not true, not true. How do you determine what a winner is? Is it the tax you pay and what you get in return for the tax you pay? Is that a winner to you?
Depends on the game that you're playing.
Well, we're talking about, all right. Well, I say that because half of Americans don't pay income taxes. So they're
Well,
getting,
let's get more specific. The bottom 50% of Americans, 50% of income earners, pay a total of 2.3% of all of the federal income taxes, where the top 50% pay 97.7% of all federal income taxes. I would say that we need to stop saying that we need to tax the rich more, and we need to open up an honest dialogue about taxing the poor more.
we've gone through this before. And what I agree with you is that everybody should have some skin in the game. And that's why I agree with you. I think
I
the rich,
prefer having my skin in the game for sure.
right, right. So I think everybody should pay taxes, or maybe, like you said, the bottom 50%, make it the bottom 10% should pay no taxes. People,
What's the argument for paying no taxes?
oh, you got to live. You're gonna
That
get,
that
you're gonna get it
well,
back
yeah,
anyhow.
yeah. Well, here's the thing, right? If you're putting in tax dollars and putting in a minimal amount and then taking out a maximum benefit, um, I don't see how that's equitable. I think what we need to realize is that the wealthiest people, they do pay a large number in tax, but it becomes a smaller portion of their wealth, which I'm totally okay with that. I'm pro wealth inequality. I'm absolutely in favor of wealth inequality because where you have wealth inequality is where you have large concentrations of wealth, and so if you wanted to shrink the gap between the wealthy and those that are not as well off, then typically you find that in societies where there's not a huge accumulation of wealth. This is a good sign. It's a positive sign when you see wealth inequality, quote unquote, what they would call inequality. And by the way, the things that you would ask the government to do to make things more equal would be completely unfair.
And we're just talking income taxes. There's sales taxes, there's property taxes. So, and the rich are paying much more of that too. So I kind of agree with you on income taxes. We've gone through this before. Yeah, I like your analysis about having skin in the game. Nobody likes to pay
So
taxes.
so
Yeah.
there's I'm sorry, Jules, go ahead.
Go ahead. Go ahead. No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Well, the people that earn less than like the poverty line, people underneath the poverty line, you still think they should pay taxes?
Well, the answer should be yes, because they're receiving benefits regardless. Uh, they have a fire department, they have a police department, they have whatever, sanitation department. They should chip in for that. They're getting the benefits for that too. Maybe definitely on a smaller level, but um, but I agree they should have some skin in the game. They're going to vote, and when people vote who have in the lower income bracket, they're going to vote for someone who says, no, you don't have to pay taxes. In fact, we'll give you a refundable credit. So, so the rich could pay, and that's just a talking point that uh, Mojo and I have spoke about before. We both don't like it. It's not fair. But lower income earning people should get benefits too. And of course, the benefits are going to exceed what taxes they do pay, but they should pay taxes. Does that make sense? I mean, there's a society that's benefiting from monies the government spends that we contribute to. So everybody should pay their fair share of taxes.
I'd,
Um, Go ahead.
I'd like to see us implement Milton Friedman's negative income tax. I think that would be beneficial for the country entirely, because what it does is it shifts off the non-working people. It eliminates the entitlements, and if you're working but you're making less than the poverty line, you get, or a certain livable wage amount. We'll say that, right? If you make less than that, then you get back in the income tax at the end of the year up to that amount, right? We're paying this. We're incentivizing people to work, but you have to work. You have to do 40 hours. And if your job is paying you too little to make up to that point, the government subsidizes that. But no entitlements. They're all gone, right? And if you get a promotion, it just, that gap closes as you promote. So you're not being incentivized to stay in a welfare program like you are now, where if you make too much, you lose benefits, and then there's a gap there. It just slowly phases out until you make over that amount, and then you're just slowly moving up the food chain as you normally would. It incentivizes people to work. It incentivizes people to do better for themselves, instead of staying out of this poverty chain that we have right now. Now, there's one downside to it that needs to be worked out. I'm going to say it. The only criticism I have of it is you need to make sure that you have some method in place to make sure that these companies are not abusing that system and just paying everybody less than the poverty line, so that the government supplements that.
Yeah, I never liked Uncle Milty's proposal either. And governments, you say government subsidizing. We are the ones subsidizing. I never liked the term government pays. Government does. There's nothing that pays.
Right.
We pay
Right.
into the government. All right. So that's the point. But you talk about incentive to work. My God, we have to give incentive to work and earn a living and make money for yourself so you could live a certain lifestyle. No, you should have that built into yourself. Everybody should have the incentive to work.
But right now
It's-
we have these policies in place, but they're getting free money and they're not being incentivized to work. They're just incentivized to leech off us.
that's right.
Now,
It's
this is the
our money,
problem.
right?
This is what we
That's
need
right.
to eliminate. We need to make sure that, hey, you're working, or you might have a disability where you can't work, and that's a justification that could be considered work in a certain way. You know, Even if you're a Walmart greeter, that's work. So like there's ways to work around that system to make sure it's beneficial to everybody. And then what happens is you see that happen, that that increases. We have people working, they're not sitting on their ass. And then as soon as if they're working up the food chain, if they make more than the minimum amount, that we're putting into place here, I mean, at some point these taxes will start to, you'll see the decline or the need of taxes, you know. Hopefully that would get come back to this later on, but you see your money is not, is now being spent for more things that you want them to be spent for, and less of these individuals that are being lazy asses, etc.
Well, I think people should want to work. One thing I love about Trump's tariffs, if you don't get tariffed, if you have companies in the United States producing the product from whatever country. So to me, that is unbelievably great. It's creating tons of jobs in the United States, and we're going to have people working, contributing to society, contributing to. So let me get rid of that. Contributing to society, and you know that's the great thing about the tariff that people don't talk about right now. Tariffs are not inflationary like all the jackasses predict. It can have an inflationary spike here and there, but when things settle down, it's so pro America. It's unbelievable the money that's coming into our country, and you know, so far I like it, and it's going to bring jobs. It's going to allow us to compete in other countries. It's going to benefit. It's really going to benefit the world. Well, they're going to get the benefits of American production, American factories, and whatever. Um, God bless Trump. I mean, the way he looks at things economically, and today I think I think if Trump's going to try to pull off. I'm surprised you guys aren't talking about today what Trump's trying to pull off. He will become one of the greatest presidents in our history, undeniable, if he can get a peace agreement between these two crazy countries, these two crazy people who 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 favor war, and well, maybe just there's just one, Putin. But if Trump could get an agreement there, and you know he's so smart, his agreement is not going to only be stop fighting. It's going to be how to divvy up the profits. That's what Trump does. He's gonna he's gonna give a sweetener to Putin, which in a way I'm not crazy about, but I want peace because that's like rewarding a person who's a maniac. But in the long run, Putin's going to have to stop. He can't keep this up. So Trump, in short, I know I'm talking a lot. He's really an economic president. He has economic genius in him. He's a brilliant guy. People who hate him will say he's not, but you know, I was involved in international taxes. There was some very complex areas I dealt in. I'm not going to get to it, but I heard Trump making a speech about it one day. I'm going, how the fuck did he know this? How did he? You know, he just knew certain things that nobody knows. Certainly, Biden didn't. Obama had intelligence, but he didn't, you know, and the Bushes were the Bushes, but Trump is really unbelievable economic genius, and when he globally, you get him involved globally, he looks for deals that other people come out saying, "Hey, we gained also," and you know, getting peace. Getting economic prosperity in the world, not only in the United States, is what he's shooting for. And I don't think there's anybody on the planet that could do what he's doing. And I hope he just gets broke his piece. All right, I think I spoke enough. Hey Marshall, how you doing, buddy?
Good, Jules. Good to see you, man.
Good to see you too. What do you say? Putin signs an agreement or agrees with ceasefire today? What do you think?
I think Putin is going to tell Trump that he's going to continue to take the Donbass. I don't think he's going to give that up. So we'll see.
So that means he's not going to agree to a ceasefire right now.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to agree. No.
Yeah, I think Putin. Well, Putin called for this meeting, you know, so he has to call for the meeting and has to give something when you call for a meeting. I don't know if it's going to be enough, but but there's some sweeteners in it that Trump, like I said, that Trump's going to give him economically, and Russia needs it right now. They're a one-product country, and with Trump's third-party tariffs, that's going to kill him. That's going to really hurt. So he has to come to the table and realize he got to get what he can get, and then his economy could flourish. But you got to realize this. I know he's a maniac, so I don't know if he's going to. That I think I'm 50-50 on this. I don't know. I would love to ceasefire for starters, and then get into the nitty gritty. But that's step one. How did I get from income taxes to the war in Ukraine? But
Well, I don't know. I would like Mojo's answer about the poorest among us paying income taxes. I agree. Like, I really did like the item in the big beautiful bill that able-bodied adults from this age to this age who didn't have children should have 80 hours a month of some kind of work, charity work, volunteer work, work. I liked that. I thought that was good. Can someone tell me why an able-bodied person couldn't or shouldn't be required to do that?
they should work. You're right. But isn't it preferable for them to work on their own? For that they want to work. I don't like the government forcing someone to work, but then again, I don't like the government paying someone not to work. So I have to lean on the side that you're saying that they should work if they're capable. Yes.
They're not saying they have to work in a coal mine. They're not saying
No.
they have to work picking up trash or cleaning out sewers. They're not telling, they have incredible flexibility about where and when they work during the month. So I'm struggling to find a downside, and I haven't heard an argument yet where able-bodied adults who are living on government assistance can't give back to the community in some form or function.
The way you put it, there is no argument. You're 100% right. You can't be wrong the way you put it. We're in a
Oh, that's
society.
scary, Jules. that
No,
I like that. I'm sure
no,
there's a hole somewhere.
no. Well, you're asking for where the hole is, but I love the way you put it. You know, you not only have a good voice, you have a common sense good voice. Um, you know, you're right. You're contributing to society. We are a society. We are People are taxed too much now. We're giving more than we should be giving from our taxes, and we're not getting the benefits that we should be getting.
I'm
And
not gonna lie
and
though, Jules. I'm not gonna lie though. I have, some girlfriends who have multiple kids, right? Not with multiple baby daddies. They're actually like, I know women who are, both parents are in the household, 4 or 5 kids, right? And these moms, man, the shit they do throughout the day blows my mind. Like, I don't think I saw her sit down once from like when she dropped her kids off at school because she also has I think a 6 month old baby, my little nephew, and I think for some it's very hard to volunteer those extra 5 hours throughout the day when your kids are at school, you're cleaning the house, you're making dinner, you're doing the laundry. So sometimes it is a little difficult for both people in the household to give those hours. Because the dad's working and she's at home taking care of the house. So I feel like, it'll be a little hard when it comes to, people with bigger families or more kids.
Wait, I want
Well,
to ask
well,
Monica something really quickly. Sorry, Jules, I'll make this really quick.
well, go
Monica, were
ahead.
you
Go ahead.
asking about able-bodied Americans who collect benefits from the government?
Yeah, that's what I understood. People were saying, "Oh, they cut Medicaid, and they cut Medicare, they cut." And from what I understood is they added requirements for those. And I like, look, now I didn't do a deep dive. I was busy. I was distracted with a myriad of other things, likely Sydney Sweeney and her blue jeans, but so like irrelevant, fluffy things. But you know, I.
Oh, wait, but here's my thing though, really quick, not to just to kind of vibe with you on this. Here's my take on it. If they're able-bodied, meaning they're able to work, right? They have no medical reason or disability that prevents them from working. So they're able to work, yet they're collecting benefits from the government. And you're asking why don't they give back to the community? And I'm thinking to myself, if these people don't even want, if they're unwilling to do for themselves, meaning just go out and get a job, right, without depending on government assistance, why would they help the community? They can't even do for themselves. That's how I look at it. I shouldn't say they can't. They're unwilling to do for themselves. They would rather have somebody take care of them, i.e., daddy government. And so I'm not sure that these people have the mindset to be motivated or inspired to give back or help their community. You see what I'm saying? I
So,
feel like there might be a little selfishness there, like they feel
let
they're
me
entitled entitled
And that
to
should
the
change,
government.
I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, let me just jump in quickly. Pockets was talking about a married woman with children or a woman working with children. Either way, the woman working with children is filing a tax return, and the married woman, even if she doesn't work, she's filing a joint tax return. So we're not talking, I'm not talking about them. That's number one.
I'm
And
not talking
then,
about married couples either.
okay. So I'm all right, all right. So I'm talking about a woman who's working. You're saying, so
No. I'm
she's
talking about a woman because with Medicaid, they're gonna, the requirements they have for Medicaid now is that you have to put in 20 hours of work or volunteer work throughout the week to qualify for Medicaid if you're
right,
willing and able-bodied. So that's where I got to the point where women with multiple kids, mothers who are stay-at-home mothers, their Medicaid is going to get cut because they're not putting in those 20 hours of volunteer or work, but they're spending most of their days taking care of the household and the kids. So it gets,
right.
to me, that's where I'm like, this is going to be a little difficult, or it's going to have to be some red tape's going to have to be cut for certain households, you know.
Yeah, yeah.
But the ones who like, who like don't have kids, who are just fucking soaking up these benefits and are really doing nothing with their fucking lives except getting unemployment and Medicaid. Yes, 100% kick them the fuck off. Go put them to work.
Right. Not contributing to
I don't
society.
I don't
Okay.
understand
Right.
if you're a single mom and you have 5 kids and you're not married, where's your income coming from if you're not working?
So
You're
they live in the
suggesting
same household, right? So in the eyes, I guess in certain states, it would be considered a common law marriage, but they live in the same household. So they're just
okay.
not married. But you do not have to be married to be claiming each other's kids and to be getting Medicaid for your kids. You do not have to be married.
So so
So,
you're questioning why we should require people able-bodied to work 80 hours a week because
No,
there's
20
some.
hours of volunteer work or work if they
No,
have
I mean,
children
I'm
and
sorry,
able
80,
bodied.
80 hours a month. Sorry, 80 hours a
Yeah, yeah,
month.
yeah.
So you're suggesting or you're questioning why we should make them do that because there's a group of people who have a bunch of kids who are not married, who live in households with men already working, and they might not, might not be okay to force them to work. That's what you're suggesting, right?
Well, yeah, when it comes to stay-at-home moms who are not married or filing jointly, their Medicaid is going to be touched as well.
I mean, part of me wants to say it's a decision to have 5 kids, and
Right, right.
if you can't work, if you don't have the energy to work in the first place, you shouldn't pump out 5 kids when you're not married. I mean, part of me,
Right.
like at some point, we have to hold everybody individually responsible for their decisions and say, If you're going to accept money from the government, then you're going to put it into the system in a form of manual labor that
Right.
equals your ability to do so, regardless of how much time you have on your hands or whether or not you have to take on a second job, i.e., the 20 hours a week in addition to your full-time job, which is taking care of your 5 kids that you chose to pump out without getting married to a guy that's in the house with you. Does that make sense? Like I don't have much empathy for or sympathy for that. I think that if they're able-bodied and they have 5 kids, that they should maybe be forced to do what everybody else has to do to survive, especially if they're taking money. First of all, why are they taking money from the government if they're in a house with a guy that's working anyway and they have 5 kids? Why is that happening?
Mike,
I'm
Yeah,
trying.
Mike, what do you
that's the
think? What do you
father.
think about a proposal that that adjusts federal income tax based on obesity?
Damn.
I'm not saying this to be joking, but like you're clearly like if somebody is obese, they're going to have higher risk for heart disease or diabetes or any other of these types of comorbidities. And my question would be if they're going to be the biggest drains on the system, not to mention living a shorter life, which means being productive for a shorter period of time, wouldn't it make sense for us to consider uh, establishing income tax rates based on your health?
Well, they should have to
No.
pay more in their health insurance based on their health, for sure. They should have to pay more based on their weight. If they're 600 pounds, their health insurance shouldn't be the same as somebody else's. But that reminds me of my idea about like airplanes. Like an airplane expends fuel to move a pound a certain amount of miles. So if you weigh 600 pounds, you instead of buying 2 seats, you should just get charged by the pound. So you just step on a scale and they see how much you weigh, and then they calculate that based on the fuel, and then that's what you pay for your flight. I mean, let's put them up against that too.
I
Like
love that.
realistically, yeah. I mean, I thought about that a long time ago, and I'm like, nobody would want to do it, but I don't really give a fuck. They weigh my luggage. Why does 10 pounds make a difference on my luggage if the chick next to me weighs 360 pounds?
So yeah,
So anyway,
so what should happen is you and your luggage should get on the scale, and then
yes.
the total is how they should bill you.
100%. That way, if I want an 80-pound bag, I can pay the 30 pounds for that,
Well,
but
yeah.
I don't
So
have to
so
pay
let's
for
think
my
about
weight.
it this way. What if they just said, okay, you've got a 250 pound limit, right? And let's say you weigh 250 pounds, and let's say you have a 30 pound bag. Well, then you got to pay for the 30 pound bag. But if you weighed 150, right? If you weighed 150, you could bring a 100 pound bag and still meet the 250.
100%. Yep. And then you don't have to worry about making them buy 2 seats. Like if they pay twice or 3 times as much as a normal person, they get the amount of seats they need to fit their fat ass in safely. If it's two, then it's two, but it's not two because a fat person buys two. It's two because the person weighs enough, because the shape of the person requires the two, but they're going to pay for it anyway because they're
You,
getting charged on
you
what
you
they
know what I
weigh.
would do? I would come out of retirement and work at the airport and just be the person at the line that like where you could just make a visual observation where you could just say, okay, you guys are fine. You could go in through this entrance, and then if the people that look like them and their bag might be more than 250, then you put them through the scale line.
Exactly. Yeah. Like it's basic. It'll basically be a fat line and a regular line, but we won't call it that. We'll just base it on the 250 pounds.
And then some people, their weight is distributed differently, so I think we should weigh all women.
Well,
Diabolical. That's
I think it
diabolical.
would be great that I think it would be fair to weigh everybody because usually men who are tall and have a lot of muscle mass walking around the world have a lot more privilege. They just do. So,
Have you ever noticed women with big titties that they're just heavier than women with small titties?
so would you be offended if you had to pay more money than the lady who's sitting next to you,
No, like
regardless
it-
of butt
like
size?
look, if I flew to like a toy convention and then I flew back and my bags were filled with toys that I purchased, I should have to pay for that.
I agree.
yeah. I mean, there's nothing inherently unfair
about getting on a scale with your luggage and paying based on what you weigh. That seems completely fair. To be honest,
Yeah,
I think
and the reason, Mike, you already said it. The reason is because the airline itself has to adjust fuel costs based on the weight, which is which is the reason they charge you for the bags.
right, but they try to yes, exactly. And there's this whole and they've already tried to make fat people buy two seats, and that always becomes an issue. They always resist, or they say it's prejudice or whatever. This would solve it. It's like, yeah, I mean, you're wide, you need two seats, but you also weigh 600 pounds, and your ticket is 3 times more than the 200-pound guy. So you get two seats,
Can
not
I just
three.
point out
So
in
see,
the
they'd actually
chat?
benefit. They'd
Hold
actually
on.
make out on that.
Oh, hold on. In the chat, Regan Michelle says brain rot conversation. Listen, the only reason why somebody would
I'd
say
like to
that
know.
this, the
I'd like to know if
only, the only, hey, why are
I
you
know where you're
interrupting me?
going with this.
Why
I
are
know where
you
you're going with
interrupting
this.
me? The only reason somebody would not like this conversation or believe that it's reasonable is if they suspect that they might be over the 250-pound limit. Listen, nobody got offended that weighs 100 pounds. Nobody got offended by that. Most people are just saying, you know, that seems reasonable. It only seems unreasonable to the fatties. The other solution is to just say, hey, look, you're going to be too much of a drain on this particular plane ride. And so, no, we can't do we can't put you on this plane. Um, maybe you'll maybe get an Amtrak ticket.
So if I weigh 150 pounds and my bag is 30 pounds, can I bring my 125-pound llama? And it's an emotional support llama, mind you, but can I bring that along and just pay the difference?
If you have a
As an
25
ambassador,
pound
The
llama,
problem with
I
that,
want to see it.
what
That's
the
cute.
problem with that becomes the problem with that becomes storage, because there is a space component to this. Where would it be? I would say that if you have an alpaca or a llama, you probably could bring them. But I would recommend that you'd have to pay for a second seat just because of the space that it would take up, not about the weight.
What about
as
a
an
koala?
ambassador,
They're really
I'm an
cute.
ambassador. I'm an ambassador of the big back community, and I propose that us bigger people, we get our own airline, or our own section, because if we're going to have to pay more to fly, then obviously, we need more space. So therefore, we get more room, we get the space we need, and y'all can be cramped up in the little seats. That sounds like glorious to me.
Well, I'm not. That's you already get that. You just flip up the armrest and you take two seats like you already do. I'm not going to give you more leg space. I mean, I'm 6'3". I want more leg space, and I'm not fat. So it doesn't mean you're going to get more leg space because you're big, but you can flip up the armrest and get two
Y-
seats.
Yeah, hey, I want to bring something up, and I'm only going to bring it up briefly, and I don't want to make this a big deal, but there was a room the other night, and when I went to sleep, there was people left modded, and in that room there was some doxing that took place, and and really is just some rude behavior. And I've heard about this from multiple people. I'm not even going to call out the people by name, but let me just say that if should you find yourself at the end of a long day, getting a mod badge in a particular room, whether it's this room or anywhere else, it's probably not a wise thing to participate in a conversation about doxing other people. A, it's a dangerous practice. B, it's a violation of the house rules here, and C, it just once people recognize that you're participating in that, then they'll take defensive measures. And I know a lot of people might block those people because they deem them as a doxer. So again, that's the last word I'll say on it. I don't really need to open that up for discussion. I just wanted to say those words out loud for whom it may concern.
So can we get a reset?
Why are the gays always asking for a reset?
Oh my God! Not everything is about faggotry. Let's put the faggotry down for a second and focus on the conversation, Roger.
I think with my allyship, if you look at my PTR, I am showing strong allyship. I can I can talk to the gays how I wish.
Hmm. Okay, I'll give that a pass because it's Friday.
Thank you. Mojo is the gayest. No objection. Mojo is the gayest.
So I got a little campaign update. This is kind of an interesting exercise. If you ask Grok to identify the top 25 profiles in, say, Rockford and Peoria, Illinois, that are politically conservative or active or might be interested in supporting the campaign to elect candidate Congressman John Kitover, so it identifies all the profiles. Now I'm following up in the Grok reply, tagging them and asking all these individuals who are geographically located if they'd be interested in signing a petition to elect fiscal conservative John Kitover. So this is one quick way how to find voters in the 16th district.
Oh, isn't it a great time for a reset?
Yes. They were just discussing how when you go and fly on airplanes, they should be charging people based on the weight of themselves and their luggage instead of, the whole one seat, two seat thing.
Thank you, Serendipity. You the best.
And Mojo suggested that
Yippee.
all women be weighed, and women with big tits are tend to be bigger than women with smaller tits. So all women should be weighed for tax purposes.
Nah.
What if we taxed women based on bra and panty size?
I would definitely get those puppies cut off.
Go into a surgeon and ask them for a tax reduction.
Exactly.
A mastectomy might help with the flight thing too, because we could shave off a little bit of the weight. All the women will go get mastectomies, and none of us will have boobs anymore. It'll be great.
I ain't cutting my titties off, ladies. Do you for them tax deductions? But yeah, we'll just go ahead and pay them taxes.
Well, maybe you could get a tax sponsor if you get with a guy that likes them big old titties and just have him sponsor your tax.
I was thinking that, but I didn't want to say it to sound whorish. But that's exactly what I was thinking.
Maybe I cut out, but I like how everyone assumes smaller titties means less tax. I think it should be more.
Well, no, we're trying to tax by the pound, and I think the easiest way to assess that would be on boob size. I mean, it's unnecessary fat kept in the upper region. Anything more than a mouthful is a waste.
I think I think airlines should deduct the weight of the boobs. We should weigh each boob as well, and then we deduct that from the overall weight of the girl in order to disincentivize women with small breasts on purpose. Like
What
we
if,
don't want women getting breast reductions just so they get cheap flights. Like maybe we want it's almost like a write off. Like we should write their boob off.
or what if you're a big girl and you get a special where you can bring your flat chested friend and flat chested women fly free, kind of like the bags deal.
Yes. Yeah, I like that.
You know what?
Coming from the chairman of the itty bitty titty committee, I support everything you guys just said.
I think this is might be cultural because I feel like men of color want some titties in their life. And no disrespect to the white dudes, but yeah, y'all tend to like them real slim and no titties, no ass, no thighs. So yeah, I guess it makes sense.
So
But
now,
go into a
100%.
room with
but
some
but
black dudes, they would
but
they would disagree.
But Nye, here's the thing: the people that like big titties and small, tight little pussies, it's because they have big mouths and tiny penises. Like if you have a big penis, you probably don't want that.
Yeah, I was gonna say something, but it's kind of foul and explicit. So yeah, yeah, that part.
It's Friday. We'll allow it.
Yeah, I can't even say it because it's okay. The guys packing. Generally, not all. They want some titties. Because then you can do things with them titties. You can motorboat, you can titty fuck. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, shout out to the guys that like titties. You know, you dig?
I've been very blessed to sometimes I get real jealous. I'm like, damn, dude, I want some Piggle bitties. Like, I really want that shit so bad. But then other days I look at my friends and they're like, my fucking back hurts. When they run, that shit hurts. I'm like, okay. So there's some like positives and shit and negatives to both sides. But I wish for Piggle bitties all the time. My mom got hers done as well. We just come from a little itty bitty titty committee family,
Well,
so
Nye,
I wish for it.
what about us mid tier cocks? Like, where do we fit into this whole thing? Like, like we're not like like Asian deficient cock size, and we don't have the brother man two boo coo problems. Like, what about those that are just we're like the Goldilocks of cocks. We're just right.
Listen, as long as a man knows what to do with his cock, it's all good. The size really doesn't matter. As long as he just knows how to work it out and he's creative with it.
Preach.
Um, yeah, that's all that really matters. But if some titties, if a little extra titty meat scares him, I don't know. That sounds like, he might have to work on that. And I would encourage that guy to stay with the itty bitty titty committee. Don't waste,
So,
don't deal
so
with the big titty
we
girls.
we need to have this conversation, right? So, because there's fat girls and then there's thick girls, and some people get confused on what a fat girl and what a thick girl are. And we could describe what a thick girl is, but just understand, you will not get called thick if you have an ugly face. In order to be considered thick, you have to have a pretty face and then have those dimensions that people might say is thick. But if you're ugly and you have that same frame, same exact frame, people are just going to say you're fat. And so the line oftentimes between thick and fat has to do with how pretty their face is.
Don't think I'll argue that. I hadn't really thought about that. That's something to think about, things that make you go, hmm. But I suppose so. I suppose so from a man's point of view. And if
I
I
know a
were a
lot of
lesbian, I suppose I would look for pretty face girls if she was a little bit on the chunkier side. Yeah, she would have to have a cute face. Yeah, I think I agree with that.
I think I know a lot of thick, ugly people. So I would disagree. Thick is
Yeah, but
thick,
you got
fat is
Honestly,
fat.
I think thickness makes girls prettier.
wait, hold on,
So
hold
I
on,
don't
hold
like
on,
being
hold
thick.
on, hold on. Hey, Kima, your vote really doesn't matter here because you are not very picky when it comes to women. You've went and had 11 children with 17 women. Like this is like it's a feat
That
that
math
nobody will.
isn't
Oh,
math.
I
God,
I
God
th-
damn.
How did I mean I'm not? How do I mean I'm not picky? I'm confused.
you'll fuck anything. Is my point.
No, every one of my baby mothers are beautiful women.
Would you
I don't
fuck a
know
female
what
gorilla?
I don't know what are you talking about. I won't even answer that
I want to
question.
hear from Trillian. Trillian is one of my favorite blacks on the entire planet, on the entire app. Trillian, tell me what your thoughts are.
Well, thank you, and you're one of my faves too. Um, Blacks. It depends on the photo, and then other. I guess now you're in the other phase face. To medium sized dicks, absolutely. I like the story that I read, Goldilocks and the Three Dicks. One was just right, absolutely. Why do I need a huge monster cock pounding me? I feel like the only women who like that have been abused as children, and I hope they heal. As far as being thick, I'll be honest, I don't like being thick. PTR picture of my body for reference because I notice it attracts a lot of poor black men, and I don't care how that sounds. I don't want poor black men looking at me. Because they think I have snacks and food and I'm cooking home cooked meals. No, not for you, nigga. Um, but in general,
Hold on, hold on.
yeah.
Somebody read rule number 7 to Trillian.
No
No
N
use
words.
of the N or K words.
I don't know what the K one is, but there's still time for me to figure it out. That's fine. But anyway, so
Nuggets.
I've been working out though, I will say. So I've lost 30 pounds. I feel like I want to lose 60 more.
Get it,
Anyway,
girl. You know one of the best ways to lose weight is to shake that thing.
So I also second Trillion. I think that there is a certain point in penis size where it's just too much. Like I had this guy come over, he had a 10-inch dick, and I was trying to suck his 10-inch dick, and my jaw for 3 days hurt like a bitch. Like that was not a fun experience for me. I'm never doing that shit again. If I see another 10-inch dick, I'm sending it home because I'm that's not going anywhere near me.
And like,
Mother,
just
I
really
love you.
quick, I
I
just want to say
love
one quick
you.
thing, because I like anal sex, so I'm not putting that dick in my ass.
Wow.
Okay.
Especially after Mother's been
Okay.
sucking on it.
Hold on. Hold on. Hold on.
Wow.
Hold on. Hold on. I'm gonna unfollow you just so I can refollow you for that comment. That's amazing. I also want to just give a warning. If Scarlett returns to the room, we have to change the subject immediately.
No, we don't.
Yes, we do. There's no fucking way we have this conversation in her
Nah,
presence.
dude, we got to bring the freak out of her, man. Come on.
Nope. Nope.
There, I know she's weird, dude. I know she's
Pockets,
weird. She's
pockets.
gotta be
I've had
weird.
the same feeling underneath it
Yeah,
all. Like
she's
it's always the
she's
quiet
gotta be
ones.
freakier
No,
than
Always the
no,
quiet
no,
she's
ones.
listen,
freakier
Always.
than
no, listen,
serendipity, bro.
no,
I know she's
listen,
freakier than
listen. I
serendipity.
know women don't like listening, but I'm telling you, this is one that I'm fucking 100% right on. Listen, there are not a lot of classy women on this app, right? There's not a lot of them. She's the classiest. So we don't talk like this in front of her.
No,
Mojo used to say
I'm
us
gonna message
women
her
see
right
another
now
side
and
of
be like, "Do
women.
you like anal?" I'm gonna message her right now and ask her
Don't do
directly.
that.
You got to remember the
Don't
classiest of the.
do
We hear
that.
what you don't get to hear. Like with our
No.
friends, we get to hear the things you don't get to hear. We get to hear in explicit detail
Wait, hold
what
on. You
certain women
hold on.
like that you that just your
Ashley,
jaw
listen.
dropped.
Ashley, listen. If you think I don't hear from the hoes on this app what y'all talk about, believe me, I know all the fucking dirt. Mojo hears
No, it's
everything.
worse. No, it's
No,
worse
listen. I
when
want
you're
to
a
explain
woman.
something to you.
You're
Mojo
hearing from
hears
certain
no,
women. We're hearing from
no, I
the air
listen.
quote classy women.
No, listen. I'm only referencing one classy woman because they're rare on this app. And I'm just telling you that while you may have whorish discussions in your little circle of horrors, there are some women that don't participate in that. Some women they rise above that. And I could say that Scarlett is one of those. She does not have these conversations. Not here, not there, not anywhere.
That's cause politics gets her off, man. Come on, dude.
Wait a minute.
Like,
Hold
what
on,
are we
Ashley.
doing?
You have a circle of whores and I wasn't invited? What the hell?
Hello?
I will add
Right?
you to my circle of whores.
Thank
You
you.
can
Same.
be
I'm
one of
kind
my
of
hoes.
mad. Wanted to
Wait,
get
hold on. If you
Mother, will you be one
guys
of my hoes too?
if
yes.
We can
someone
have a
doesn't
circle of hoes.
start a fucking
Cause I
house
got
right
hoes.
this fuck
Doing it now.
mute your
Trademarking.
goddamn mic. Somebody start a fucking house called Circle of
Mojo,
Horrors.
didn't I hear you say that all white women were whores at some point?
What
Mm.
what did you say?
Didn't you say that your opinion is that all white women are whores?
No. I'm not a racial essentialist. In fact, the whitest of white women that I know on this app is the furthest thing in the world from a whore.
I could have sworn you said something like that.
Nah, people make up shit about me all the time.
Oh
Add me
no,
to
it
the
came from
circle
you.
of
Do that.
Add me to the
Do
circle
that.
of paid whores.
How do
Now,
I
don't
can't
get
use
all
whores.
bougie about
I
it.
can't.
A whore's a whore. Come on.
I got to do garden tools because it won't let me use whore.
You
No,
dirty hoe.
you could use it if you take inspiration from the title of this house. You could just run the words together and you could say whatever you'd like.
Oh, good idea.
Y'all remember in Cat in the Hat when he said, "You dirty hoe," and he said, "I'm sorry, baby, I love you."
So I want to announce something about the campaign. Marshall has said that he's too busy this month to fly out to Chicago for an all expense paid trip, but we do have somebody who randomly responded to a Craigslist advertisement today. They wrote, I'm more inclined to work as a campaign manager or field director. I'm in Chicago now. I have a team in place. However, they work per valid signature. Please contact me at your earliest convenience to discuss this further. Thank you. So, what I'd like to do is call this individual and tell him that he's on a conference call with our campaign HQ and see what he's all about. Is anybody open to having a conference call in 10 minutes with this individual?
Fuck yeah, dude. Let's do it.
Hell yeah,
Can I
let's
do a
do it.
great voice though? I gotta do an accent. Gotta be weird.
All right, I had to get creative, but I will share the link to the Circle of Horrors. It, even when I ran them together, it wouldn't let me.
Can I just point out that this is where Clubhouse is at its best. It's like spin-offs. If you guys remember, like the Jeffersons was a spin-off from All in the Family. Great shows have great spin-offs. So hopefully the project for Circle of Horrors takes off. I support your effort, ladies.
We talk about smut books. Oh, it'll be great.
And don't you
What the
dare
fuck is
send an
this? What the
invite.
fuck is this snuff book?
Do not send
Smut.
an invitation to Scarlet for the Circle of Horrors.
Oh, I
Dark
already did.
romance.
Already did.
No, no, no. I'm telling you. Listen, you
Already
guys are
did.
gonna get. You're
Let's do
gonna
it.
get on my bad side. You're gonna get on my bad side. I will banish you from this fucking space. You cannot be in the muff if you're sending that kind of shit. Listen, I don't. I'm not a big believer in banning books, but I do ban houses from being broadcast to innocent women.
I thought
Okay,
I was gonna say
everybody,
he does ban
clean it
horrors
up.
for some reason.
Everyone, clean it up. Everyone, clean it up. Get your minds out of the gutter.
So yeah, racism is horrible, dude. It's
Welcome,
point blank.
welcome, welcome back, Scarlett.
Good shift.
It's
Wow,
point
my
blank.
goodness, what have y'all been doing in my absence?
You don't want to know. You just sit there
I
and
want to
be
know the
pretty.
link to that red bubble that you're wearing in your shirt right now. In your shirt, I mean in your picture.
You
Yo,
can
that whole
Google it.
sentence was fucked
I
up.
think it's Target. And that's a legitimate ad. I didn't make that into a meme, although it is a meme now. I just think it's hysterical. And my sense of humor is not the sense of humor of everyone, but I think we can. I think if we have a sense of humor at all, it helps us deal with the difficult stuff. And this T-shirt
Huh.
means a lot to me. I actually might buy it.
So
If only you knew
you
our
like to
humor.
force your sense, you like to force your opinion on others. Is that what you like to do?
No.
Wait, so what? So apparently, time out. This
Yeah,
shirt
yeah.
means even more to you than it does to me. So you tell me what this shirt means to you.
No, 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 no. It's just common sense. You just pointed out that people need a better sense of humor. So you want to put on a shirt that offends some
I
people, right? Hey, wait, wait,
believe
wait.
I
Let me finish.
said
You
my
follow your
sense
rules.
of
Follow the rules of the
humor
room.
is
Follow
not
the
the
rules.
same as
Follow the
everyone.
rules
I
of the
don't know
room.
why you're
Follow.
misframing me
Follow the
today, but
rules of the
I've got
room.
time for it.
Follow. Follow
Are
the
you?
rules of the room. Follow the rules of the room. Do not cut off. Yeah, thank you.
But you
You
cut
think.
her off twice.
You think.
Hey, hold on. Order in the court. Order in the court. Look, we're gonna do this. Who has a sexy reading voice that can read the rules of the room? Can someone do this?
Kids.
Absolutely.
Do
Give
you
me a.
mind? You have a lovely voice.
Let me
Who?
have the rules, and I will read them to the room.
Go ahead. Click up top. Figure it out.
I did. I'm pressing on it. It's going to take me to X. Is that where I'm supposed to be going?
Oh my god.
I
That's
got it.
where
I
we.
got it. Okay, and I'll
Well,
try
no,
my
no, this is
best.
where
I
it
got it.
takes me.
I got it. So no rule. The rules: no threats of violence, no doxing, stay on topic, keep your shares brief, do not interrupt speakers, especially mods. Mods may interject when appropriate. The N and K words are forbidden on stage and in chat. Don't spam the chat. Do not bring drama here from other rooms. English only. Keep families out of your mouth and no speaking while eating. I like that last.
Pockets, that was not sexy at all, and your microphone does it sounds crusty. What the hell's going on?
Oh, that's too bad. Suck it up.
You used to have like a really clean microphone. What happened to it?
Yeah, I dropped it and it broke, so you better deal with it.
Well, put your Cash App up. Maybe we'll donate some
Sean, you
money
don't
to
have a
support
fucking
your cause.
speaking role here.
Pockets,
Oh,
would
Silence.
you
sorry.
would you
It's a
consider
ladies'
doing us the
conversation. I'll shut up.
favor? Would you consider Pockets doing the favor of singing the rules to us in a recording that we could play? Because your singing voice is so lovely too. That I think would be awesome. Personally, I don't know how Mojo would feel about it, but I think it would be lovely.
Now I see why people don't like you, Scarlett.
Well, hold on. If Scarlett thinks it would be lovely, then I think it would be lovely.
I'd like to get back to Timoc's question about her shirt and the ad, and what's the message behind that ad? That the model loves being a black woman. What's the matter with that? Does she look black to you? Are you gonna judge her lived experience, sir?
Yeah,
Like, what's
yeah,
your
yeah,
problem?
yeah, yeah. We
So,
are.
so
We
you're
we
you're
we're
just
definitely
gonna
gonna
be
judge on lived
disingenuous and
experience.
sarcastic? Got it. Done.
Oh my
It's very
god.
small of you, Scarlett, to find joy in. Well, a lot of people do that, right? But most of the people who do that are very small, tiny people.
Just say
And
racist.
if
It's
that's,
okay to say
I'm
Just
racist,
not
say
man.
you
done. I'm not
hate
done.
black women. That's all.
Say that
You
again.
hate black women. That's fine. You can hate
I didn't
black
hear what
women
you
if you
said.
want. If
I
you
didn't
want
hear.
to hate black women, you can. I won't.
I
You're
told you
very
she's
str- You're
passive
very. Hold
aggressive
on one second.
racist,
Hold on one
Timeout.
second. Hold on. She's a very strange girl. And Mo, that's your figure of affection. It means you're very strange too, Mo.
Well, hopefully opposites attract, right? So that means Mo actually is a little bit more mentally well balanced. Hopefully opposites
No,
attract.
that's his blind spot. He's just
Wait,
very.
hold on. Listen. I think this is probably uncomfortable for certain people in this room, and I don't want anyone to feel uncomfortable, especially the purest women on this entire app. So, can we just move on with the conversation? Let's center this
So,
conversation around ideas and not around people. How about that?
well, let me just say this. Um, I enjoy interacting in the room. I enjoy your humor. But like Pepe, Scarlett really thrives on attention because she's insecure, right? So I'll let it go.
I disagree, but go ahead.
You can disagree all you like. I'm talking about the way I think, and she's your lover. She's the person that is this.
Nope. She's not my lover.
You're in
It
love. You're in
nope.
love.
It's a friendship based on mutual respect and admiration.
Okay, so I'm not coming to the room anymore because I'm not.
So this is the
I'm
offer that I'm going to make to Mojo and only Mojo. Mojo, in the spirit of winning friends and influencing people, I, for now, will offer to change my, oh my gosh, so nasty, foul, and racist that I love being a black woman shirt
no. Don't change it.
just for you, sir.
No, no,
Just
no,
for
no, 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 no,
Mojo.
no, 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 no. Do not change that shirt, sweetheart. I don't force any of my opinions on anybody like you. I'm
I
not
don't
like
think
you.
you understand that I'm not doing it for you. I would do it for the room and Mojo only.
No, I don't care what you think, little person. I don't care. You're
He's not
tiny.
processing, is he?
You-
He's not connecting the
No,
dots, is he?
he feels attacked, and it's hilarious right now. Like he feels oppressed. It's just amazing.
Mo, it's been
I
nice.
think it's pathetic,
Eh, eh,
Pockets, that you think it's hilarious. But go ahead, Timex. Sorry.
Here's
Yeah,
the
yeah,
thing.
yeah,
I,
yeah.
I
Yeah.
don't
Mo,
think
Mo,
I fail to see
Mo,
why a
Mo.
man of
Hold on,
color.
hold
Y'all
on,
don't
Nye.
understand why a man of
Mo, it's
color
been
would feel
fun.
some way. It's
It's been
very
fun.
strange.
How you don't understand that?
Nye, Nye, Nye. You want to say
Like
something
Monica is a
because I'm getting ready to
racist.
get out of here.
Monica's a
No, don't
racist.
leave, Timex.
Brad
Seriously,
done
No,
read
I'm never
tons of
coming back
come
to
on,
this fucking
don't go.
room.
Brad done
Never.
read
And when I
tons
say
of racist
never,
shit about that she said.
Wait, hold on. One
no.
mic. Time out. Don't leave yet. Hold on. Hakima, what'd you say? Hakima, what I said was I don't understand.
I go ahead. I'm sorry.
I don't know if your comment was directed towards me, but what I was saying is I don't understand why there might be some confusion among anyone in the room or on the stage why a man of color would feel some way about the shirt.
Oh,
That
okay.
was my point.
Okay.
That's what I
Okay.
said.
I get. I thought you was questioning why he felt some way
So now
about the shirt.
the reason being is she particularly does this so she can do her passive aggressive racism and her passive aggressive bullshit, and it's an ongoing pattern with Monica. It's an ongoing pattern with cunts like that, and
But
so people have the ability to call it out, and it's fine. And then she's the victim immediately, and she gets people like that think they want to cover for her, and in reality, Monica's not a decent person. The world would be better off
Can I
with her
have an
gone.
ISO with Nye after Brad
So
goes?
I again, like you see how she
When
gets triggered. So
Brad's
you can
finished, I'd
stop.
like an ISO.
Brad, I'm leaving. Mo, it's been lovely. Nye, I'll talk to you. Take
Doc,
care,
it's
everybody.
great to see you.
Never
Please
forget.
Take
keep in
care.
touch with
Bye,
Timok.
man.
I hate that he left. I
Me
really
too, dude.
hate that
He's really one
Timok.
of the nicest people on this app. He
I
really is
mean,
a sweetheart.
that's
So, so
unfortunate.
Nye, can
Y'all
I
need
have
to
an ISO with
stop
you?
harboring racism. Y'all want to
Shout
let
out to
people
Hillary. What's up, girl?
Hey, who's I
Go
didn't know who
ahead.
said that, but hey.
I'm asking
It's
you for an
Charlie B. What's up?
Oh, hey.
ISO conversation with Nye. Do y'all know the clubhouse lingo? What ISO means?
I don't. So I was like listening to it.
Oh,
What
okay.
at first they said eyesore, and I was like, "What's
So
that?"
can maybe if you mute up, I could explain it, and then Nye
No,
could
I
tell me if she's
refuse.
interested or not.
Hey, the
And
next
then
person
and
that interrupts when Scarlett's talking is going to get moved to the audience. This is getting ridiculous. Read the fucking rules.
all right,
Scarlett,
Nye,
yes, I'm here.
do
I'm here,
you
Scarlett.
consent? Okay, thank you, because this is very important to me. Um, Nye, when you see my PTR, what are your first thoughts and your first emotion?
Mm, well, my first thoughts are it's Monica, so she's likely trolling. Number two, I think it's a bad marketing ad because they put a white woman in the shirt. So maybe the company is trolling us as well. And number three, where's the link so I can buy the shirt? Point blank period.
Yeah. So I love and appreciate all of that. All of it. So if you're not offended, and like, to be clear, and I want you to be totally honest with me, are you offended that I have this shirt as my PTR?
I don't know that I'm offended, but I honestly think that you're just being a troll. So I've come to understand that Monica trolls a lot. She does things for attention, for conversation, so I'm used to the show that is Monica. So I don't know that I'm offended. If I didn't know you, perhaps, and I don't know you personally, but if I didn't know your clubhouse antics, I probably would be like, she's up to it again, maybe trying to bait black folks into being outraged and,
Okay.
causing some
So
division with blacks. But I just think you're trolling.
so tell me
You're in the Matrix. I can't hear you.
what the worst connotation of this PTR is to some people, like Time Up, because he's really offended by it, and I'm having, like, I think it was humorous, and I'm remembering the little boy in the H&M commercial, the ad, cutest monkey in the jungle, and because he was a black
I have
boy,
that. I have that green sweater, by the way.
people were very angry about that ad. And so I'm like, you can be mad thinking that H&M, whose market plan is to sell shirts to people, like, put a black boy in a cutest monkey in the jungle shirt, but that cutest monkey in the jungle shirt could be worn by any child of any race or ethnicity.
True, but they
So,
chose a black boy, and we know the racial stereotypes and connotations associating blacks with monkeys. That was the casting director could have done a better job with that ad. The director, the PR firm, the ad agency, but that's calculated. That wasn't an accident that they selected a black boy to wear the cutest monkey in the jungle. What I remember that ad, and so yeah, they don't get a pass for that.
Yeah, I agree.
okay,
I
all
agree. I
right,
agree
like,
with you.
fair enough. And I'm almost done with the ISO, and then we can open it up for
I
discussion.
was when the
How does
ice when the ISO is complete. I would like to weigh in.
almost done? So comparing that faux pas, that that either nasty troll or a stupid oversight, where does this shirt rank in that spectrum of being offended and offensive?
Well, I mean, I think it's really an individual case, right? I can see why people who are not black or not from the BIPOC community, I can see if you're not from that community why you don't think that a white woman in this ad with that shirt is offensive. While members of the black community or the BIPOC community look at it with the side eye because why is there a white model wearing this shirt? It's very strange. Um, my question to you is, Scarlett, you woke up this morning and decided to make this your PTR. So my question for you is why?
Same question.
Yeah, sure. And then we can open it up for discussion because I am trying to get somewhere and I probably should be talking less while I'm doing it. So I love irony. I have an admittedly weird sense of humor. I think race relations in our country are best handled lightly as possible with the best sense of humor, with the best intentions. So I am imagining a black model with "I love being a white woman" shirt. And then I'm wondering about the existence of "I love being a white woman" shirt to our culture, and if that might not end up with some bruises and beatings because I don't think people can love being white women in our society today. So there was like I had 5 reasons for this PTR, and one of them was not being so provocative as to offend in the muffers to make them leave the room. That was never my intention. And that's why I offered, for the good of the room, with Mojo's direction, that I would bank this in my PTR album for today. And I'm
Do you
still
think you
willing to do that for In the Muff and Mojo, but Mojo has to say, yeah, Monica, it's a little too much for some people who are sensitive, and let's just put that on the shelf for today. And I will.
do you think you would have changed your PTR if Target chose to do, I don't know, I love being an Asian woman. I love being an Indian woman. I love being a Ukrainian woman. Like what like again, it's just like I can see why Time Out.
Did he go into the Matrix?
Yeah,
Because
it sounds
honest,
like it. I can't
you
hear
know,
him.
I just want to
You
say
could say,
that at
oh,
some
there goes crazy Monica. She's just trolling again. Oh, what a nut. She's so nutty. But yet, when you walk out, like Monica, are you walking around? Like, are you gonna like in real life? Are you gonna walk into a black community and put on that shirt?
Well, in this age of you can identify as whatever you want to identify as. She has that right to walk into the black community with that shirt on and say,
No,
"I
no, I
identify
didn't
as
say
a
she
black
didn't have the
woman."
right.
And
I
I,
was just
you just
out.
discovered,
One,
you just shared
I
one of the 5 reasons. Thank you,
why
Nye.
so
Thank you,
chauvinistic?
Nye. Thank you,
Wear
Nye.
it
I mean,
your
because listen,
chest
I
all the way
identify as a
out
Time Lord,
and wear
so
it in real life, Monica. Wear it in real life.
I would like to jump in here. So this is one of the areas where Monica and I have disagreements. And I don't do it publicly, but her and have private back channels that I don't need to read to you, where I think she could fend off the mob, as it were, by doing things slightly different. Um, that being said, I think that there's a huge leap that people make where if she decides to, uh, wear a shirt in a provocative ad that generates a conversation, has an opportunity to allow us to discuss what our thoughts are when it comes to race relations. I would love to get to a point where anybody could wear that shirt and it wouldn't inspire the thought that, like, oh, this must be hateful, we should fight about it. That being said, I don't think we're there. I think racial tensions are still in a place where people are overly sensitive, in my opinion. And but my guidance to Monica, and she could tell you this is true. It's always been to, like, uh, I my advice to her is to do less discussions about race, because of the perception that people have that somehow she is a racist. And I will put my entire reputation on the line to say that I do not believe that Monica is a racist. I don't believe that anybody has ever made that case. I also think it's fair it's fair when people say that they think that Monica's a troll because as I've told her many times before, I think she's a benevolent troll. I don't believe that she means to harm anybody. That being said, her intentions to not harm people doesn't necessarily mean that overly sensitive people won't get offended. That will happen. And as soon as as soon as end what I'm saying, somebody will interrupt and somebody will jump in and say how I'm wrong. They'll try to assassinate her character, and they'll make a bigger deal over the fact that she's got a photograph of a white woman wearing a t-shirt. She didn't create this ad. It's not her wearing the shirt. She thought it was funny. And like, look, sometimes pushing those boundaries, it has consequences. Some people may laugh, some people may cry. I personally, I don't like doing that sort of thing, but I'm not above playing with ideas. I mean, if you look at my PTR, I'm not a homosexual, but here I am with a rainbow flag and a rainbow scarf, and that generates discussion. And so Monica's just got a different flavor of doing it. I I again, to protect her, I advise her to walk some of that stuff back because some people just they don't want to get along. They want to catastrophize everything and they want to vilify everybody. They can't be a good guy in their story if they don't find a bad guy. And so I don't think Monica's a bad person. I don't think Monica is out to hurt anybody. I certainly don't think she's a fucking racist. What I do think is that she's a fucking incredible troll. And I think that when people do get offended, that's working. And again, for what it's worth, I have cautioned her to to troll in different directions. She doesn't listen. She's her own woman. It's one of the things I respect about her.
I'm sorry. So just to be just an example of the double standards on the app, how white women are treated with greater scrutiny than any other population. Darrell had this PTR and another one of an obese ape on his profile, and he got a little discussion about, but not the pressure and not the censorship and not that the moral conviction of righteous indignation, despite literally having a lumberjack monkey as his PTR. Now I'm going to change it right now,
Hey,
but I'm
moderators,
just
could you
saying,
put me in the queue, please? This is John. Thank you.
hey John, you get the mic right now because I'm gonna change my PTR again.
So the campaign does have a response from a Craigslist job applicant who claims he's a field director with a team set up in Chicago who can get signatures. I'm asking if in 12 minutes we do a hard stop, a room reset, a title reset, and we call this gentleman at 2 o'clock who claims he's willing and able to help the campaign. Also, Antidote just made the first wire transfer into the bank account today. It takes 2 to 3 days, and it was for $500. So thank you all who contributed, and thank you very little anyone else who has claimed and done libel and slander about stolen valor and made death threats on the app. Thank you so much, everyone.
Can I say, I think the ad is rage bait, and I think it's
Hold on, real quick. If we're going to do a call, I'm going to request that everyone remain quiet for that call. If you can't do that, if you can't fight that temptation, move yourself down. If you make noise during that, I'm going to, even though it's not a written rule, I'm giving you a verbal warning. I will absolutely remove you. So when we have that call, I hope everybody can hear it, and it'll only be effective if everyone remains quiet. Ashley, you were saying something.
I think like the campaign on the shirt is rage bait. I think it's obvious, but I went and I looked it up because I wanted to see if Target, if they had gotten any blowback,
have removed it, and I see Walmart actually has that same shirt, but it's a white man wearing it. So I think the whole thing is like a rage bait thing, and I actually think it's kind of sick to try to rage bait people like that to draw attention. You know.
Agreed.
Yeah. Hopefully, we could agree that that doesn't cross the threshold of making somebody a racist for using it in their PTR.
You do.
I wouldn't go as far as saying it makes them a racist for using that PTR, but it's hard to ignore the bizarre magnetism and feeling so compelled, feeling so called to immediately, hours after the ad comes out, to rock that PTR. Because if Target says it's okay, then I'm not a racist.
Look, just an observation, and again, for what it's worth, and the last comment I'll make. I'm not a fan of the shirt. I'm not a fan of Monica choosing this as her PTR. That being said, I think the overreaction from some of you is it helps me to understand why Monica might want to do it. Maybe what she cares about most is exposing overreactions.
It's the
I,
underreaction.
I'd
It's
still,
the
I'd still,
underreaction
Yakima,
that's really the
can you
what?
tell me why
I,
love being a black woman is bad?
I mean, when you're not a black woman and you have the reputation that you have, and you walk around with a shirt on saying that I love being a black woman, when you're not a black woman, how is that okay? It's clearly race baiting. It's rage baiting, and anyone that choose to participate in rage baiting or race baiting is a racist.
So if
Period.
I wore a shirt, I love being a white woman, what would your reaction be, sir?
There's absolutely nothing wrong with you loving being a white woman. If you wear shirts and I love being a white woman, kudos to you for loving who you are.
And see, that's interesting to me because I would never want to wear a shirt saying I love being a white woman.
You
It,
must
Because
not
you're more proud of being a
you must
black
not
woman
love
of what you're not. That
you
makes
must not
sense.
love being a white woman then. You must feel there's something
Akima,
wrong with
would
white
you
women.
wear a shirt
Can
saying
I
I love being a
can
white
can,
woman?
can I finish? I wouldn't dare wear a shirt like that, but it'd be nice if I finished the sentence without you jumping off the mic though.
You can, Hakima, because she can violate her own fucking rooms that she wants to go on.
What if I wore a shirt that says, because some days I do identify as a rich Jewish woman, a rich Jewish white woman,
Nice.
when I'm not identifying as a Time Lord. So can I wear a shirt that says, I love being a rich white Jewish woman? Would that offend anyone? I'm just curious.
Yeah,
Could
easy.
Uh,
you
You'd be
could you
hold
take a
on,
anti-Semite.
picture?
hold
Because that
on,
would be epic.
hold on. I'll go to Cafe Press right now and have it printed and shipped to you if you want one.
And I'll wear it in my PTR.
I
That would
would
be
love
anti-Semitic,
that.
nah.
Nice.
It's not gonna go over well.
Why, Hakima?
I mean,
No,
It's
not
it'll
not for
no,
funny.
me, not
Hakima,
for
it'll be
me.
an interesting case study to see
Not for.
what the
I
reaction
won't.
will
I wouldn't
be
have a
when the
problem.
black woman wears a similar shirt. It'll be an interesting case study.
We already know what's
Social
gonna
media
happen.
experiments. I love social media
They're gonna
experiments.
call you a black Hebrew
Me
Israelite.
too.
They're gonna call you a black Hebrew Israelite. They're gonna
You know
call you
what
all
would
that.
have been more clever by Target in this non-binary identify as this, identify as a toaster? If they actually just flat out said, "I love being a woman. I love being a man." I would actually have more respect
Hakima,
for that.
And
Hakima,
y'all,
didn't
wasn't
Scarlett?
it
You did
funny?
read a book.
Walmart has an ad of a white man wearing this shirt and rocking it. I think that's hilarious.
Scarlett, you
Nobody.
did read a book with Hakima the other day, didn't you? Wasn't it called The Tao Te Ching? You both read a book together. What was that book about exactly, Scarlett? You read a little bit, and Hakima read a little bit. Do either of you remember what you read?
There's a phrase in there that caught my attention about good good men being models for bad men and bad men being the work of good men. Did I get that right?
Scarlett, I have a better idea. Why don't I wear a shirt that says, I love being Monica with the
Oh,
K?
could I have one? Could
Monica,
I have one?
Monica,
I love being nigh, and we
Yes,
could be
wouldn't that be
twins.
can I ask
hilarious?
you a question, Monica?
Oh
Hey,
man, I want to
Monica,
grow up to be nigh.
Monica, why do you relate that phrase to race? Like we're talking about race, and he actually remembers something, and you said that phrase as if somehow good man and bad man is somehow racial.
I don't know what you're talking about, Hakeem, but John asked if we remembered what we read from the Tao Te Ching, and that was the one line that I remembered that I was paying attention to because I had
Okay,
questions about it. Did you make it racial, sir, or did I?
you did.
No, I
Okay, we
don't
got
think I did, Hakima. I don't
ladies
think
and
I
gentlemen.
did.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me interrupt your discourse here because in 5 minutes we are going to call our field director, and I'm going to inform him that he is on our HQ conference call, and there's about 30 people listening. But you have to remember, if anybody comes off mic, he probably will not be able to hear you, and it'll just sound garbled to him. So anything you think he can hear, he's not going to hear. So don't waste your time trying to interrupt a quick and short, pleasant conversation.
So wait, you're gonna fuck around with a guy who's actually looking for a job on your fake campaign?
See, it's that kind of comment, Brad, that I'm worried about. That this gentleman who has responded to a Craigslist campaign, who needs money, and we have money to give him, and he wants to get signatures, you might discourage him from doing work for the campaign. So, as Mojo said, if anybody interrupts, and I'm going to tell him he's on a conference call, if anybody interrupts or causes a rude outbreak, they're going to be put to the goo because you will be stopping the flow and forward progress of this campaign to elect myself, John Kitover. And Brad, you can go to my Instagram account. I'm not going to bring up former drama, but I did make a post about you. I think you blocked me on Instagram. I hope you unblock me and we become friends. But you can go to John Kidover on Instagram to see some legal information involving yourself. Thank you very much.
Yeah, probably not. And we'll never be friends in any legal action. You can go ahead and try. I really don't care. And I've got time and attorneys to deal with shit like that. And as far as I'm concerned, some whack job on Clubhouse is not going to do very much. Again, what I have, you really are stretching. You're gonna fuck with a guy who's actually looking for a job, trying to find something, not trying to scam anything. He's going out there for a job, and you're gonna fuck around with him. So at the end, are you gonna give him the
We're not effing around
$1,500?
with anybody. This
Are you
guy
gonna give him
responded
the
to a job ad. We've
$1,500?
got
Him the
$500 in the bank
fifteen hundred
account, and we
dollars
need
that you
signatures, Brad.
allegedly raised? They are the model. Like, yeah, I expect this out of Monica. I expect this out of a bunch of people. But holy fucking shit, Roger, you're gonna fuck a man over and toy with him about a job? Fucking new levels of bullshit these guys have. Monica, you're a fucking piece of
Where did
shit
you all of a sudden get your empathy from, Brad? Like
because the guy's
listening to
out
you the
looking for
last
a
couple
fucking
of
job.
days, you don't seem to care about people at
I don't
all.
give a fuck about you or Canadian cucks like you, but fucking A, you're gonna fuck with some guy in the real world that wants to fucking get a job? You're wasting his time?
Where'd this empathy come from all of a sudden?
Fuck you, dude. Shut the fuck up. Go gag on a dick. Go make potions or whatever it is you do in Canada. You guys are gonna really fuck with some guy and think it's fucking tits up. You guys are gonna have a good time with it? Holy fuck. Nah, I expect better out of you. Holy shit.
Well, I didn't expect any
Serendipity,
empathy
I
out of
expect
you, so
better out
you
of you.
really
You guys always
surprised me.
brag about
Wait
your
a minute.
moral
This ain't
authorities
got nothing to
over
do
and
with
over,
me.
and you guys think this is a fucking joke to mess
Wait
with
a
some
minute.
poor guy?
I didn't
This,
expect to hear
hold on.
one empathetic statement from your mouth, but you really surprised us here.
Hold on. He said he expects better out of me. Brad, sir, this has nothing to do with me. This is all John's work, John's campaign. I am just chilling in the muff, co-moderating in a space with people that I really enjoy sharing conversation with. This has nothing to do with me. Why are you what am I supposed to do? I don't control John. I don't know John. I don't know these people. I don't give a damn. Like why are
One
you dragging me
minute.
in this?
All right, everybody. I just updated my PTR. That
I don't give
is
a fuck.
Darren
Like the
LaHood
whole
with
idea you're gonna
Speaker
mess with
Johnson.
some poor guy off of fucking Craigslist who's probably out there job pounding because I know this. I got candidates that are lined up that are asking for work that are sitting out there, and I have like 400 fucking candidates to go through a position that I may have two. Like I've heard their complaints. They're telling me it's rough out there. So you're gonna toy with this guy. This guy who's fucking out there beating the pavement, who's actually looking for work and trying to find something, and you're gonna toy with him and somehow get your fucking nuts off and listen to fucking Edmund John or whatever fucking name he goes by? What the fuck? Are you like into torturing little fucking kids? Do you want to watch a pedophile fucking do a child? Are you guys like that desperate for fucking content? That's what you're akin to doing here.
Okay, I updated my PTR to Darren LaHood, shaking hands with Speaker Johnson, and Darren LaHood is on the left. That's who we are going to defeat and remove from Congress in the 16th district. Now, Brad, your negative criticism is taken and noted. Everything is live streamed on YouTube and in other rooms, so please refrain from speaking as we call our new field director from Craigslist. And everyone in the room who thinks that this is a joke, well, that's okay. Get your dopamine, but go to John for Congress. And also, Mojo, if we could do a room title reset and pin the link for donations, because I think it's moments like this where people are going to go into their heart, dig deep, and know that road raging on Clubhouse, screaming and shouting everybody down, and constantly coming into rooms every single day to repeat yourself is the definition of madness and lunacy. And that's exactly what I'm fighting against in Congress, in the Senate. And I think the big beautiful bill, which adds $2.4 trillion to the deficit, and that Darren LaHood voted for, is a complete travesty, and it's theft, and it's fraud, it's waste and abuse. And I want to encourage everyone to repeat the mantra: stop borrowing, stop spending. Say it with me, everybody. Stop borrowing, stop spending. Okay, Mojo, if we could change the room title, pin the link.
Yeah, so
I'm
you
ready
could
to
go
call
fuck
our
around with
field
some poor
director.
guy who wants to get a job. Way to go. Yeah,
Okay,
you
you're
guys are
breaking you're
empathetic.
breaking the room, you're
I don't
breaking
give
the
a
house
fuck. You're
rules,
not a
Brad.
mod. You're not your fucking
I'm
room.
objecting. I'm
I don't
objecting that you're
care.
breaking
I
the
don't
house.
give a fuck. You're
Please
gonna go
refer to
fuck
the
with some
house
poor
rules.
sod. Jesus Christ. You think anybody's gonna vote for you? You don't even know your own district. You don't know what's going on. You're fucking fake as fuck. You're the dumbest motherfucker on this app. You are retarded. Like, shut the fuck up. You're just fucking scamming some poor guy who wants to get a job to feed his family. You don't know what he's going through. You don't know what last leg he might be on. He's answering Craigslist lads, which means he's desperate for fucking anything. And you're gonna fuck
Why are
around
you
with him?
pretending to care about people?
Jesus Christ. I'll fucking care all day long, dipshit. I wore a uniform and I tried to protect Americans. You want a fucking booty clap because it provides you some mild fucking entertainment, perfume maker. Go back to Canada, suck daddy's dick. Stay the fuck out of America's business.
I don't have the link to the donation page, um, but I will say this: as someone that's hired campaign workers before, um, you have volunteers and then you have paid positions. If the guy's looking for a paid position and gets hired for it, he'll get paid. I don't think anybody on this stage is pro slavery.
Yeah, we've raised $1,000, and we're going to have an open and transparent conversation with this gentleman that we respect and reply to our Craigslist ads. So Brad's accusations are a violation of the room rules, and it's wasting our time and slowing this campaign down. I'm willing to sit here and be patient and take our sweet time to come together to, donate to this campaign and call this field director and see what he's all about, because a lot of people really like this work, and I've worked with very enthusiastic people who love politics and being on the ground, and the marshals of the world that love shaking hands, meeting people, and organizing for politics. So I'm going to refrain from mentioning former speakers in this room, and I'm going to leave all former drama out. But my Instagram at John Kitover, if you're not following me yet, I have written a legal warning to Brad to refrain from doing any more libel or slander against me or this campaign. And if everybody's ready, we can call the field director and see how he responds. And I'm going to inform him that we have some heated people in the campaign HQ. And, if they do break the rules, as Mojo has stated previously, if anybody speaks up and interrupts this call, they will be immediately kicked to the goo. And I'm going to tell our field director, the rules of the campaign HQ conference call. Okay, I'm going to let the room simmer for just about 5 minutes, and then we're going to call the field director.
Do you
I
think
just
it
want to
might be a
say,
wise idea to do like maybe a couple deep breaths? If somebody could lead us through a breathing exercise, I think that might help.
Mojo, can I just say I've been on this app for a while. This is great content. This is fantastic. I just want to affirm everything about this.
Was it great contact when you needed financial help and people had to pitch in and people were begging for you online? That was great contact, wasn't it? Since you're so quick and easy to jump on that one.
I'm just saying. I just say I'm enjoying what's going on. What did I do, Brad? I'm just saying. I think this is interesting.
Yeah, to fleece some fucking poor guy who's looking for a job. Yeah, it's great. Says the fucking Christian minister. Take your holy roller ass and fucking move it on.
Brad, what did I do? This hostility,
Nothing,
Brad.
Scott. Good to see you, Scott. I'm glad that you're here. Sig, we got Scott in the house. Nice,
Hey,
good
Scott, can you
vibes.
do
Are all
your
Sig,
Trump
Sean.
impersonation for Mojo, please?
We got some Moose. We got William. We got Hakima. We got
Hold on,
Mike.
Bima, can
Great
you
gentleman
Bima,
and there he
Bima,
is. And this is number one. Go ahead,
Bima?
Mojo. Yes, sir.
Ca- Can you please walk us through a breathing exercise? Just instruct people to take a deep breath and breathe in, breathe out. Can you do that for us?
Can someone just stop her when she's breathing in, and then we can just see how long it takes before her evaporation?
Yes, let's close our eyes. Closing eyes and take a deep breath in. Hold and a deep breath out. Two more. Deep breath in. Hold. Deep
You
breath
just
out.
wrap the plastic bag around your head, and then we can just be done with this and hearing your voice.
And the last. Deep breath in. Hold. Deep breath out.
John, I think this is the most ready we're going to get for this call.
I am
Okay,
going to
let's do
remember
the
that
call.
since somebody's so fucking happy about it. The next time you guys want fundraisers, the next time your kid needs fucking surgery or you can't pay the lights, you need mechanics, and you come to me and you ask for money. You've asked for kidney transplants. You've asked for wheelchairs. You've asked for fundraisers. I'm going to remember this. Literally, all of you, because you do this shit. You guys run into problems, and then you come to someone like me. Hey, can you pay my fucking bills? Oh, hey, my kid needs this. Oh, hey, can I have that? And a number of you have done that. And you know what? I'm really fucking disgusted that a bunch of you would actually toy with this guy off the street who's looking for a job. A poor kid that's fucking looking for a job. You're gonna toy with him and get your kicks out of it? The fuck, man. Now I know why. You like you spare me your fucking political rhetoric. You ain't for change. You're just for fucking people over. You're sick fucking purveyors. You guys are just as bad as the people you try to condemn. You're no different.
Well, what does the application, or I'm sorry, what does the job post on Craigslist actually say?
Yeah, I'd be happy to share it with you if you'd like. I can put it in the chat. Maybe that's a good idea before we call him. Let me get you the Craigslist link. Please hold.
Is he waiting right now for you to call him?
No, he said call me at your convenience. I don't even know if he's going to pick up. I'm just saying, we're going to have to get past these road bumps before we can actually successfully conduct a campaign conference call. I'm getting you the Craigslist link, and then we can do the call. But I mean, I'm willing to sit here all day and be as patient with Brad and others in this room as long as it takes. I'm very patient when it comes to this campaign.
If Brad feels that badly that we're taking money or opportunity away from the gentleman, perhaps he'd like to donate to your campaign so the funds can go directly to the interviewee.
Okay, so moderators, maybe you could pin the campaign, a fundraising campaign. I can't do all the heavy lifting. I know Mojo is doing 99% of the campaign coordinating here, and he's just an independent contractor, not actually volunteering or even working for the campaign, but merely conducting a positive Mojo experience. So let me pin the campaign donation from my profile, which you can't copy and paste. Let me put it in the chat. If anybody here can send $10 or $100, it's much appreciated. And guess what? It's going to go to hopefully the gentleman we're about to call. And again, this campaign is totally transparent, and I'm matching every dollar up to $1,000. And right now we are at $1,100, and Clubhouse users have contributed at over $500. And I want to thank Mike Moon, Brad, what do you think about Mike Moon sending $25 yesterday to the campaign to elect John Kidover?
I think he wasted his money. I think he pissed it down the drain. And I think you're still a scammer. I think you're still full of shit. And you have been.
By the way, Mike, it's
And
good to
again,
see you.
you're fucking scamming some poor guy looking for a job, which just tells me everything I need to know. And for all those that like go around preaching their conservative Christian values and all that high level shit, when it comes to the real world and you start fucking around with people who actually are looking for jobs, looking for work, though, you know, the ones that conservatives are all up in arms about, you apparently have no problem fleecing that over. So like you got your Monicas out there who quote Jordan Peterson, you got your Beamas talking about individualism and anarchy. But you know what? Fuck that. Go ahead, fleece the guy over. See how well it works for you. Like fuck with the
Brad,
poor guy. Go
you don't
ahead, get
even
your kicks out of it. Get twit. I bet you flick that little fucking beam after you lift your flupa up. Flick that little thing until you fucking orgasm on it while shoving ho hos down your throat. Because quite frankly, you're fucking with somebody in real life who's actually out there pounding the pavement to try to
Hold on
find
a
a
second.
job.
Nye or Scarlett, if you could share the link up top to the campaign. Uh,
I
I
cannot. I'm sorry. I'm in heavy downtown Dallas traffic. I can't.
No, I got
okay.
it. Where's the
Hey,
link? I'm sorry. Where's the link?
it's in John's
It's in the
profile,
chat.
or it's in
It's
the
in the
Oh, it's
chat.
in
chat.
Go
the chat.
ahead.
Okay, I'll grab it. I'll grab
Okay,
it.
cool.
I
And
just want to
Scarlett, don't tell people where you're located.
Oh,
yeah, that was a slip. I just want to see the Craigslist ad because I'm confused. Brad's talking about things, but if it was written in a
Got
way
it. Let
that
me
it
get it for you.
wasn't
Hold on a
clear
second.
about payment, maybe it was written in a way to get experience working campaigns, which there are plenty of newly out of college or even in college kids that would love to do that type of thing for free just for their resume or for
100%.
whatever money can be thrown their way. I mean, I don't understand what Brad, he's not targeting people who are, what are you picturing here? I'm just so
Okay, link is
confused
in the
why this is
chat.
bothering you.
This is the ad in Peoria, and I put up multiple ads across the state of Illinois throughout the district. It's also in Bloomington and Rockford and Peoria. Those are the three major towns in the 16th district: Peoria, Bloomington, Rockford, and you can check them out. They're all on Craigslist. It also shows the other postings, and that's what I put up. I can read it to you all if
Okay.
you're too lazy to click. It says, Republican candidate Congressman John Kitover, hashtag Illinois 16, is looking for Republicans and politically interested citizens to join the campaign in a variety of roles: door knocking and grocery store ballot signatures, podcast content creation on X, YouTube, Instagram, AI content creation, social audio content creation, treasurer, fundraiser, and event coordinators, etc. Compensation $15 an hour. Now, the
Okay.
gentleman who replied says that he's been working in politics for quite a while and he wants to be paid per signature or board or for a full petition sheet with certified signatures. So, in order to call this guy, I would just encourage everybody in the room to take a deep breath. And I'm ready to give him a call if everybody else is.
Yeah, John, can I just recommend this with the 500 plus valid signatures that need to be submitted? Maybe even though the campaign right now only has $1,000 in it, I would offer him $2 a signature for the valid signatures. I think that would be as somebody that's donated to the campaign. I think that would be a wise way to spend that money and see if he's okay with that.
Is $1,000 your cap that you're able to pay him, or do you have your own money that you can pay this kid to? Like,
we
do you
we will
know
co-
what your max is?
we will continue to raise money, but if he's getting $15, actually, if he's getting $2 a signature, that's something that you can promise because you could offer $2 a signature, and in fact, if he surpasses the amount that we have, I'm happy to kick in more to be able to cover it. I mean, it's less than 600 signatures to get on the ballot, but they have to be valid signatures, which means he might need more signatures because the valid signatures is what counts.
Okay. Yeah, I mean,
I
I think
hold
that
on one
sounds
second. I
reasonable.
just also want hold on one second. Also just want to address one thing Brad is suggesting or implying that we are wasting this man's time. I have spent many days here now with Mojo and yourself and other people here, and a lot of people here, their money is tied up in this now, Brad. And I want to be as transparent about this as possible. So you can watch the YouTube live right now. I put the link in the chat. I'm going to inform him prior to the start of the conversation that the conversation is and will be recorded because he lives in the state of Illinois. So I want to make sure that all of this is documented prior to this call because there shouldn't be any legal complexities about this campaign conference call. So Mojo and other moderators, I am asking you to please enforce rules and not waste this gentleman's time because, in my opinion, Brad is projecting. He's wasting our time, and if he starts interjecting, he'll be wasting his time. And now, Brad, you'll become the hypocrite. So don't waste his time, don't waste my time, don't waste anybody's time in this room. This is all transparent and fully legit, and I'm wasting a lot of time doing this, but I'm telling you, it's all documented, it's all
How about
legit.
this? I'm going to take it an extra step. I'm just going to remove everyone from the stage until the call is over, and then I'll bring people back up and we could discuss. Is that fair?
It's fine by me.
People can move themselves down too. That would help.
No, there's a possibility that this conference call goes absolutely nowhere because when I inform him that he's on a recorded line, he may decline to want to even continue to speak. Just FYI.
You may also want to tell him, it's a good idea to not share his name.
All right, well, I've got his name in the email. I'm not opposed to sharing his name, maybe. But anyways, okay, are you ready to do the call?
Let's go. Let's go. And please, everyone, stick around because after the call, we'll bring people up and maybe people's hearts and minds will be changed on what this effort is, and we'll get some more donations going so we can pay this guy.
We'll see. He's got a New York number. Hello. Hey, Ed, it's John Kitover in Chicago calling you about the field director campaign manager position. How are you doing? Hello? Hey, can you hear me, Ed? Yeah, I can hear you now. How are you, sir? Hey, I'm good. How are you? This is John Kitover in Chicago. I'm calling you back about the field manager position, campaign manager position for vote signatures on petitions. Yes, sir. Hey, so, can you tell me your interest and why you want to work for the campaign, or where do you live, and how we can work together? Maybe. What are your thoughts? Okay. Yeah, I'm from Memphis, but I'm up here working on some state rep petitions with my group, and finishing up here. And so I'm totally open to working with you. Like I was saying, most of my guys, they work for C, they're pros, and so just want to see like what was your business scale model, how did what were you trying to do? We usually get a budget and come in, we knock them out, validate them through our app or your app, however you'd like to do it, and get them on in, notarized, and move from there. We've got demographics, whatever your district you're trying to reach, and then we go out there, boots on the ground, and get it done. Okay, that sounds good. Listen, I'm gonna let you know that I'm gonna put you through to a conference call with our HQ, who's helping me do a lot of the marketing and campaign strategy, digital strategy, so they can listen into the call. And the call is going to be live streamed onto YouTube. Are you okay being on a recorded line for the rest of the conversation? No problem. Okay, so Mojo here, is our campaign director, and he can listen and he can speak as well. I just wanted to, see, like, how much are you asking per signature?
You said you need 1,200 signatures.
Correct.
In what time frame you trying to do it by? September, March?
What is it, Mojo? End of October?
It has to be submitted by October the 27th.
October 27th. Everything's got to be notarized and submitted.
And is this a statewide or just a district?
It's District 16. The major towns are Rockford, Peoria, Bloomington, Normal.
District 16. So you're looking at probably like what, 50-mile radius?
Yeah, at least. And it's, top of the state to bottom center of the state, Peoria.
So there'd be some travel.
It would be two cities, really, Rockford and Peoria.
Rockford and Peoria, okay. So would you be handling lodging for the guys as well?
Yeah, we can do on a Friday, Saturday.
Friday, Saturday. I'd say anywhere from $8 to $10 a gig.
Yeah, 8 to 10 a sig. So right now we only have a budget of $2 a sig based on our campaign contributions. We've got $1,100 in our campaign account, but we believe we'll be able to raise more or over the next 72 hours. We're doing a lot of new digital marketing and social media stuff on X. And we have other people who are listening in on this call. Just FYI, there's a lot of people listening in on this call that have a lot interested in this campaign. And so everything,
let me ask you,
yeah.
What's the demographic area of Rockford and in your district 12 that you're trying to reach? I know it's Republic. Is this a rural area or is it populated?
Yeah, it's rural. I mean, these are the two largest towns in the district, and they're pretty substantial in size. So, any major grocery store, there's always going to be enough people on a Friday, Saturday night in Rockford or Peoria to do significant amounts of signature and petition signing. That could be major bars, it could be hotels, it could be grocery stores, it could be restaurants. There's a lot of people out on a Friday, Saturday, and within 2 weeks, I think the signatures could be gathered. It's just a question of, if you want to do it individually or you want to, get 1 to 2 people. But again, I mean, your help is really needed. You are the only person who has responded to our Craigslist ad other than, where do you live? And can you maybe tell some of the people listening who might be contributing to your work? Because everybody listening will most likely donate to you. All this money is going to go to you directly. So what would you want to let the people know who want to give to you? Tell them about yourself and why they should trust you with their money.
Well, I'm Edward Matthews. I've worked on several campaigns. I've worked on getting people on presidential ballots. So I've been a regional director with Ron DeSantis, Texas. I was on that campaign. I've worked with jobs.gov, you name it, Vanguard. I have a track record. I can send you a resume as well. But I'm in Chicago right now, finishing up. I'm working on the 42nd district's state rep, and just finished up the 98 kick butt, and got her on the ballot. Nona Parker. So I mean, we're killing it, and so I just happened to see this ad. Somebody forwarded it to me, and I was like, hey, let's shoot for it and see what's going on. I mean, because we're about done here, and so I take pride in my work, and so do my people, and we travel the states, looking for Native Americans that are trying to do their due diligence and deserve a shot to get on ballot.
Okay, that sounds great. So are you comfortable sharing your name and your telephone number or your social media handles with people in this room that would want to contact you, speak to you directly, follow you, and get to know you before they send you money?
Sure.
Okay, so how can people get in touch with you? And I will repeat back what you tell me so everybody can make sure they can hear it, and I'll put it in the chat of this conference call.
Okay. It is Edward Matthews.
Well, actually, people are saying don't share your number. I'm not sure because so I want to let you know, Edward, that we have people also listening in on this call that are not happy with our campaign, but we still include them in the conference call regardless. So you're gonna get.
What do you mean not happy with the campaign? Are they contributors that are not happy with the progress, what's going on, or you just broadcasting it?
It's an open conference call on an app called Clubhouse, and I've been doing Clubhouse is the app. You can join the can you actually maybe download the app Clubhouse and join the room?
I used to have it, but I'm actually in a restaurant having lunch right now, so it probably take a minute. But send me the link. Can you take me the link for your room?
Yeah, I can do that.
Okay, but just look up Everett Matthews on Facebook. I'm not really social media kind of guy as far as my private life, but I have what is the website?
LinkedIn.
Elena, I have. Let me get my assistant like this. Hold on.
And by the way, do you have do you have a vehicle? Do you have transportation?
Yes, I have Elena Mason on the phone. Elena, can you check me the website that you just put up the link to my phone number so I can take it? Say what? Can you text the the website that you just put up to me? I have this is Elena Mason. She does a lot of my web and administrative duties. She works with me. She's on the call. Is that okay? Hello?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yes. So yes, you can about to text me a link and then I'm gonna shoot it to you. I thought she was already on the phone. I'm just trying to bring her up to speed. Can you introduce yourself to her, sir?
Sure. I'm John. What's your name?
Elena.
Okay, yeah, I put up a Craigslist ad because I'm running for Congress, and this is a conference call where we're discussing Edward's, you know, uh, application to gather petition signatures. So there's a lot of people listening in on this call that will be funding Edward's operations and vote petition signature gathering in Rockford and Peoria. So I think he was asking you if you have his LinkedIn or a resume that you could send or post it to a social media profile so people can like it or retweet it.
Oh, okay, I got you. Okay. So Edward, I just sent you the link now. Okay. Okay, so yeah, I'll be sending that to you shortly.
Okay, cool. So I wanted to ask you, do you have transportation? Do you have a car?
Do I have what's up?
Do you have a car?
Oh yes.
Okay. All right. Well, send me that resume, and I'm gonna send you the link to the Clubhouse room. And if you download the app, I'll send you the room, and you can come in here and talk to individuals who are going to be contributors to funding your vote petition signature gathering. So
Mm-hmm.
again, and you feel you're confident, you're the right man for the job, that you can gather these signatures. You've done this before, and you're motivated to do it. Correct?
Yes, yes, yes. I wouldn't have called if I couldn't have did it. That's that's why I was asking. Yeah, 1,200 signatures is not a lot. Um, but still have to look at the terrain. Everything sounds good until you get out there on the field. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But yeah, so I probably wouldn't need 5 or 6 people. I probably could, just come out there and bang that out with a couple guys. So when you said $2 a signature, that's it's like $2,000. And that is the most that you could do.
We right now the campaign has $1,100 in it. I would personally bring it up to 900 to the 2,000, but I'm 100% confident that based on the number of people we have listening in on this conversation right now, we will easily surpass the $2,000 mark. And if you really show results, and if you come and join the conference calls and speak with other campaign organizers and donors, I think you'll self-fund yourself, and you could maybe generate thousands of dollars doing this work, and it could be a very profitable experience for you.
Okay. Sure. Have you sent me the Clubhouse link?
I will in a second. Just go into the App Store. Are you on Android or Apple? Just download the app, Clubhouse, reinstall it on your phone, because if you don't have the app, the room URL won't work anyways.
Okay, one second. Now, and besides signatures, what other areas of business are you looking for?
Well, it's primarily a digital marketing strategy position where you'd be creating content and having conference calls with constituents and campaign donors, as well as gathering the signatures. So there's a digital marketing component to this, which is all through Clubhouse.
Okay. Elena? Yes. Did you hear that? Yes, I did. That is her forte. She is a webmaster, social media, pay-per-click, search engine optimization. She does all of that.
Okay, fantastic, because we definitely need that. And I am 100%. If you also joined our conference call on Clubhouse, you could probably help raise hundreds, if not thousands of dollars for your valuable work.
Oh, awesome. That sounds really good.
Okay, fantastic. Well, can you introduce yourself maybe to the people listening in on this call?
Yes. Are you talking now or in the Clubhouse?
Yeah, you can do it right now. Go ahead.
How you doing? Matthew. from Memphis, Tennessee. Um, I'm here trying to get a little more information about the petition gathering signatures and campaign managers, and I'm the guy for the job. We go out and we get signatures, ballot signatures, and portray a great image of whatever the candidate wants us to people out there, bringing great awareness.
Awareness. I think that's the key word there. Oh, I'm sorry. What was your name again, Miss? Who you do all the marketing and the digital optimization?
You said about it?
That was excellent. But what was the other young lady's name who was speaking just a moment ago?
Hi, this is Elena.
Elena, can you maybe
Elena Maven.
Elena Maven, can you introduce yourself to all the listeners on the conference call?
Okay. Hi, my name's Elena. I'm out of Memphis. I've had a lot of experience on various campaigns, petition gathering, information gathering, strategic. I also, well, one of my main things is digital internet marketing as well. I've built quite a few websites for lead generation. I've experience in search words, search engine optimization, some social media background as well. So that's a couple of things that I've been working on.
Okay, great. Well, listen, I want to let you both know that you are the only two legitimate respondees to the Craigslist ads that we put up. I shared the Craigslist ad link with everybody in the conference call. The conference call has generated over 1,000 chats, and right now there's about 50 people listening in, and many of these people have donated to the campaign, and we're at over $1,000 in donations. And I want to let you know that all of the money we have raised as of now will be going towards you two if you both decide to join and help work on the campaign. And the number one priority is getting the signatures, verifying the signatures, and getting it all in by October 27th. That is the goal. There's no other goals, but that is the primary goal. So if we can get those signatures, we can get on the ballot box in March. And if you two are key, a lot of people are listening to this and they're excited that you've done this conference call, and hopefully you'll join the campaign. But is there anything else you want to tell people listening in on this conference call?
Yeah, I'm really excited. With the information that I have, I'm definitely sure we can definitely get it done. Definitely.
Okay, when we end this call, I'm going to send you the link to the clubhouse room. And if both of you can join the clubhouse room, I'd like to introduce you to some other campaign coordinators, and we will tell you the next steps. How does that sound?
Sounds great.
Okay, thank you. Thank you guys so much. And I'll send you the clubhouse link, and we'll talk to you soon.
All right, perfect. Talk to you soon. Bye-bye.
Okay, take care. Bye-bye. Okay, that's the conference call. Hope you guys
That was
enjoyed it.
Listen, I'll give my feedback. I think in the future, I would probably not do this. Uh, that being said, I'm glad I got a chance to hear from people that actually do the work. This is the dirty part of politics that nobody wants to talk about, where somebody actually is doing real fucking work. We don't think about that. These are the people that do the real work, and I'm enthusiastic about them. It sounds like they have real world experience. This has motivated me. I will be kicking in more to the campaign today. So when we do the money bomb room, we will I will definitely kick in more. Hopefully, people feel the same way. We do have a poll up above. Should John add these two to the campaign? Heck yeah, they rock, or heck no, they can kick rocks. I'm gonna go ahead and bring people up, and we could talk. Get everybody's thoughts. I'm sure some of you are going to have some very strong and interesting opinions about this. I like them, and I just want to hear from everybody else and see what you guys thought. So we'll get those invites out and bring you guys back up here. Feel free to just jump in, just popcorn style, folks.
If you, sorry, no, go ahead, Ashley.
I had a quick thought. Would you be opposed to setting up a separate fund that's just for the two of them, since they're, there for the people on Clubhouse that might donate to them, but they don't want to donate to the campaign?
I think that earmarking funds for donations is a good idea. Earmarking funds specifically to make sure that the money goes where you'd like it to go. Which, by the way, the commitment at this point is to get right now. The whole game is ballot access, and ballot access is about signatures. And so this is the most important component of everything at this stage of the game. Once the signatures are gathered and ready to distribute, or rather ready to turn in and get them validated, then there could be additional expenditures, moving forward to advance the campaign, to whip votes. But right now, everything is about getting on the ballot. And I don't know if you guys agree with me, but it sounded like people that have done this type of work before and feel confident that they can get these signatures. So yeah, I feel good about it.
Yeah, it sounds like they're the only two applicants. I think they're that actually responded. So I think they're perfect for the job. So I have a question for John. I guess I'm wondering two things. When did you know that you were? It sounds like you had this planned, albeit the applicants were in the dark. But it sounds like you had this planned to broadcast this on Clubhouse. I mean, I do give you. You did acknowledge you did inform him that it was being recorded eventually. I guess I'm wondering what was your why? Are you going to interview? Are you going to be doing this again and interviewing all your applicants publicly? Do you really like to, Mojo's point, his advice as your campaign manager, it sounds like, is to not do that again. Why do you think he's advising you not to do this again?
Well, it sounds like your question has a bias in it, or you have your own opinion. And before I
Your
answer
your
your
your your
biased
own
opinion,
campaign manager said I would not advise you to do it again. So let's just go with that.
all right, I heard what he said. Are you asking to listen to what my opinion is, or do you want
Yes,
to share
I
your
am.
opinion with me
No,
first?
no, I'm going to mute up. Thank you. I don't know if you're talking, John, but you're muted.
Listen, I am trying to be transparent because I think after yesterday's stolen valor, libel, slander, and extreme donk down on John Kitover the roast, I'm a pretty resilient and flexible person. But I just want to say that, politics is not what you think it is. It's pretty insane, nasty, clicky, despicable, and just it's like an OCD, experiment and in anger management. What I'm trying to show is what Mojo just stated is that real people, and I've worked with these people that worked on my committee person campaign here in Chicago in the 45th Ward, and I worked with real people. I worked with people so real that as I received the clipboard with the signatures back, guess what was crawling on the clipboard? A bed bug. So we're talking about people that are sleeping in churches, gathering signatures at train stops here in Chicago. So Moose, if you're ready to kick in $10 to this campaign instead of complaining, and I'll tell us to any other complainers in the room, I'll address your complaints and we can put it in the clubhouse complaint box for you, so you can retrieve them later. But
It's
I've worked
interesting
with
that you say
real
my.
street people
Oh,
that
sorry. Go
gather
ahead.
real signatures, and you just talked to some hardworking people, and they agreed to be recorded and put in a conference call. And guess what? Moose, they're going to come to this room, and you can ask them your questions directly, Moose. How do you feel about that?
It's interesting that you pose my question as a complaint, which in itself is then you calling the kettle black, the pot calling the kettle black because you're implying I was being biased. But you're receiving my questions as a complaints. They were pure questions out of curiosity, which, by the way, you didn't answer. In the guise of being a real politician. If you want to manifest this thing for real, then yeah, by all means, deflect, 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 as all politicians do. And I agree. Politics is a very dirty game, extremely. Both sides of the aisle are dirty. It's by any means necessary. But again, I was just wondering if you wanted to answer the particular point that your own campaign manager put out to you was not was advising you not to do this again in this format. Do you think that's a good idea or a
I
bad
heard him
idea?
say it. Why don't you let Mojo answer? Mojo, can you address
Yeah,
the
yeah, no,
question?
I'll address it. Look, I think that those conversations can be done private. I think that the exercise of exposing a little bit of transparency of showing people that, like, look, we're having real conversations with people that want to go out and do this type of work. They have experience and do this kind of work. Maybe it'll help people to understand that there are people that apply for these types of jobs and they want to do this kind of work. I just don't think that the vetting process requires a listening audience moving forward. But I do think it was a good exercise in transparency, and hopefully it'll motivate people to to think about the people that were on the other end of that call and think about the work that they're going to have to do. They're gonna have to put some miles on their feet, and it's not easy work. When Marshall gets in here, ask him what it's like to go knock doors. He'll let you know. It's not.
I'm
It's
here.
not. It's oh, there you go, Marshall. It's not easy. It's easy work, is it?
No, it's not. And if you don't have the right attitude, it can be highly discouraging. Like for that job, attitude is everything, as in most jobs anyway.
Yeah, I think for me, yeah, I wouldn't need to hear another one of those, but it was good to it's good for everybody to kind of like be able to be a fly on the wall and hear what that was all about. And I also like the fact that when they realize, like, oh, okay, like I'll talk to the people that are listening. They're even willing to jump on this app and continue the conversation. I think these folks are great. I think anybody that's involved in politics should say, okay, this is cool. Maybe I'll have a campaign down the road that I need to tap into a resource like this. And so I'm happy that they're going to be jumping on the app. I think it's a good thing. I would also ask people to be respectful if they do and not badger them when they get here. They have an opportunity to try to make change and get paid for doing it. It's not like he didn't offer them no pay. He offered them pay. Was very clear about what the terms would be. So if it comes to an agreement and they join the team, I think that'll be a good thing. And in fact, that conversation motivates me more to to provide whatever backing I'm capable of providing for this campaign. So I'm excited about it. But it sounds like for the most part, I look at the poll. 10 people, 10 out of 10 said that John should hire these two for the campaign. In fact, we heard nobody has voted that he shouldn't hire them. So I think the people that were listening to that were enthusiastic and could feel the sincerity and the experience and felt good about it. Okay, we got one person that thinks that the people should kick rocks. Does anybody want to explain why they think that those two hardworking individuals, those applicants, should kick rocks?
Yes, because they would be better off actually working for something in their field instead of the fucking fake bullshit campaign and bullshit rhetoric and the clubhouse fucking antics that are going on in this room by Edmund of all fucking people.
Well, first of all, my name is John Kitover. I'm running for Congress in the 16th district. And you know what, Brad? You can kick rocks. And you can go bake a shepherd's pie tonight and you can cry yourself to sleep. But this campaign is marching on with or without your shepherd pie and your haggis.
Hey John, I was wondering if you already had these ideas of really getting your direction on your campaign out there to, I guess, the younger crowd, maybe going to, the college campuses around your area, trying to get these younger people involved. I think a lot of them, if they really like, where your campaign is going, they might actually volunteer and actually help out to get signatures on the campus there. Like you said, there's plenty of train stops that they can go. I don't think necessarily door knocking is the only way to go, but I think there's other ways to go. Definitely, trying to get yourself embedded into some of these college campuses, with the younger generation, I think would be a great idea as well.
Do you know why they door knock versus public gatherings?
Oh, I
Because
know.
oh, I wasn't asking you much. I was asking Harry, but but okay.
Yeah, because they see who's registered as a Republican or a Democrat, and they specifically go to these houses where they are registered as whatever vote or whatever party they're registered underneath.
Well, also because you can track your work, right? Like petition signing is one thing, which I guess is what John's doing. So you can ask people there, but if you're trying to show to possible donors that you're going to have broad support for a potential base, you will want to both do the train stops and like hook into door knocking at the same time. I promise you, people, you can't reinvent the wheel. You can add some spokes, you can strengthen it, but campaigns have been done with door knocking for a very long time for a very particular reason. And that reason is it is the most efficient voter contact method for the money, always. So mix it up, but make sure you actually hit the doors.
Hey, Marshall,
Otherwise,
can I ask you a question? Do you think the display that was just done, the fact that you just took people who want to work in this, who are looking for a job, who responded to what they believe was an actual job, do you think that this by Edmund, of all fucking people, the troglodyte of Clubhouse for 5 years, do you think that this is actually something people should be donating to? Do you think this display was genuine? Do you think this was even fun?
Brad, I have not donated any money and intend not to donate any money. I'll let that do the walking.
What about Marshall to the point of you? Where I'm guessing you've probably worked with interns, college people, campaigning, free or otherwise, paying them. Just the framework of holding an interview on a public app, telling the applicants, several minutes into it, by the way, putting them on the spot. So if they say no, please stop recording, they may feel they may not get the job. They're feeling awkward. It's not ideal. Do you think that is conducive to finding the best applicants and building trust with said people that as you're building your team?
No, I don't. I wouldn't have done it. I wouldn't. I would not have done that. I get why Johnny did, but I wouldn't have done it.
I think the record will reflect that in hindsight, this is a learning lesson. But I think that if they get the job and they get paid and people in this room are paying them, that was your introduction to the people you are paying. And I want to be fully transparent about this campaign. And you just heard the two first people who responded to our Craigslist ads. So all the complaints, all the words, which are like photons and disappear the next day, these are two people who are now in the record, and if they get the money and they get the signatures, well, they earned it. And you're all witness to that. So, you complainers who like to complain, 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 you witness capitalism and politics and social behavior real time, live in this Clown House Act, in this app right now. So, click the link above. Oh, we took the donation and we got the survey. So,
Yeah,
William,
we should.
Moose,
We should. We should
Marshall,
have money. So where's these
Hakima,
guys
you
though,
witnessed
John?
it, Hakima,
And
and
they don't
everybody
do
who
either.
has donated in this room to the campaign who will be funding, their $15 an hour or $2 a signature, whatever kind of, terms we agree, it's going to be fully transparent. I won't publish any documents with anybody's information. So I want to thank people in the chat who discouraged sharing
Yeah,
personal
these people should
information.
trust Edmund of all people on this fucking app. You would be better off putting your fucking faith in one of the fucking Ponzi schemes that existed on the app. This is akin to that fucking bullshit
Okay, Brad,
Direct
this
guy
is
taking
libel and
money.
slander.
I don't get. You can slap
Libel and
any you
slander.
want to.
I'm gonna
Send it. Do
post
it. Do it.
again to the
Again, it's
Instagram
a scam. Don't
warning
worry.
you of
I'll sit
legal
there. I'll tell you what I'll
consequences
do.
from what
I'll
you're
start
saying on a
recording a
public
recording
social
rumor
audio
on
chat
you,
apparatus.
Roger, and a whole bunch of people for scamming fucking people. Because at least I'll hold my morals and principles there. You faggots fucking wonked and use these people as entertainment. That's what's
Hey,
sad to me.
Brad, are you running your
You
mouth again?
so again, you can shut the fuck. So the you two
I could
faggots
shut the
fucking
fuck up, but I
again.
won't
Shit.
shut the fuck up.
I don't give a fuck. Whatever you got to say, go back to fucking feeling kids, dude, because that's all you're good at. So again,
Whoa, that's
so again,
slanderous.
I don't give a
That is
fuck.
defamation, Bradley.
Again, like this whole
I
bullshit
have your
with
full. I have your full legal name. If you
The
can't
fuck
control
you do.
Hey,
yourself,
hey, hey,
and
God,
you
hey,
want
hey,
to
God,
hey,
I want to
continue,
hey,
shoot
hey, hey,
immigrants if
hey,
they
hey,
cross the
hey,
border
everyone
from
mute
me.
up, everyone mute up,
I have
everyone
your
mute up,
address. You really want to
everyone
know.
mute up, everyone mute up. There you go, there you go. Listen, we're not going to be doxing anybody here. This is not what we do in this room. It's rule number 2. You can refer to the rules. If you can't follow the rules, you can't participate in the room. Look, I just want to point to the poll. 88% of the people that responded to the poll believe that the two people that we just heard from would make good additions to the campaign team. Only 13% believe that those people should kick rocks.
yeah, I don't think John should add anyone to his campaign. I think it'll denature the authentic John Kidover experience. And I'm not going to dox anyone. I just want
And how
Bradley
do
to
you win
understand that if you're going
if
to
you
say
don't
things
have any
about,
fucking staff?
if you're going to touch children, you're going to
Well,
accuse
no, no,
people of
no, no,
touching
no, no.
children, there will be
How do you win
consequences.
a campaign if you don't have any fucking staff? How do you do it?
Marshall, it's called force of character. Okay, it's called
No,
charisma.
it's
It's called that
fucking not.
shiny college bald
Literally
head. It's called
everybody
wit.
that's
It's
ever
All right,
called
you
fucking
guys are doing
tried
the
this
mastering the
interrupting thing.
stupid
Hold on,
shit
hold on, hold
loses.
on, hold on, hold on. Rule number 5. Don't interrupt people.
Thank you. I'm not sure if I interrupted you, Marshall. Go ahead and continue to tell us how you need a staff.
No, all I was saying was people who think they're going to run their campaign on their own and they're going to knock all of those doors by themselves and they're going to raise all that money by themselves are fucking delusional. The people who try this shit lose 100% of the time. You know why? Because you have to have more than yourself to win a fucking campaign. You may
Did you
not
vote for
think
Trump,
so,
Marshall?
but
Oh,
you've
sorry.
never stuck your fucking hat in the ring for public office.
Have you? Did you vote for Trump, Marshall?
No, I voted for Chuck Norris. It's irrelevant. So
No, it is relevant. I mean, if
no,
you
it's not
display
fucking
the kind
relevant.
of
It's not
flaw,
relevant.
look,
We're
look.
talking
Hey,
about
don't
how
interrupt.
you.
Hey, Rule
We're
Five,
talking about how
Rule
you
Five,
said
Marshall,
you could.
Rule
You're
Five.
talking about how you
I'm
could
talking
run a
Rule
campaign
Five,
by
please.
yourself.
Mods, can I get a Rule Five?
Yep, we had a rule 5 infraction.
Thank you. All right. So, just to be clear, ultimately, when we're trying to determine whether or not someone should be a part of a campaign, we want to look at their actions. What are their behaviors? What do they believe? How do they act? And if someone voted for Donald Trump, I assure you, the old adage, fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice, shame on me, holds to be true here. If you are stupid enough, and I mean stupid enough, I mean, the literal definition of the word stupid, enough, you've got enough stupidity to vote for Donald Trump not once, not twice, but 3 times, you are not going to add anything relevant to any kind of campaign that I want to be successful. And I want John to be successful. I do think that John is clinically insane, and I hope that that will be a good shakeup for events in Chicago. So I I don't want you, Marshall, to hitch your wagon to any star because you're going to hold it down. You're going to bring it back. You're going to be a problem. You are a dyed in the wool, staunch advocate for the status quo, whatever that might be, and whoever else established it. You don't want to break new ground. You better not fucking touch John Kidover's campaign. All right? I land. Thank you.
Said the guy that's never done any political work in his fucking life. Yes, I and everybody in this room am going to take your advice seriously when you've never done the work before. I may
You
not have
know,
voted for Trump any of the 3 times that he ran, bro, but I've worked in campaign politics for 10 years. I've
okay, so you
done this work for it.
definitely
One of the things I have learned is that you can't win a campaign on your own. And that you shouldn't stick, as you said, clinically insane people next to power. If you think he's clinically insane, then you shouldn't want him near power. Clinically insane people make dumb decisions. Really, 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 really dumb decisions. But it's okay. You're the same dude who said in order to solve the immigration problem, we needed to establish a wall, put machine guns on it, and shoot women and children as they tried to come across. So, yes, you certainly have a decent head on your shoulders.
Okay, that's slander, first of all. I didn't come up with the idea of putting machine guns on a wall. That wasn't my idea. If you can't detect the difference between sarcasm and an actual assertion of a policy, that's on you. And I'd like to point out that it's been far more than 10 years since our politics have been fucked. Okay, so whatever you've been doing, you've been participating in that fuck. And I don't want more of that. I think somebody who's clinically insane could provide a pleasant change of pace in the Chicago area. I think really the way to find out what John Kidover is made out of is to give him as much power as possible. And maybe it turns into a circus, but sometimes it's fun to go to the circus. What I don't want to do is go to fucking Chicago as it is now. And so, unlike you, jackasses who all voted for fucking Trump, believing it would be anything other than a return to the status quo, he's a fucking liberal Democrat who is not going to deport any of the 30 million fucking illegal immigrants who he is going to offer amnesty because they work in the fields and hospitality and we have to protect them. And I love immigrants. And all of this was obvious before you elected him. John, John is legitimately fucking insane. And you know what? I vote for change. I vote for John Kidover. Here, here, John. Fair winds and following seas, brother. Fuck you, Marshall.
So you would willingly vote for bad decision making. Again, if you think somebody's clinically insane, they don't belong anywhere near power, which makes me glad that you don't have any power because you don't belong anywhere near it either. And the original machine gun idea may not have been yours, but it's one you promulgated on Clubhouse for over a year. You don't
I
get
would
to like
love.
you don't get to dodge your fucking position.
I will just
Fabricate
interrupt and
position.
remind the speakers that what you're stating against candidate Congressman John Kidover is libel, is slander, and we will add you to the roster of libel, slander, civil lawsuits, Marshall. Watch your tongue. You've been warned. The campaign from John Kidover
Bro, I did not say you were. I
tolerate
did
this
not say
libel
I
and
thought you
slander.
were insane.
You're all put on notice legally henceforth. You have been
I
put
said
on
it.
notice.
I think he's insane. Put me on the roster. I think he's insane, and I'm going to vote for him because sometimes the thing that we need to deploy is a tactical nuclear strike, and that's John Kidover. You don't like the way political things have been progressing in your city? Vote for John Kidover. Okay? Vote for John. And I'd like to address these accusations, these allegations made by Marshall, as if it's some kind of shock to anyone on Clubhouse that the idea would come up that a border would be defended with lethal force. Because see, that's what Marshall is recoiling at. Marshall was shocked to his soft little core, his little pudding cup center, when he heard that Diogenes was hosting rooms where the idea was not only asserted, but confidently seconded that the border should be secured with lethal force, as all borders must be. And again, Marshall doesn't have the imaginative capacity to recognize that a border can be both secured with lethal force and permeable to those who are following the legal processes. Hey, Moo Moo, Momo, whatever the fuck your name is, I'm trying to perform right now. If you could back the fuck off, I'd appreciate it. It's not shocking. It shouldn't be shocking to propose securing a border with lethal force. If that is machine guns on walls, or if that is men with machine guns patrolling the wall, it is performative. Are you not here to be entertained? Are you here to be miserable? Yes, it's performative. You vote for performative. You love performative. You watch Netflix for performative. At least I'm not sucking Jew cock. At least I'm not being paid to do it. So it's a lot more authentic.
Rule
Okay.
number 4, keep your
And
shares brief.
hey, all right, fair enough. Consider it briefly done. Marshall, fuck you.
Hey John, when you're a public figure, the standard of slander is much much higher.
I have an ongoing civil action against someone for defamation by slander, John. If you'd like any advice, I don't know if you're planning on taking people to the magistrates or if you're trying to go to a higher court. At least in Georgia, there's several cases where defamation is per se. You don't even need to prove damages to collect. So, let me know if I can help you. I'd love to take Marshall down. Stupid fucking cocksucker.
Why Marshall?
I've been in politics for 10 years, and I can tell you how it works. Yeah, it doesn't work.
I never said
Okay?
I thought. No, no. I never said I thought he was crazy. I was repeating what you said. You said you thought he was crazy. Big fucking difference, Diogenes. And I'm not uh some soft little person that thinks defending the border is a bad thing. The thing I drew a line at was your
Oh my God, he's drunk.
active
You're in the Matrix and you're drunk.
uh, assertion that we should shoot women and children
All right, he's in the Matrix. So, in case anyone's wondering what Marshall's
in,
going on about,
in the
Diogenes was the head of the
cemetery
Deportation
in the
Depot, a short-lived
head
program.
for
You're in the
breaking
Matrix,
what
Marshall. Don't
amounts
torture us.
to
Yeah, Marshall, you're in the matrix, sir. We
Marshall, you're
can't
in the
hear you.
Matrix. Yeah, this is God's punishment for your stupidity, okay? And I'd like to clarify, John, I don't think you're clinically insane. I don't think you're crazy. I know you're crazy. I know you're clinically insane. And that's a breath of fresh air. I really, truly appreciate that about you, sir. And again, I wish you fair winds and following seas and promise support to the fullest extent that I can provide it. Anyone curious about Marshall haranguing me about this border thing has to understand it's never a decision to shoot women and children. It's a decision to secure your border with lethal force. When you secure the border with lethal force, you'll find that the women and the children don't try to cross that border because it is secured with lethal force. When you don't secure your border, when the state creates incentive programs in the hundreds of millions, in the billions of dollars to provide welfare and incentivize, encourage women and children to come across the border and offer them free food and free lodging and protection, then you're going to create a situation where someone is going to have to close the gate. And all I'm saying is the gate needed to be closed. Now the gate is closed. Some of you diehard Trump supporters who consistently refuse to face reality are content that that at least has been accomplished. The border is now significantly more secured. It is extraordinarily secured in consideration of the last administration's actions. But what you're not seeing, what you will never see, what Diogenes Spooner told you years ago when he guaranteed you that Donald Trump would be president in 2025 is the deportation of the 25 to 50 million illegal aliens who were allowed, not just allowed, who were encouraged to come into this country to substitute the labor, to drive down wages, to drive up asset prices, and to help Donald Trump preside over the bankruptcy of the United States of America. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Vote for John Kitover.
I'm just curious, what are your rules of engagement on arming the border?
The rules of engagement for the border? What do you
Yeah,
mean? I mean,
you understand what the words rules of engagement are, right?
absolutely,
Okay,
sir.
so
Sir, I
just
was enlisted in the most noble.
okay,
I,
you don't
I don't know why
you
you
don't need
had
to
to
take a
ask him a
resume, just answer
question.
the question.
I don't
Yeah,
know
why
why
did
you
you do
had to
that?
do that.
I'll
You don't
answer
think it's
that.
a
I'll
valid
answer that
question?
question. It is a valid question. He just didn't want to hear me talk. With the left woke moralist women who want to police everyone like little school marms in the hall, they hate it when I speak because I say things that make little Marshall quake in his boots and piss his little underwears. The rules of engagement are you are 100 feet away from the demilitarized zone. You'd better fucking stop. You see the sign? It's in Espanol. And we'll, you know what? We'll put the sign in Chinese, Mandarin. We'll put it in Arabic. We'll put it in all the languages, in fact. You get near that wall, things are going to start going boom. And just like the rules of engagement that I had in Afghanistan, you're gonna get an escalation. And the closer you get to the wall without responding, the closer you get to bad, bad, bang, bang. Okay? And see,
I don't know
that's
why you
not
have to yell at
unreasonable.
us.
Hey, no
Diogenes,
interrupting. We have a,
nobody's
hey, this is
interrupting you.
Diogenes Spooner paging
Nobody's
the mods.
interrupting
We've
you.
got a
You
Rule
don't have
5
to yell.
infraction.
All right, so I'm going to mute you so you can hear me. Nobody's yelling at you. You don't have to yell back. You can complete your statement, sir, without screaming at us, please.
I'm
And
not
do it in
screaming at
a
anyone.
succinct fashion. You don't have to ramble on forever. Just make your point.
You know what the point is. The point is you need to vote for John Kitover.
The
Everything else
point
is just
is,
gravy on mashed
yeah.
potatoes, delicious mashed potatoes. Okay, William?
So
Thanks for the
your
question. Next
your
question.
your
Thanks,
rules
William.
of
Thank you for the
engagement
question.
are somebody gets near the wall and you shoot them.
The rules of engagement are that a nation is a sovereign and sacred thing. The most important law in a nation is that which delineates its border.
It was
There
a
could
yes or
not
no
be,
question. You don't have to
It
ramble
was a
on.
pretty
It's a
straight
yes or no.
question. Just answer it.
and it's a pretty straightforward answer. If you can't listen to it, don't ask the question. Okay? The answer is absolutely
The
lethal
answer is
force
that he wants
must
to shoot
be
people.
deployed
That's
to
his answer.
secure the border of the United States and any nation. And where that integrity is at risk, lethal force must be swiftly and efficiently dispatched to address the threat.
See, I told
Okay, so
you, he
Marshall
wants to
wasn't. That
fucking
was
shoot
not
people.
slander by Marshall. You
It
just
absolutely was
reiterated it for
slander.
all of us
It
to hear.
absolutely was
Thank you for
slander.
confirming that.
Sorry, you're missing the point. If you were confused, I will happily say that. I don't have a problem with
How else
building a
can you
wall and putting machine
misinterpret
guns on
fatal,
the wall.
taking
I'm
lethal
talking.
action? What
I'm
does
talking.
lethal action mean? It
I'm
means
talking.
fatalities for
I'm
coming
talking.
across the
I'm talking. Hey,
border.
we got another Rule 5 infraction here. You can wait till I stop.
No,
I've given several pauses.
Can we have
So
one
let's be
mic,
clear.
please? Can we have one mic?
Thank you, Nye. Thank you. So I don't want anyone to be surprised. I don't have a problem saying we should build a physical barrier on the border of our country, and we should put some kind of defensive system with lethal capabilities that would, in fact, kill men, women, and children, or any other goddamn living thing that threatens that border. Yes, that's right. What I'm telling you
see, I
is that
fucking told
Marshall.
you.
Oh my God! Zing! Oh, you got me, Marshall! Oh my God, you got me! Oh Jesus, I just fell right into your trap. Oh my! Imagine the pain.
It wasn't a fucking trap, bro.
That's the point, Marshall. That's the point. You think you're
Again,
revealing anything to anyone?
I lobbed the accusation that you wanted to shoot people. You then skirted around that and pretended like that was not what you wanted until you were asked a series of questions in which the end was, yes, I will shoot men, women, and children. The
Wrong.
fucking
I do
same
not.
thing I said.
Wrong. I do not want to shoot men, women, and children. I have no intention of getting on that wall, and I have no intention of any men, women, or children dying, as I clearly elucidated for you. I would absolutely put good signage, very, very big words, very easy to read words in several different languages that made it clear. Lethal force will be used. And I think, repetition teaches the donkey. And if you paid any attention to any of the brilliant rooms I did with many brilliant people, you would have heard, and you should know, you probably don't because you don't have children, and no woman would put up with your stupid
Okay,
ass.
wait, hold
You
on, hold
probably
on,
were a
hold
bad
on, hold
child.
on. I have to ask John. I don't mean to interrupt, but I need to know something really quick because somebody wants to come up. John, is the gentleman you spoke to earlier Edward Matthews? Is John there?
He's always
Probably, and
there.
he's getting a good dose of what Clubhouse is all about.
Well,
Because
maybe
he's
maybe you can answer that in the back channel, Nye, unless like tell.
well, the gentleman is trying to come up, is what I'm saying. And if this gentleman that he interviewed on the phone, he's in the room listening to this madness. I clicked on his profile and it says invited by John. So I'm just, you know, just doing a little, let's calm down a little bit if this is the gentleman that John spoke to, because he's in the room right now. If that's him. And if that's not you, sir, I don't mean to call you out. I'm sorry. But I know John, the gentleman that John spoke to over the phone, I know he invited him to the club. I know he sent him a link. And now we have a gentleman raising his hand wanting to come up. I clicked on his profile, said invited by John. So I'm just trying to figure out if that's the guy.
He also has
While
a
we're
party hat.
while we're all hurling insults and yelling, and he's coming into the space, right?
Oh,
So it
I,
might not be a good look. I don't know.
I hardly think we're throwing insults and yelling. I was doing a bit of raised voice, but let's be clear. This wasn't insulting. I think there's something for us to learn from Marshall's position and his estimation of mine on the border. See, the idea isn't that you want to kill women and children because you are willing to secure your border with lethal force. And anyone who spent any time around women and children would tell you that they learn very quickly when you say don't do that thing. And there are lethal consequences for that thing. See, one of the things missing from modern society is corporal punishment, right? Somebody litters in Singapore, they get beat. and they learn if I litter, I'll get caught and I'll get beat. I shouldn't do that. It's incredible to me that Marshall thinks he can equate being willing to use lethal force with a desire to use lethal force. And that's the kind of stupidity that gets us trapped in this constant political cycle of bullshitter and bigger bullshitter. Evil, lesser evil. And so Marshall shouldn't be anywhere near a voting booth. Anyone that would let him near a voting booth is doing a disservice to their country. But it is what it is. And I don't want to be long winded. I already have been. I love the rules, guys. And I hope I'll be able to stop in more often. Hey, Brad, is he gone? Is Brad gone? Tell Brad to go fuck himself. Tell Marshall to go fuck themselves. Vote for John Kitover. And I'll see you guys next time.
You know, it's
Can
funny
I
though.
do can I do a poll asking who is the most thwarted theater kid on Clubhouse and have Diogenes, a guy who I'm not going to name, and a couple other contestants in the poll? Can I do that poll? Cause you guys are exhausting.
But what he's saying makes sense. Though. I mean, it's the same strategy we use in Iraq. When you're doing security, you're given an order to secure a perimeter. You have a controlled entry point. That's the only way people can ingress and egress to gain clearance to whatever access point that is. If they try to access that barrier, that perimeter, and any other means, it's a verbal warning, condition one your weapon, they're in your scope, and give another warning in condition one, and after that, you take them down, man, two in the chest. It is what it is.
That's like an active war zone.
Sig, it only tends to happen once, right? And then the message is delivered, maybe before the kids and the women show up. Like,
Well, that was his point. It would be a defensive measure, not an offensive measure. A defensive measure is completely different.
Yeah, if I could just jump in real quick, I just wanted to say that I am more enthusiastic day by day about the campaign, about the mission to defeat Darren LaHood, and right now this campaign it's only been it kicked off just a couple days ago. We're starting to really kick into doing fundraisers. We really did one fundraiser, and now we're gonna start doing that again today. So the link is up above, and I want people to remember that the money that gets raised here, this is not money that goes into a politician's pocket. This is money that's going to get paid out for very hardworking, intelligent people that are going to do the complicated work, the tedious work of doing the signature gathering, getting people to sign on the line and validating that these signatures are legitimate to make sure that ballot access is possible. You cannot win an election if you're not on the ballot. The idea of winning as a write-in candidate is just not going to happen. You're going to, if you look high and low, write-in candidates do not win. You have to be on the ballot. The first thing that the money is going to be spent on is gathering the signatures, getting on the ballot. Once the ballot access is secured, which will happen the week between October 27th and November 3rd, then we can kick into new gears where we could say, okay, now that we're on the ballot, how are we going to organize? How are we going to mobilize? And how are we going to defeat this person that is robbed from the people, that is supported over taxation and borrowing in Darren LaHood? John Kidover for Congress is the one person that is going to be running, and that primary is in March. If he defeats Darren LaHood and gets in the general election, he will become congressman. So there's two things we have to do. Few things. We have to raise the money to pay the volunteers, to get the signatures, to get on the ballot. Once on the ballot, we have to drive the vote. If we win the primary, we win the general. Let me repeat. If we win the primary, we win the general. So, in order for this to happen, we have to get on the ballot. I just wanted to welcome Edward to the stage. Hopefully, you'll find this a hospitable place for you, and just welcome, welcome.
He's new to the app. He might not know he has to press the mic on and off button to speak. And that's
Yeah,
the house.
Edward, if you wanted to jump in, just the mute buttons in the lower right. You just tap that button, and it'll allow you to speak to us. And again, we're just really glad you're here.
Yeah, hello?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, I just got forwarded all the comments, man. As I'm trying to make sure this is not some spoof at my expense.
Well,
Yeah, I don't blame you. I don't blame you for thinking that. But yeah, please go ahead, Mojo.
yeah, I was just gonna say, look, there are people that have personal vendettas against the man running for Congress. I could probably guess who the individual is. Maybe there's a couple of individuals. By the way, some of his biggest critics are supporting the opposition. So
Mm-hmm.
there's that.
Right. Okay. Well, I've been listening, and uh, he's very energetic. I like that. He's straightforward, and I like the way he speaks. You know, he's not talking like some stick in the mud. So I can respect that personally. You know. But so yeah, I'm here, and I'm just trying to get a feel of what's going on here. Are you guys ready to pull triggers, or you're just getting started? You know, and trying to get some traction going, or whatnot?
Well, why don't we hear
And
from
so
John, the man himself? John,
yeah,
are you there? Your potential employee has questions for you.
yeah.
John, if you're there, if you could unmute, that'd be great.
While John's thinking about unmuting, Ed, what are what do you see as the five main issues facing Americans today?
Are you asking me that question?
Great
I
question,
was, but
Monica.
you don't have to answer if you don't want to.
Monica, this is Dr. Long. I can answer.
I mean, I don't mind answering. You said, what do I feel that the five main what issues facing America
Five
right
main
now?
issues facing Americans today, most challenging issues.
Well, obviously, we've got the border. Uh, we've got um, we've got crime. We've got our foreign policies. What are we going to do with being the policeman of the world? We've got crime and homelessness. We've got to take care of the home front while we're going abroad saving the world. And I'm from Memphis, and it's one of the poorest cities in America. And we've got billion-dollar corporations moving in, and the workforce is for the little people is zero. And so I think that we need to have more home based jobs, for the people that are from uh, your your city. You shouldn't have to be working little penny ante jobs. And so that's the main thing. It, Me personally, what I would say.
Thank you.
Have you ever gone door to door before, Edward? Like campaigning?
And yes, I've done door to door before. Started from the bottom, like anyone else. My dad was a politician. My grandfather was a politician. So I started out young, campaigning for them, running for mayor, juvenile court clerk, things of that nature, comptrollers. So I've worked on several campaigns as a door knocker, and all the way on up.
What's your
Okay,
policy?
one second. I'd like to go ahead and answer. I'm just going to list one thing that's affecting America, and it's inflation, the cost of living, food insecurity. We just need to get business back into America. People want to live their best life, and they want the opportunity to do so. That's why we're here. Let's keep going with the business. Let's keep going with creating new jobs, less regulation, Let's get rid of some of the taxes. We pay too much in taxes. Give us some. Let's just keep going in the direction that we can. Build up the infrastructure, build up jobs, build up business, empower people. People want to create their own future. People don't want handouts. People work. Let's embrace this capitalistic society. This is Dr. Long, and I'm finished speaking.
Hey, Edward, what's your policy on the number of signatures that don't verify? How many are you actually getting for that 1,200 you need? And how does that work as far as the payment goes of your 8 to 10 signature?
Well, generally, depending, if it's a client that I've worked with before and we have rapport, they'll set the rate. They know that I do good work. They'll fly me out. They'll fly the team out. They'll have everything set up so that that's with expenses is already covered. And the policy is, if you want 1,200, then you're shooting for 1,800 because you have no control over what somebody writes on the paper. And the state of Illinois, I believe, for the district races, you have to petition in the district. Not only does the person have to live in the district, but you have to petition in the district. So some states allow where you can be outside of the district and get signatures. And there's just you have people watching, blockers, opponents, whistleblow. So you have to be in the district to get the signature from somebody in the district. The person can live in the district and you be outside of the district and get the signature, and it's a no go. Depending on who finds out about it. So you shoot for over the top, and then you verify them. With the address and the voter registration, the signature matches up, and you run them through the scanner, and they match up, and you get paid. Generally, with me having my crew, we get paid up front. We have the treasure chest there, at least half or 75% up front with the expenses. And then as petitions get validated, you start paying off the petitioners. And at the end, once you do the final turn in, then uh, there's the remaining balance is covered. So that's
So
that's generally how it works.
are you saying there's expenses on top of per signature?
Well, of course. I mean, unless you're just going to be hiring, your church members and your family and friends, you know what I'm saying? But like I said, I am in Chicago. I just got flew out to Chicago. I mean, I do this nationwide, so this was forwarded to me, and I was saying, hey, look, there's something going on over here. Why not make some extra cheese? So, uh, I didn't know Bloomington was 100 miles from where I am. So obviously, I wouldn't just shoot out 100 miles and, post up and be trying to get 1,200 valid signatures. Now, I could get 1,200 signatures, but you want signatures that are going to fly. So 2 days, it just sounds like that's very unrealistic. If you want quality work, you're gonna have to set up, post up, and just standing outside of shopping centers is not the way that you're gonna get the best signatures. Some canvassing on the churches, finding out his demographics, where his followers are. Really doing the research, man, to get the signatures and get them quick, and bring some awareness. Find out, uh, where we can get a lot of people at one time that are in the district that want to hear about them. If you want to have an event, things of that nature, and do the petition. Barbecues. You got to think outside the box instead of just standing outside the Walmart, because people will just scribble anything on the paper.
But you're
But
saying in your experience, 1 out of 3 is non-verifiable.
one out of three. Well,
Well,
I
you're saying
mean,
if it's 1,200 you want, then you're saying get 1,800.
yeah, all the time. I mean,
So
because
you're saying 600 of those. Actually, it's more than 1 out of 3, wouldn't it be?
I mean, this is why it takes a special kind of person to do that. You know what I'm saying? Because uh, it's how many times have you signed a petition, and then you got to put your name and your address on it. So a lot of people will say, yeah, I'll sign the petition, and then, oh, I have to put my address on it and just put a scribble scrabble address on it. Or you just can't recognize the signature. And they meant well, they signed their name or whatever. It's just on the algorithm of the computer. Did that match up with the voter registration signature? So, and then it depends on how much scrutiny the opponent is going to do. Is he going to challenge the signatures? This person moved, or this and that is right on the borderline of the district. So you have to plan for all kind of contingencies and problems. So if you want quality work and you shooting for 12, well, I got my 12, and then 3 days later, hey, we need 300 more, we need 40 more. So you plan for overages, and that's how that goes. So you're gonna have to have uh, a contingency plan. Now, you pay for the valid signatures, but you're bringing in more than that. You know what I'm saying?
But you're paying for all the signatures, not just the 1,200, right?
No, you pay for it depends. It's a case by case scenario. If you got rapport with a person, sometimes they pay for all of them over a certain amount, and some just pay for the valid ones. And so it just depends. You've got a lot of shady coordinators out here that get people from all walks of life, and they get try to jip people out of their time and their work. And you've got all kind of trolls that have sham um, campaigns going on. I'm sure you guys know about that. So, uh, as a petitioner and a campaign manager, and I have to protect the people that trust me. To if I tell them, hey, look, we're shooting over here, we're gonna go 300 miles over here, we're gonna go 500 miles over here. Uh, you know, it can't be on just you know somebody's. Yeah, I'm gonna pay you, because that doesn't work.
What is the, you don't mind me asking, Edward, sounds like you're pretty experienced. What is the average or normal pay, be it per hour? Um, I mean, I know some folks use volunteers, college kids, and friends, but folks like yourself are looking to be paid for the work as well. You should be. What is the average?
Well, the average petitioner is not going to work for an hour, because it's not worth his time, because you spend a whole day, $15 an hour, $12 an hour. That's, yeah, go get you some, high school kid, a college kid, but even a political science intern. I brought my son up to work with me before he goes to college his freshman year. He's playing sports and whatnot in college, and told him to come on out. And but the average professional petitioner is not going to work for an hour, so I couldn't even answer that question. But it's a lucrative job if you're good at it and you're bringing in good signatures. I've worked petitions for some nonprofits and community organizations that pay $10 a signature for 4 different petition ballots and initiatives, and person can sign all 4 ballots, and you can go turn in 1,000 signatures a week. Houston, Dallas, major cities, they have all kind of things going on. So you can make $10,000 in a week.
Yeah,
So why would
that's pretty standard. It's always per signature, and your 8 to 10 is pretty reasonable. California here is much more than that. It's about 12, I think, is the average. What's
right?
your best opening line if you're pitching a Republican candidate, and your best opening line if you're pitching a Republican?
Well, opening line,
I mean, how
are
are
you?
you getting my attention to get me to not walk into the Walmart? Right? What's your hook?
Well, it's generally, hi, right here petitioning for Mr. John Kitover. He's a Republican candidate for District 12, and he needs 1,200 signatures to get on the ballot. We're in your neighborhood, and we'd like to give him a chance. Would you sign the petition? It's not a, don't go into a whole lot of details, because he's just trying to get on the ballot. So they don't even, and it's not even a Republican, Democrats are signing. You know what I'm saying? Because he's just trying to get a chance to speak. Somebody might follow him. Somebody might, it's on him. He can talk himself into a nomination, or he can talk himself out of it. We just want to give him a chance to get on the ballot. So, the main thing is making sure they live in the district and they're registered voters.
There's not a lot to it. People want to talk to you. It's just like Clubhouse in the street. People want that dopamine, and they want to know what your petition's about, and they want to sign if they like your personality and how friendly you are. It's signature
Right.
gathering, and
John, you're a little low. Your volume is a little low. Or is
Yeah,
it
I
just
think
me?
one of your 37 phones isn't working.
I was just saying that, having gathered many signatures myself, and, worked with a lot of people that got signatures, people want to talk to you. You're out there gathering signatures, and you'll have more than enough people coming up to you if you're in a subway station and there's, thousands of people flowing by you every day. There's a lot of people who like people that do petition gathering and gather signatures.
Right. Right. Yeah. A lot of times people will just walk up to you. You don't even have to say anything. Hey, what are you doing? And so that's the main thing. Some signatures be outside of the district or the region and things of that nature. But for the most part, it's not rocket science. But it is strategic. You have to have a strategy or you'll be there forever.
Yeah, maybe it's just California. We're a little apathetic here, but I've heard some outrageous hooks, and I've heard some reasonable hooks that got my attention. But most of the guys here, they have a hook. They kind of profile you when you walk up, and they figure which side of the aisle they think you're on, and they give you this question that kind of leads you to either want to respond in one of two ways: either you're all in, or you're a little agitated by it. That's why I was curious what hooks you use. But
Well,
maybe
I
that's just
mean,
a California thing.
sometimes it just depends on the candidate. If he was an ex-police officer or a firefighter, and you're looking at another guy, he's walking up and he looks like he's, you can do that, but sometimes that'll backfire because the person that you think's, because he's got a cowboy hat on and a big buckle is a Republican and he's a staunch Democrat, and you just lost a signature. So it's a give and take. Hey, do you back the blue? And he's anarchist, so you never know. So, but you can try that. But the main thing is, you don't want to put yourself in that box because you can lose a signature like that. But I know a lot of people that do that. Hey, you back the blue? This guy's a ex-police officer, and it just depends. So, um, reading people's what you think their personality is, that works. Profiling sometimes, but I try to stay away from that as much as possible, and put the clipboard in the face and give me a signature. That's the main thing. Do what it takes to get the signature and get out of there, and without trying to just keep it simple. You know, you're from California, so you know the movie slang. Keep it simple, stupid. So you don't want to offend anybody, and then that goes back to the client. You know what I'm saying? Hey, you got these guys out here petitioning, and they're this and they're that. So the main thing is just you want to be friendly, smile, and if they say no, that's their prerogative.
Yeah, I had a guy do that to me, and he had an incredible turn. And then I watched him, and he had a turn for the other direction as well. So once he lost it, he was able to recoup it back in by his next line. He was a master of
Right.
what he was doing. And I struck up a conversation with the guy. He's pulling down 700 to 800 a day because he's, like you were saying, he was doing I think 3 petitions at a time, and he was doing like 6 hour days, pulling 6 to 7.
Hmm.
Hey, Edward, this is John Kitover, who's running for Congress in the 16th district. It's not 12, it's 16. And this is my anonymous account here on Clubhouse. I just want to let you know that my campaign HQ is live streaming this campaign 24 hours a day onto YouTube and X and Instagram. So Everything I do is recorded and fully transparent, and we have an EIN number, we have a checking account, an FEC filing, we have a campaign financial disclosure. Everything is set up from my end, and we
Mm,
need basically to create a to-do list and a next step. So part of this campaign is a decentralized hive mind, and Mojo here is the organizer of super positive vibrations. And Mojo can help us get the PDF for petitions and signatures. So the next steps and the to-dos, I'd love to discuss them in this room.
hmm Well, the next steps to do is to obviously get your money right, get your get your plan of action together, your steps to do. Are you gonna hit the community with some events? Neighborhood churches. What is who are your followers? I hadn't had a chance to Google you or anything. What is your background?
Sorry, what did you say, Edward?
I said, what is your background like? In the community. I see you've got people on here. Like, so what was your occupation?
So I have been recording a film. I'm primarily a filmmaker, but I'm also a former U.S. Army veteran, as
Okay.
well as a employee of the U.S. Treasury and countless digital advertising companies like Google and Microsoft. So at this point in time, my biggest concern as a candidate for Congress is the national debt and the unfunded debt liabilities. 37 trillion in national funded debt and 100 trillion in national unfunded debt. So those are I'm obsessing over the national debt. That's primarily the focus of the campaign.
The national debt. Okay. And so you've got a mathematical way to knock that down, I suppose, right?
We've got economic theorems to help, eliminate the debt and stop borrowing and stop spending.
Okay. So you served the country, so that's a great talking point. So you work a strategy. We work a strategy around that. Your digital marketing and analytics. We work a strategy. Get uh, you know, find your algorithm and Facebook marketing. Get you some. Look, let me ask you a question. Does Illinois do uh, lead generation? I'd have to look into that, where you could get people to sign the online ballot, and then the people that sign the online ballot meet up at a particular place and then sign the physical ballot because they've already
Yeah, that's
signed
a
it
great
online.
idea.
And that one's free.
Yeah, 100%. The last campaign I ran, I did a petition.org for a homeless gentleman at the primary train station where we were gathering signatures. And, that type of marketing we need to do. But really the petition sheets, the PDF and the signatures from,
hmm
voters in district in Rockford and Peoria is the primary goal. So the mantra with this position would be signatures, 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 signatures.
Yeah, well, you get the petition sheet, I believe, from the election commission, but it's just we the undersigned members and affiliated with the Republican Party and qualified primary electors of the Republican Party of the 16th uh, of Illinois do hereby petition that the following named person shall be a candidate of the Republican Party for nomination to the office hereinafter specified to be voted for at the general primary election to be held on what March. When is the election? 17th. And put your name there, and it's 15 lines per name in the box. Voter, print your name, address, city, village, and state, or where the county, and there you go. So, um, but yeah, you should be able to get those off the election commission website.
So if everybody here can add Edward as a friend, and Also, the donation above is to the campaign. Edward, if you do, do the work. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, you got the job, and it's up to you to get the signatures. But I want to crowdsource, funding you and getting you paid and being totally transparent about it. Plus, if you have a Cash App and you want to set up donations, you can set that up because, you know, even if some of the people on here on this
Hmm.
app don't want you doing this work, at least you got something for your time today.
Okay.
So, I can't promise you that, this app is going to be friendly to my campaign, but I can
Right.
promise to you that I'll be respectful and friendly to you if you work for the campaign. And I would love for you to work for the campaign and gather signatures because that is the mantra of, the to do action list right now, which is signatures, 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 signatures.
Right. Okay. Well, yeah, it's $ Workscape Oasis. Uh, I don't know how to put the in the chat. It's not giving me the options to type.
Yeah, Nye, go ahead if you want to release the chat, or Edward, if you want to put it in your profile. If you have a Cash App and people want to make a direct donation to you, not just the campaign, certainly everybody here. Thank Edward for his time for the conference call today. And Edward, there were some people that were very upset that you were live streamed into this room.
Uh
So,
huh.
I apologize if I didn't disclose that to you right in the beginning of the conversation, but I quickly remembered, that I needed to disclose that too. So, people in this house, in this room, were not, uh, they did not enjoy our live stream conference call. So, I do apologize. Just want to let you know.
Yeah, yeah. Elena had screenshotted me a whole bunch of pictures of of what was going on, and I was like, "Hey, what's really?" But it's okay, and no love lost, man. So definitely keep in touch with me and let me know how it works out. What's the next steps and how you want to proceed.
Yeah, thanks for coming in, Edward, and don't get scared off by the diversity of opinion and intensity of emotions that you will find in Clubhouse.
Oh, I
Most of
love it. I
us,
love it.
most of us are reasonable people, and whether we disagree or not, we just have questions. You have a great day, and thanks for coming in.
All right, thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you, Edward.
Edward, I would just say that Clubhouse is always going to be where I would prefer to conduct all campaign communications, FYI. Some
Hmm.
people may not like that, but I am a big Clubhouse enthusiast and believe that this app is meant for this type of work, and some people will not agree. So,
Hmm.
I would just encourage you to, utilize this app for all campaign communications.
Okay. All right. Sounds good. So yeah, I have your number or whatnot, but I'll take that under advisement.
All right, very good. Go ahead, John.
I was going to say also, this room does have rules, and most of the campaign work is being done in the muff. So if you look at the other John profile, the PTR, or you look at the house and you click to the description, you can read the rules in this house. And there's a lot of people who come into this room and break the rules. So just FYI, there are rules in this room. So, I would read it because you may encounter some people in this room that break the rules.
Okay. All right. Sounds good. So yeah, give me a call and let me know what's going on. You guys, good luck to you, man. You sound like you got great traction, got something going on, and you stand by your name, and I wish you the best.
Okay, thanks. I will text or call you, and there's more communication. I'm sure that it's going to spin off of this communication. So I appreciate you being here, and I hope you have a great weekend. Thanks. I'll talk to you soon.
All right.
Okay, guys. Check this out. In a few minutes, I think we will be closing this room down because the rational, uh, hold on here, hold on. The rational discussion group starts in about 10 minutes, well, 1 minute. They usually open the room up at 10 to 4 p.m. Central, 2 p.m. Pacific with Anson. And so if you're not a member of the rational discussion group, go ahead, and I was trying to pin a link in the chat, but I can't quite grab the link for some odd reason. So I'm likely going to shut this down while they get ready to open up the rational discussion group. Wait, let me see. I'm not in the room yet. Maybe Mojo's come back. No, he hasn't come back. And so I don't know. I probably should ping. Let me see if he wants me to shut this room down. Hold on 1 second.
Don't worry, Nye. I'm link challenged too.
Yeah, I'm trying to grab it and it's just giving me a hard time. I think my phone just keeps freezing up. So hold on. Let me see.
That damn rebellious thumb, right? Well, there you go, John. I tried to ask him the questions I would ask if I was hiring him.
Yeah, thanks. I mean, I've worked with a lot of people off of Craigslist, and I've never had a bad outcome ever working directly with anybody who has ever replied to a Craigslist ad.
Oh my God, dude! I've made conservatively 100 to 200,000 off of jobs Craigslist. I've hired conservatively at least 100 people off of Craigslist. I have had so many problems on Craigslist. Hired a lot of people I would hire again and had no problems with. But Craigslist is the bottom of the barrel at the same time. It's like it is hit or miss. So, at least here in California, maybe it's different where you're at, but you were going to get the worst of the worst from Craigslist, or you're going to get mediocre, or you're going to get some good people. But the good people, always, you're like, well, I was only on Craigslist today. I don't know why I was even on here, right? Like, they all tell the story of why they were there that day.
Well, that's why I feel like Clubhouse is a good way to manage a lot of the relationships, that are generated from applicants on Craigslist, because holding people accountable, to speech and behavior and conducting conference calls in this way demand people's attention more. And, I've had all kinds of experiences with people. And, a lot of this campaign is being run digitally and, from the home office. So I'm just happy that he was able to download the app, come on here, have a conversation, and get a sense of what, hopefully he's a part of, because I think, a lot of these people should sell themselves. And if they can't come on here and sell themselves, it's going to be a bigger challenge, than is possible. So I think this app is a great place for accountability and transparency.
John, you said you're familiar with Toastmasters. I think you said that, right? Like, have you actually taken the course in public speaking?
I have, Mr. Moose.
Okay, I'm just curious because, and I only point this out because I had a professor many years ago in a speech communication class pointed out to me where we did an exercise where you pretend you're interviewing someone, and the amount of times that the average person says, which is what you did about, I counted 11 times in 30 seconds, is really, the average person isn't aware of how many times we say, So just feedback for you. You may want to be mindful of that when speaking publicly.
When I was at the counter one time, we had to add likes and you knows.
Wait, I want to just say, Moose, when you know, and when you know, you know.
And if you know, you know.
Guys, I
One of
put
these
the
days, you're going to be funny, John. I cannot wait for that day. Really looking forward to it.
I put the link in the chat for at least the rational discussion group house because I couldn't grab the link to the live room that's happening now. So if you haven't joined the house, check out the link in the chat. Go ahead and join the house and you'll see the live room that's happening now. I'm shutting this room down right now. Everybody have a great day. Great discussion, John. Thank you for everyone who stayed to listen to Edward and John. See you next time in the month.